Hey guys, what if Naruto trained seriously under Phenex God in DxD World movie? When the word underworld was spoken, many would instantly think of a dark, frightening and a vile place where fire and molten lava were blazing at each and every turn and the air was filled with toxic compounds and whatnot. It indeed was an apt description for a place known as purgatory. However, it wasn't the truth, as the underworld was very different from what many believed it to be like. Therefore, those who hadn't been to the underworld would have been incredibly surprised, even shocked perhaps, to find out that the mentioned place was nothing like what they had thought. Instead, it was very similar to Earth, the human world with the exception of the sky, that was purple, in the underworld. The underworld was enormous, easily the size of Earth, without sea, just wide lakes to make up for the lack of sea. Contrary to popular beliefs, it was situated in a different dimension, not underground, as its name would suggest. Its land varied from cities to grasslands, fields to farmlands, forests, etc. Though one thing many were correct in thinking, was that the underworld was home to the devils, the dark race of beings that had been greatly misunderstood by many as nothing more than evil beings. Devils, however, were just like regular humans but with the addition of bat-like wings on their backs and an array of different abilities that could be used for either good or evil purposes. They also have enhanced physical abilities such as strength, endurance, speed, and senses. They could even live for thousands of years and retain a youthful appearance. It made the devils a near-perfect species. Devils have had many enemies, but their greatest enemies were the angels of heaven and the ones known as fallen angels, angels that had given into their sinful nature and had fallen from heaven, which created a new species of supernatural beings. The three factions of angels, devils, and fallen angels warred against one another under the leaderships of the biblical God, the four great Satans, and the fallen angel organization, Grigori, led by the fallen angel Azazil in a conflict which came to be known as the Great War. When the war eventually ended, each side had suffered great losses, leaving the three factions in a state of conflict. However, due to the state of extreme exhaustion after the Great War and with all three factions losing their main forces, neither of the three sides wanted to continue battling. So, while there was no peace between the factions, outright battles did not occur either. Many years later, after the death of the four original Satans, Underworld fell into a civil war. On one side were the Satan families who wanted to continue their fight against the angels and the fallen angels, while on the other side were the remaining of most prominent devils' houses known as the 72 Pillars, that had been reduced to 34 now, who wanted peace and a new order. The conflict lasted for a few years until eventually, 5 devils from 5 different houses all stood together, pushed back the old government faction and secured the war in favor of the new government faction, the government that hoped that the new generation could live in peace and harmony, without the horrors of war, these 5 devils being Circex Gramori, Ajuka Astaroth, Seraphal Citri, Falbium Glacia Labelas. Finally the one who led, trained them, Naruto Phenex. Though young, each one of them possessed incredible strength that left many shaking where they stood and could decimate entire countries, if they wanted to. Each had their own set of skills and power. While individually they were powerful, no doubt, together they were near invincible, though the final battle was enough to show them that even one of them was more than enough, and quickly became the spear point in the battle against the old government Satan faction. The 5 were very close to each other, especially Circex Gramori, Ajuka Astaroth and Naruto Phenex. The strongest of the group, though Circex and Ajuka would never admit it out loud. They knew that Naruto was far more powerful than all of them combined, a point which was proven correct by him during the final battle of the Civil War. With Cirzex's mutated power of destruction, Ajuka with his Kenkara formula, and Naruto's power of immortality and golden energy mistaken as golden flame, the 3 quickly became names that struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. Naruto Phenex, however, was the glue that tied them together and made them almost inseparable. The Civil War had taken its toll on every devil alive, but eventually the new government faction prevailed, with Naruto landing the final and deciding blow to rise from Levon Lucifer and securing the victory for the new devil faction. With this, the old government faction retreated and hid, and the underworld quickly began to change under its new management. With the leaders of Underworld gone, the 5 most powerful individuals stepped up to take responsibility of the underworld, i.e., to protect each and every citizen that lived and breathed in their homeland. However, the most shocking news came out when everyone was told that Naruto Phenex, the infamous prince of the underworld, had left his homeland. It was a well-known fact that if he had been there, he probably would have been named the next Lucifer, because between him and Searsex, everyone knew who was more respected, favored and feared. It was disheartening for everyone, especially the ones that were close to him. But then again, they couldn't do anything, as they knew that once Naruto had made his mind, very few individuals could change it, and to top it all, most of these individuals were dead. Afterwards his leaving, the underworld moved on and rebuilt. The remaining 4 heroes of the Devil Civil War took up the mantle of the old Satans and became the new 4 great Satans, with Searsex being the leader of the 4 and taking up the mantle of Lucifer, while Ajuka took Beelzebub, Seraphol took Leviathan, and Falbium took Asmodeus. Sometime after Naruto's disappearance, Ajuka created the evil pieces. With so few pure-blooded devil left and half of the 72 pillars now extinct, they needed to repopulate the underworld somehow. That eventually led to the creation of Evil Piece System, a system that allowed humans and other creatures, beings, to be reincarnated and turned into devils, with the exception of extremely powerful beings like a Buddha or a dragon god. Ajuka had given the first prototype of Evil Pieces to his best friends and comrades in arm. The prototype, Evil Pieces, were different from the normal Evil Pieces, as its power wasn't being limited, unlike the widespread Evil Pieces that were currently in use. However, Naruto's set of evil pieces were entirely different than the other 4 sets Ajuka had created. All of its pieces were mutated, and Ajuka was yet to understand the reason behind it. Ajuka only had unproved conclusion that Naruto was hundreds of times more powerful than he had shown to everyone, and his evil pieces mutated because of their owner's absurd power. In the past 2 centuries, everyone was wondering about the whereabouts of the pride of the House of Phenex. Many of older generation hoped that the Prince of the Underworld will come back soon, while the new generation wanted to know more about the living legend and the strongest devil in existence. Fortunately for them, they will see him soon. Phenex Castle. Official wedding night. Leaning on one of the pillars of the spacious hall, Naruto Phenex, or Uzumaki Naruto before his reincarnation as the heir of the House of Phenex, was watching the battle between his sorry excuse of little brother and Security Hayato Issei, the new pawn of Rias Grimori, the little sister of his old buddy. His appearance hasn't changed since the time he disappeared from his home. He still had an appearance of a young man in his late teens with silky blonde hair, the only exception being a few silver strands among the blonde mop and a white eye patch over his left eye. No one had been able to feel his presence, not even his dear old friend Searsex Lucifer and his adoptive little sister, Graphia Lucifuge. The funny thing was that he wasn't even trying to hide his presence, but he had made sure to keep his powers at minimum for the time being, and was simply standing with his partner, who would be described sometime later. Naruto came to a conclusion that normal clothes really do help a lot in blending in, as he watched the brown-haired reincarnated devil fighting his spoiled little brother with imperfect balance breaker of Longinus class sacred gear, the boosted gear. As he was watching the fight, his mind drifted to the artifacts biblical God created, especially the 12 anomalies in the sacred gear system called the Longinus. Artifacts that can kill gods, he pondered silently. If I didn't know better, I would say that God was trying to make a fail-safe for some really serious threat in future. He closed his eyes, or eye in his case, for a moment before it snapped open and locked onto Security's figure. To think that she would take him, it makes my plan more complicated. Do you think Security will win, Master? A young woman's voice whispered the question. Naruto glanced to his right from the corner of his single eye and saw the red-haired young woman who was leagues more beautiful than Rias Grimori. This was his queen, his only member of peerage, Pamela Isley. Now, one may ask that if he left the underworld before the invention of evil pieces, then how in the world did he make this person his queen, right? It will be answered soon. I have feeling he will. Is it because of the ability of the boosted gear to multiply its power to almost limitless? No, it is because my guts feeling told me. Wha guts feeling? Are you serious right now, Master? The attractive redhead asked in a disbelieving tone. There, Pam, when was it that my guts feeling had been wrong? Pamela Isley, or Pam as he liked to call her, was an attractive young woman with hair lighter shade than the Grimoires. She let her hair fall freely behind her. She was wearing a green-colored top that showed her porcelain-skinned shoulder and pronounced her massive bust. Her lower attire consisted of a dark-colored miniskirt and a pair of black-colored leggings that hugged her alluring legs tightly. Finally, her feet were covered by a pair of brown leather shoes. Pam tried to retort, But nothing came to her mind, she just threw her face away with a huff, earning an amused chuckle from Naruto. She then sighed in resignation. Her king and master figure was right. It was weird when Pamela thought of Naruto as her master, and yet she wouldn't even bat an eyelash whenever they were making love. Naruto had asked her to why she kept him calling master, and her answer was because you saved me when I had given up on life, and as such, my everything belongs to you. Therefore, master. By the way, she began changing the topic of their conversation. Why don't you show yourself and greet your family? Didn't you disappear like 2 centuries ago? And I too want to meet them, you know. Naruto kept his eye trained on the match going on in front of them, all the while pondering upon the question asked by Pam. He actually felt bad when he left his family and friends, comrades behind and just disappeared like that. However, there were many reasons behind his leaving. First, was his search for the answer to the question why was a pure-blooded devil like him born with chakra, and that too like, infinite amount of it. Second, was the question related to his dreams, in which he was Naruto Uzumaki and did things like fighting a primordial goddess and whatnot. Were they real? Obviously there were many more questions that he had in his mind that needed answering, but some questions took priority over the others. During his aimless journey, he had stumbled upon an overgrown lizard in a place which he was told is called the Dimensional Gap. The lizard was there to stop anyone who wished to go to different dimensions. The dragon had respected him and only him alone. It wouldn't let anyone aside from him to pass the boundary between worlds. Even then, Naruto had no intention of jumping into other dimensions. Just once he did so, unfortunately. It was where he found his super sweet queen. Naruto was told by the reptile that he was protecting his kin by keeping the existence of other worlds a secret by acting as a guard, or perhaps guardian would be more fitting, since anyone wanting to go to the other dimensions would be like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered by Dragon of Apocalypse. The fight between him and the DXD was a really close one. If he had wasted another second in unlocking Uzumaki Naruto's 6 paths power, he wouldn't have been here, watching his sorry excuse of third little brother getting his ass kicked from a devil whom hadn't been a devil for 2 months straight. Naruto hated seeing his family like this, losing. Don't get him wrong. While he was against the arranged marriage thing, he didn't like the fact that when this all will be over, it will be his family that will be made fun of, and that was something he can't stand, not to mention the fact that it will be all because of someone's arrogance and attitude problems. When he was young, he made sure that his family's name stood right beside the Satan ones, but now, oh well, he will make sure to teach his little brother a lesson when he meets him, officially. I think, he stated after a moment of thinking, I will show myself when the main threat of this world shows its ugly face. He looked at Hayato Issei intently, as the security outstretched his hand toward his sister who was standing in front of the reincarnated devil. Hayato Issei was a plain Japanese teenager, with a perverted mind beyond comprehension. Naruto never knew someone who loved breasts as worse as him. At first Naruto thought Issei was Jiraiya's reincarnation but banished that idea immediately. He then wondered if Issei was actually a bastard child of one of the pervert gods like Zeus, Odin, or maybe even the lazy governor of fallen angel faction, Azazil, but it was just absurd, and to be frank, Issei's mother was an adequate-looking housewife and those perverts have high standards. Issei was actually a simple boy born in a simple family, no notable heritage, just plain human who was unfortunate enough because he was the host of Welsh dragon D-Drake. His appearance was as plain as his background, brown hair with light brown eyes and a flaky body build. His height was normal, given the Japanese standards. Looking at him almost made him sad. The poor boy just entered a very dangerous world without even knowing about it. He wanted to ensure world future, but he couldn't just storm into everything like a mad bull, like he used to do as Uzumaki Naruto. As Uzumaki Naruto, his enemies were pretty much clear, but in this world, many enemies suited to be called monsters were hiding behind the scenes, waiting for the right moment to pounce like a dangerous viper, though he was pretty much sure who was behind all this. Not to mention he hated slimy and coward enemies. By God, they sucked. Don't be surprised if he wasn't in pain when he used the word God. 6 paths power deep inside him had turned him into a super devil with no downside. He didn't share the weakness to light-based elements, like a normal devil does. Naruto had no complaints regarding Issei though, rather. He was happy that a person like Issei had been born, and one could say that he had been waiting for something like this. People like Issei were rare, not talking about his unhealthy fascination to breasts.
No, but his approach to life. Naruto saw many things in Issei.
Firstly, Issei was a dumb idiot, then, he was a massive pervert. Furthermore, he had a tool that has the power to kill gods, so in short, a dumb idiot and a massive pervert with a god-killer tool. Rather scary combination, but, beneath all that, there was a simple boy who wanted to survive and live, who wanted people around him to be happy and was ready to sacrifice everything for the sake of others, and this quality alone was the reason that Naruto had let him live. He respected that sort of mindset.
Then again he started wondering, maybe he could do something like training the kid. Well, it was good idea and he put it the back of his mind for later reference.
He narrowed his lone eye at the Red Dragon Emperor, and the brown-haired reincarnated devil froze in fear. He then turned to Pam. "We're done here," he said, grabbing Pam's shoulder. They then disappeared in a blink of an eye without leaving a trace of their presence there. But what Naruto didn't know was the effect of his little stunt when he tried to stop Security from harming his little sister. Meanwhile, in the party after Naruto and Pam disappeared, Hyodo Issei suddenly collapsed on the floor with his whole body shaking. His sweat drenched his Kuo Academy uniform. Tears poured down his cheeks. He had peed in his pants as the smell of urine scattered in the air. "Hey, Security, what's wrong with you?" Revel Phenex asked out loud, startled because his body just went limp all of a sudden. Revel was a very attractive petite girl with a pair of big breasts for someone as young as her. She had a pair of dark blue eyes, a trait shared by most of the Phenex family members. Her blonde-colored hair was styled in drill-like pigtails, tied together with a pink ribbon. She also had a V-shaped fringe covering her forehead. As of now, she was wearing a beautiful and elegant pink dress with white frills. 3 accessories that looked like phoenix tails jutted out from the backside of her dress. Her voice snapped everyone out from the trance of amazement that was caused due to the Security winning against the third son of the House of Phenex. Eyes. Rias Gremory let out a startled scream as her pawn was suddenly hit by an intense pulsation. She then closed the distance between them, ignoring the disgusting smell of urine that stung her nose. Rias Gremory was also an attractive young female devil with Gremory's trademark hair, pair of startling blue-green eyes, slender body, pair of big and perky busts, wide hips, and beautiful thighs and calves. She was currently wearing a crimson dress that showed her back and separated elegant sleeves. Eyes, are you okay?" She grabbed his body. She was worried for her pawn's safety. Her other servants were just behind her, also worried about the perverted pawn's well-being. "Oni-sama, what happened to Eyes?" she asked her brother, shaking his body. When she didn't get a response from her brother, she turned her head to face him and was surprised to see her big brother and his queen frozen stiff on their spot.
"Oni-sama, Graphia, what happened? Don't just stand there like statues," she shouted, snapping them out of their trance.
"Medic, take my sister's pawn for treatment," her brother immediately commanded the nearby devil healers.
The paramedics immediately did what Searsex Lucifer commanded them to. Rias Gremory and her entire peerage followed the paramedics with Sona Citri and her queen, Shinra Tsubaki, trailing them. The Lord of Devil looked around the room with a searching gaze, his blue-green eyes showing varying emotions from curiosity, expectant, sadness, to hope. He was biting his thumbnail, a habit which he had had from his younger days, but one that had been rarely showing up in these past years, his forehead scrunched in deep concentration as he kept looking around.
Searsex's appearance was like a handsome young man with hair color that he shared with his father and sister. He was like a male version of his little sister. He was donning a white gentleman's suite under his golden and gray-colored ornate armor. Next to him, Graphia Lucifuge was doing something similar to her husband. Her eyes swept over the room while she was biting her lower lip. Her usual cold mask slipped and replaced by various expressions. Graphia Lucifuge was a beautiful devil with an appearance of a young lady in her early to mid-20s. She had silver hair with similar colored eyes. Her curvaceous body was covered by blue and white French-made outfit complete with a headband. Searsex, Graphia, what happened to Security? I understand from both of your expressions that you know what happened to him. Zecodius Gremory, the lord of the house of Gremory, questioned his son and daughter-in-law. Behind him Venelana Gremory née Bale also looked perplexed, wondering what made her son and his wife so worried. Venelana was Searsex and Rias' mother and Zecodius' wife.
She was the exact replica of her daughter except for her brown-colored hair that were only shoulder length. She was wearing a white elegant dress befitting for a noble lady of her stature. Sears X Lucifer began unsurely, felt his presence just a little moment ago when security was suddenly frozen in his spot. He turned his head to his wife. Did you feel it too, Fia? Yes, but he has been gone for about 2 centuries now and no one has ever heard anything about him.
Young devils around them were all confused, wondering what or rather who the elders were talking about. However, Zecocious Gremory, Venelana Gremory, and Lord and Lady Phenex who were nearby, immediately understood what Sears X Lucifer and his wife meant.
Are you sure, Lord Lucifer? Relina Phenex, Lady of the House of Phenex and Ravel's mother, questioned with a gasp, her hands unconsciously covering her mouth and her tone becoming shaky. Next to her, her husband turned pale. Relina was a beautiful young woman who despite being many centuries old still looked to be in her early to mid-30s with her hair held up in an ornate fashion and blue eyes that all her children seemed to have inherited. She wore a beautiful and elegant red dress. She looked nothing short of a queen and had the power in spades to back up the title as well.
Revel, who was just as confused as everyone else, finally asked her parents, "Mama, what is going on?"
I think we should talk about this elsewhere, Venelana, the only reserved adult between them, said. In actuality, she was just as shaken as her husband, her son, her daughter-in-law, Lord and Lady Phenex were, but she hid it well. She turned to the party guests and said out loud, "Everyone, we are sorry for being such a bad host. Something urgent has come up and we all will be taking our leave. However, there is no need for you all to worry, so please enjoy yourself as the night is still rather young." With that, Sears X, the Gremories, the Phenex, and the confused Riser Phenex servants moved out of the party hall. The guests immediately broke out in a hushed conversation, speculating what just happened as their host vanished into the corridor. A little moment later in the corridor, "Oni-sama, I need your time for something of utmost importance." Rias Gremory called out in the corridor when she saw her big brother and the group following behind him. "What is it, Rias?" "Welsh Dragon inside Iz's sacred gear wanted to speak with you about something. I was surprised when I heard it talk from the gauntlet on Iz's left arm. It seemed afraid about something."
Sears X Lucifer darted his eyes towards the adults of the group. He nodded at them and motioned Rias to lead the way.
They arrived in a lavish room to find Rias Gremory's peerage along with Sona Citri and her queen waiting for them. As they entered the room, a gruff voice greeted them from the sleeping Hayato Issei's gauntlet. "You felt it, right? Current Lucifer, you felt that monster's presence. Don't you dare call him a monster, Welsh Dragon." Everyone in the room was taken aback by the venom in the Lucifer's tone. Rias Gremory mostly because she never knew her brother to be as spiteful as this. "I can say whatever I want and he is a monster. Had slaughtered 3 generation of Mayan White Ones hosts in row. He also has a presence that is as scary as the freaking DXD of all beings. How you do not call him a monster is just beyond me," the Welsh Dragon Dedrag said indignantly. The adults were both surprised and shocked by Dedrag's sudden outburst while the young devils in the room were still lost. Sears X's anger also ceased to exist in an instant. No wonder there hadn't been news of heavenly dragons fight in the past century. Zecocious Gremory touched his chin with a pensive emotion and mused out loud. As Lord of the House of Gremory, he was a charismatic individual with trademark Gremory's hair that were tied in a low ponytail. He had an appearance of man in his early to mid-30s with his light beard. He was currently wearing white gentleman's suite with blue sash over his hips and an ornate sword for the sake of appearance. "Then it is good, isn't it? I mean, the lack of destruction caused due to the rivalry of the heavenly dragons." Grafia jibed in. The thought was shared by almost everyone in the room. "Do you know how important our fight is? And besides, he is far more destructive than we two are," Dedrag replied with a miffed tone from Issei's boosted gear. "Wait a minute." Sears X half shouted. "What do you mean he also has a presence that is as scary as the freaking DXD of all being? I know he is a scary fellow, probably too scary, but not that scary, right?" he asked in a slightly scared tone. "You don't know Lucifer. He was very terrifying. In fact, White One's previous host before his current one was supposed to be the strongest in history and he just utterly destroyed both of our hosts in mere seconds. Now tell me, how he is not a monster by what he's done so far?" "I don't know, what are you insinuating, Welsh Dragon?" Ronald Phenex,
the Lord of House of Phenex, asked with his eyes narrowing at the talking gauntlet.
There, gentlemen, Venelana successfully stopped the spat between her son, the Lord of the House of Phenex, and the dragon inside her daughter's pawn. Can we talk about this with a cool head and like civilized individuals? I think we are creating an unsightly scene in front of the younglings. Like Venelana said, the young devils were very much in confusion about the subject that was being discussed, mostly Rias and Sona because of their curiosity, a trait that they inherited from their parents, although Rias became more anxious and concerned when she heard about the mysterious individual that had killed previous host of heavenly dragons. She was worried that this strong individual may decide to kill her pawn next.
So, what are you two arguing about in the first place? Asked the lost Revel. She had been standing there silently with Isabella. Riser's, Rook. Confusion was clear on her youthful face, something which all of Riser's peerage shared. Why, of course, it was that scary-ass fried chicken from your house, little devil. Diedrag's tone dripped with sarcasm.
Don't you go bad-mouthing the House of Phenex, Welsh dragon. Even if you're one of heavenly dragons, I won't let you do that, more importantly if the subject is my firstborn son. Relena Phenex raised her voice, finally losing her patience due to Diedrag's antagonism. Orange-colored aura blazed around her and the temperature in the room spiked dangerously. Everyone around took a step back from the usually happy-go-lucky Lady Phenex because of how fearsome she currently was. Dear, please calm down. Ronald Phenex tried to calm down his wife. The Lord of the House of Phenex had an appearance of handsome and charismatic man in middle to late 30s. He was clad in a white formal suit embroidered with golden threads and the crest of the House of Phenex. He had blonde hair and blue eyes like every other pure-blooded devils of the House of Phenex. He was actually seething deep inside, but he had good control over his emotions as Diedrag kept bad-mouthing his prided son. Damn young devils these days, don't have any respect for elders.
Shay, Diedrag grumbled morosely. However, the adults kept their face firm. The Welsh dragon decided to go back to its jail inside the boosted gear. There wasn't any reason for him to speak with them anymore if they didn't help to bring justice to the one who disturbed the dispute between him and his rival. Well, it's not like the others shared his problem. To be honest, they were happy with the lack of havoc caused due to their dispute, but don't they get it? That damn Phenex is even more dangerous than them.
Mama, Papa, do you mean to say that I have another elder brother that I don't know about? Revel asked. She came to this conclusion after her mother's previous statement. She was a very smart individual in her grade in Devil School for Heir and Heiress in the capital city of Underworld. Lilith were a proof of it. It was easy to deduce since Revel wasn't powerful enough to make the Welsh dragon scared, and don't even get her started on Riser, he was anything but dangerous. Relena snapped from her mood swing and stared at her hands for a few minutes, then, she inhaled deeply and looked into her husband's blue eyes. When Ronald nodded, giving his approval for what his wife was going to do, Relena turned her face to her only daughter and sighed in resignation. Her face was sad, something Revel rarely saw. Revel, my dear, we're sorry to keep the existence of your eldest brother a secret, but, after his disappearance, it was too painful remembering him. We tried our best to keep it under wraps as much as we can, and we, the elders of the remaining 72 pillars, decided to change the history script about devils, mostly around the time of the Civil War. Losing your big brother was our biggest blow next to the death of previous Satans. Exclaimed Relena to a wide-eyed Revel.
Wait. Just how much of the history was changed by you elders? A scandalized Sona asked. She had straightened her posture when she heard about changing historical script.
The adults looked sullen and glanced at one another, confusing the young devils. It was Sirzex who opened his mouth. Not too much, I fear. It was nearly impossible to hide his existence fully. He was the center of the Civil War and the one who made the current 4 great Satans what they are now, he said with a wistful smile and a faraway look. Don't tell me he's the prince of the underworld. Himahima Akino speculated. Himahima Akino was Rias' queen and her best friend beside Sona Citri. She was an attractive buxom young woman with black hair tied in a ponytail with the help of an orange ribbon. She was wearing black formal kimono that still showed her hourglass figure. She was also the one who had the biggest pair of breasts in the room. Grafia nodded with a sad smile, surprising the young devils present. Actually, it was pretty easy to deduce the famous prince of Underworld, as he was like a heroic figure which appeared in history books of the Underworld, even if his true identity was never revealed. My, My eldest brother is the hero of underworld. A disbelieving Revel murmured. She was shaken when she heard that she had an elder brother before Revel, but to know that her long-lost eldest brother is actually her childhood hero, that just blew everything through the roof.
I understand it was big blow to us after losing someone as famous and powerful as him, but changing the history book to hide his existence, honestly. Sona rubbed her temple, feeling the slowly rising headache. Well, seeing how your sister currently is, I think it was a good move on our part, replied Zikocious Grammary with a lame shrug. And what exactly do you mean by that? Sona questioned with eyes narrowing in suspicion. You know, your sister fancied him very much. She used to follow him like a lost puppy whenever he trained us or whenever we trained together. In fact, she was trying her hardest to ditch her nerdy and bookish lifestyle just for the sake of getting his praise alone, Searsex told the young heiress, a nostalgic smile on his face. What? Sona shouted loudly as she heard the bomb dropped by the Lucifer. Well, do you think that Seraphal was a troublemaker when she was young? To be honest, she was more nerdy wire than you. I don't know how and what happened, but someday I heard that Sunshine Head telling Seraphal that life is much more than bookish knowledge, and if you want to do something great or remarkable, you first need to get out of the library. The Lucifer tried his best to imitate the blonde Phenex, chuckling to himself. Sona, who had a short circuit, stood rooted in her place, mimicking a robot. She moved to the nearby seat and sat silently. Her mind couldn't comprehend the fact that her sister was actually a bookworm and a nerd when she was young. That was just the exact opposite of how she is now. It was a world-shattering truth for her. She just couldn't believe it. Anyo, excuse me, but Sunshine Head? Asked a confused Revel. Venelana giggled in amusement before replying to the only daughter of Ronald and Relina Phenex. It was Searzek's nickname for him, Searsex. Ajuka. And your oldest brother already knew each other before they could even talk. They were always together. Then Seraphal joined the three troublemakers and Falbium followed sometimes later. Ahahaha. Talking about this reminds me of the fact that the current four great Satans were actually just innocent, young and confused heirs and heiress of their families in the past. Ronald laughed boisterously. You're right, my friend. I just can't believe that the shy and timid Seraphal turned out like she currently is and the frail little boy of the house of Glacia Labilas became our Lord Asmodeus, Zikocious added with a chuckle. Mama, Papa, Lord Grammary, Lady Grammary, and Lord Lucifer, Revel's timid voice took the adult's attention. Company, could all of you tell me about my eldest brother? She asked almost pleadingly. Of course, Revel. I will tell you as much as you want. After all, I am your god brother as my mother is your eldest brother's godmother, stated Searsex, surprising Revel and Rias. The surprises kept on increasing. It was like the adults were having some kind of sick competition that said screw their minds. Hold on. Rias said out loud when something finally clicked in her mind. She ignored Revel, whose eyes narrowed at the redhead because her chance to hear about her eldest brother had been suspended by her. Don't tell me that my engagement with Riser was because all of you wanted the house of Grammary and Phenex finally tied in familial ties. When Rias saw her father and big brother's expression that screamed guilty, she swore out loud in an unladylike fashion. Damn it. Just who did you think I am? Did you think I am just a mere tool to fill your ego? Language. Rias. Venelana's sharp word and an equally sharp look from Graphia forced Rias' mouth to shut tight, but her displeasure and the feeling of being betrayed were still very much visible through the scowl on her face. I am sorry, Lord Phenex, Lady Phenex, for my daughter's unsightly mannerism, Venelana apologized to Ronald and Relina. The Lord and Lady Phenex just waved it off. Don't worry, Venelana, at the end of the day, it was still a win-win situation for us, Ronald said with a gentleman's smile. What do you mean? Rias was in confusion because of Lord Phenex's word. It was Relina who answered, the heiress of the House of Grammary. To be honest, when we signed the contract, Riser was still a sweet little boy. It was in our mind to unite House of Phenex and Grammary with a marriage contract between my youngest son and you. Rias Grammary, however, Riser turned into an arrogant young man because of House of Phenex's immortality. Now that I think about it, I believe that it was a good thing that we didn't tell you all about our firstborn, or else his ego would have been far more worse. We had already deduced that you will find a way to release yourself from the marriage contract, so we decided that if Riser were to lose, it will teach him some humility, and if he wins, our houses will united like we wanted them to. Thus, a win-win situation. With all due respect, Lady Phenex, do you know what would have happened if I ended up as his wife? the rest of my life would have been filled with sadness and grief. However, you are free from the marriage contract, aren't you? Relina pressed with an amused look. Rias could only accept begrudgingly. Knowing your elder brother, we knew that he will do something to save his beloved little sister. You reincarnating Securite as your servant just smoothed out his plan, to be honest. Ronald chimed in, forcing Rias to hold back her argument. Well, that was a good strategy on your behalf, I guess, Sona murmured when suddenly few more people entered the room. That's not it, Sona. The prince of the underworld is also your god brother, came a new voice. Everyone turned to see none other than Lady Citri along with Lord Citri and Seraphal Leviathan coming through the door. Yeah, so Tan, he is your god brother, Seraphal said in a sing-song tone as she glomped her sister, much to her embarrassment. Well, since we are playing surprise the heck out of them, then I might as well add that he is also the godfather of little Malikas, Sirzex told everyone, yet surprising them even more, as if they were not already surprised enough. Each of the young one gave the Lucifer a dry look that said, really? Excuse me? Spoke Revel with a rising tone. She had an annoyed expression on her face and was glaring scornfully at Rias, who blinked quite a few times, wondering what made the youngest Phenex so angry. Rias pondered if she had problem about what happened to Riser. However, she decided it wasn't about it. What is it, Revel? She asked, wanting to know the young Phenex's reason for sending such a look at her. Could you just shut up about your already solved engagement problems? It is over now, isn't it? Revel complained scathingly. I just wanted to hear about my long-lost brother, but everyone just butted in, denying my chance to listen about him. Everyone in the room blinked at the only daughter of Ronald and Relina in astonishment. No one ever saw Revel showing such a sharp tongue, as she was always acting reserved and haughty in the past. You know, her sharp tongue is your fault, honey, and it seems your skills are getting dull since you were not able to sense him of all people, Ronald murmured lowly but loud enough for everyone to listen. What was that, my dearest husband? Relina said with a sickly sweet smile that spoke certain doom if her husband dared speaking something stupid next time, but she guessed that her husband was right when he said that her sensing abilities have gone dull. Ahahaha, nothing, nothing. The Lord of the House of Phenex chuckled nervously. He then decided to change the topic and said, so, how about we sit down and relax first before we have a nostalgic flashback of my eldest son, Nay. Everyone immediately agreed with Ronald's brilliant idea. They have been standing for almost 30 minutes without knowing, and their feet have started demanding a rest as the excitement had finally lessened. One by one they took seat on the couch in the room. Some were conjuring a comfortable and expensive couch with help of magic. When everyone was seated comfortably, Relina cleared her throat and began the tale. Revel and the younger generation immediately put their utmost attention. Hell, even some of the elders were eager to hear about the childhood of the prince because they themselves didn't know much about it. All they knew was that Naruto was a very cryptic person. Naruto sat silently on his orange-colored plush couch. His mood had been odd ever since they teleported back to their Western-styled mansion in the mountainous area of New Zealand. If you miss them so much, then why don't you stay for a moment and greet them? His queen's question was still lingering on his mind. Pam had gone to do some spy work like collecting information or whatever spies are supposed to do, and had left him alone to think about his next move, or more importantly, to think about his family and friends that he had left behind all those years back. 2 centuries have passed almost unrecognizable. Time seemed to move fast when you have world's safety as your main concern. He never once felt like missing his family that had left behind, neither his friends with whom he shared his childhood. Perhaps childhood is not the right word to use, more like his only happy memories at that time. However, when he saw his little sister, already grown into a beautiful young lady, it finally hit him, and believe me, it was a very, very hard hit. He came to understand how many years he had missed because of his disappearance. His frown became deeper the more he thought about it. By Rizvim's balls, he felt like an ass to them, but now that he knows about it, he is going to meet them, sooner than they think. Suddenly, a pair of slender arms with porcelain white skin circled around his neck, telling him that his queen was back from her work. He always wondered how was it that she able to get past his senses without alerting him. There was this one time, when he straight out asked her about it, and all she said was that a lady has to have some secrets. He grumbled and told himself that this was all because of his teachings. How is it? He questioned. You're likely correct, my master. He was a really impatient fellow and planned to pit 3 factions against each other. Unfortunately, I don't know what he has been planning. Well, how about a clue of my finding? Enlighten me, my lady.
There are two families of influential nature ruling over a certain area. By stealing some artifacts, he can wreak havoc between two opposite elements. Naruto's lone eye narrowed a bit. Don't tell me that he is going to steal something from the church and then try to kill Zeki's and Sarah's little sisters. Oh my, I think my clues are way too easy. Damn, I didn't think that the bastard will do something like that. The nerve of some people. He plans to exhaust the devil and the angel faction and then attack them, when both are already in a tired state. As stupid as the plan may sound, it might just actually work.
Pam traced her lithe fingers on his chin and brushed his lower lip in a teasing manner. The amorous smell of her distinctive scent successfully calmed Naruto ever so slightly. So, what will you do? What will I do? Naruto frowned, deep in thought. There were many routes he could pick for greater good sake. Pam behind him sighed. She then grabbed his cheeks rather forcefully and turned him until he was face to face with her. Crimson eyes narrowed in annoyance when Naruto looked at her in bewilderment. I believe this is the time for you to give me my prize for my hard work, don't you think so, my lord? She said with a sickly sweet tone.
Naruto gulped and nodded his head frantically. Damn, even in his second chance at life, he was still living around troublesome women.
Her crimson eyes crinkled in an eye smile and her hypnotizing pink lips stretched into a predatory smile.
Would you stop doing that whenever we are about to make love? Asked a nervous Naruto.
Whatever do you mean, my master? She smiled innocently. The creepy smile. What creepy smile? That one you are wearing on your face right now. He pointed at her face. My, oh my. Where is the fun in that, my master? Her smile impossibly stretched even further, and then she opened her eyes which seemed to glow with hunger.
Without warning she pounced on him and her thick legs encircled around his waist in some stunt that would make a world-class gymnast look like a newbie. Naruto yet again cursed his own teachings. Her sudden momentum forced an unaware Naruto to stumble behind until the back of his head slammed against the hard unforgiving marble with loud thud, disorienting him slightly. When his mind came back to senses, he saw his queen sitting on his stomach with a flustered face. Without a single word, her hand grabbed his jumper. With a powerful rough tug, she ripped it completely with physical power that betrayed her slim hourglass physique. Damn woman, not my favorite clothes, those were effing made by the Greek gods. Naruto complained with anime tears streaming down his cheeks. When he noticed that she didn't stop with his poor jumper, he continued, Wait, time out, not my undershirt too, please. Unfortunately his plea fell on deaf ears as the red-haired beauty ripped his black-colored undershirt with Konoha insignia embroidered on right breast pocket and Uzumaki clan crest on the opposite side. The young woman traced her cold middle finger on his chest very slowly, almost tortuous. She then licked her index finger in a perfect imitation of true sadism. Bon appetit, my master, Naruto could only sigh in resignation as she grinded her pelvis on his slowly hardening member inside his pants. It was slow and agonizing to bear. He sometimes regretted his decision of reincarnating this woman as his queen, with his mutation piece all those years ago. This will be a very long night, Naruto thought miserably as he laid back on the floor while his queen decided that she was going to have her favorite meal. With the young devils, every one of the young devils along with the adults were totally immersed in the story that was being told to them by Lady Phenex. They all laughed at the laughable moments and cried at the sad moments which surprisingly were more than the happy ones in the Devil Princess story. You know, every child is born crying or wailing. Relina stopped for a moment to gather her thoughts and then continued, he was born smiling. As if he knew where he was, knew what he was, and boy was he powerful. She looked at her hands, remembering the time when she held her baby boy for the first time, and oh, the happiness she felt. She remembered when doctors told her that her son was born with insane amount of magical reserves, and not only that, but he also had massive amount of chakra reserves within him too. At first the Phenex family were worried that it may pose a danger for his health, but soon realized that it wasn't the case. If I remember correctly, the nurses and a few doctors fainted when they noted his powers, Lady Citri added while laughing a bit along with a few other adults. Meanwhile, the two Satans smiled at the talks. This was so like him, bringing everyone together even when he was absent from the scene. Somewhere between the talks, Revel along with Riser had also joined the group. They too were shocked to hear that they have a big brother who was literally the most powerful devil ever. Oh,
But you still don't know about the origins of his twin swords, do you? Asked Venelena. Nope, no matter how many times we tried to find the truth, it was a lost cause. He himself didn't know where they came from. Ronald answered with a chuckle. So, Oni-sama, how powerful was he? Rias asked the question that was bothering every young one. Yes, I too have been wondering the same. Oni-sama, Lord Lucifer said that you used to train with him, so you must know, right? Sona asked her sister. Suddenly both the Satans along with Graphia started shivering, while Lady Phenex smiled cutely at them. Though the young devils might not know, but the elder ones knew exactly what that smile meant. Please don't mention the word training again, MKAAY, Seraphal said with a serious face while still trembling with fear, while Circex and Graphia nodded their heads to show that they agreed with Seraphal. Everyone was now a bit afraid of this person if he can make the two Satans and an almost Satan-like being tremble without even being there.
As for his powers, well, he can defeat all four of us only using his hand-to-hand combat while we use all our powers, and don't even ask about his sword skills. Damn those two swords of his. Circex exclaimed with a straight face, causing the younger devil's jaws to drop. Okay, now they were officially terrified of the prince of the underworld. Defeat all four of them without even using his magical powers. Just what type of monster was he?
Getting out her shock, Revel told her mother to continue, and Relina again started telling them about his adventures, obviously the ones she knew about. Then everything changed the day he met him. Relina continued, and the room became deathly quiet. The younger ones looked at the adults, thinking what made them so serious all of a sudden.
Who? Asked Revel, looking towards her mother. Relina looked directly into her second oldest son's eyes and said the name she despised with her very being.
Rizevim Levon Lucifer. She spat venomously, causing everyone to go wide-eyed except for the ones who already knew about it.
The adults, Circex and Seraphal, remembered the first time they went to meet the son of the first Lucifer, as Relina narrated the story for the younger devils in the room. Flashback. 6-year-old Circex, Ajuka, Falbium and Seraphal were waiting outside the Phenex mansion along with their parents, for the Phenex heir to come out, so that they could go to meet the Lord Lucifer, as he had called all the young heir and heiress to his mansion. Soon the Phenex family came out. Everyone saw Lord and Lady Phenex with their son Naruto. He was wearing his usual emotionless look and had his twin swords strapped on his back in AX formation. They have tried many times to ask him why he carried them, or who made them, etc., and every time he gave them the same answer, I don't know, _.
After a few moments of walking, they all reached their destination. They took notice of other devils from various households standing around them. Some of them were quite recognizable, like the Agaras family, the Paimon family, etc., and others not so much. Nodding to themselves, they made their inside. Circex, Seraphal and Ajuka were excited to meet their Lord Lucifer, but Falbium and Naruto did not share the same feeling. One was too lazy and the other simply had an idgaf attitude. Reaching the main hall, the kids noticed 4 people sitting in a semicircle-like formation on what seemed like throne seats. Naruto didn't care much about the other 3, as his eyes directly went towards the silver-haired devil from whom he could sense an immense amount of power radiating. He had never felt such an intimidating aura. Not even his mother was this dangerous. Not only that, he could also sense a hell lot of negative emotions coming from the same person. Now being born with chakra and having empathic abilities helps one in sensing emotion, and this man, Daamn, he was pure evil, but he definitely caught Naruto's interest. Maybe he could ask this person to teach him or train him, Naruto thought to himself. The said person had an appearance of man who had just entered his 20s. He had shoulder-length silver hair and similar colored eyes. He was wearing what seemed like an armor of sorts. However, it wasn't what one would call a battle armor. It was more of a formal attire that was supposed to be worn on occasions like the council meetings, young devil gatherings, etc. This person was none other than the son of the first Lucifer, Rizevim Levon Lucifer. Naruto was still not able to digest the bottomless creepy aura that was emitting from the man.
Naruto was so lost in his thoughts regarding a certain silver-haired devil, that he didn't even notice that he was standing right in front of the said man. Naruto also realized that this man was giving of the same vibes as that Orochimaru Orochimaru, whatever the name of that man was in his dreams. Naruto could hear his mother calling him, but he decided to ignore her for the moment and gazed up to meet the eyes of the supposed leader of the devils.
Rizevim Levon Lucifer, the child of the first Lucifer, was definitely intrigued by the kid standing in front of him. At first he was surprised to see him casually walk towards him cause normally. The devils would try to kiss his ass and whatnot to please him. However, this child, this particular devil, he was different and he could sense that very clearly from his position, looking straight into his eyes. Rizavam could tell that those were the eyes of a predator or maybe something even better, a killer. This was exactly what he needed. Someone who can do all the dirty work for him, someone who was not afraid of anything, someone who can be turned into an all-killing machine. And so, he began his twisted work. Don't you think you are too young to carry such heavy swords? Rizavam asked Naruto, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. The question made everyone to stop whatever they were doing and focus towards the Lord Lucifer and a young boy with two big-ass sword on his back. Near the throne seats, a certain white-haired girl widened her usually closed, sleepy eyes, as she realized who the boy was. For a few seconds the hall was deathly quiet. Rizavam didn't say anything and neither did Naruto. Then all of a sudden, Naruto's lips curled up in such a cruel smirk that it would have made a certain snake bastard piss his pants, and he replied, "Who knows?" The air around the hall became thick, making it hard for some to breathe. Behind Naruto, his parents along with a few others who knew him, became worried. Now they wouldn't be so troubled if Rizavam had been a normal leader, but, from what they have heard, the son of the first Lucifer was a very cruel person and add sadist to the list, who likes to see people writhing in pain. Was he into S&M, or was he bisexual? Naruto would think to himself many times. Not that there is anything wrong with that, of course, at least as long as it is consensual. Back with the two devils, hearing the kid's answer, Rizavam's lip too curled into the same smirk that could have rivaled that of Naruto. He slowly stood up from his throne seat and started walking towards the young Phenex. Standing inches away from the young Ling, Rizavam placed his hand on the hilt of one of his swords in order to take it out and inspect it. Naruto raised his eyebrow at the sudden move made by the Lucifer, but did nothing to stop him. The moment Rizavam took out the weapon from the kid's back, he felt his magical reserves being depleted at an alarming rate. Before he could understand or question anything, he fell down on his knees and started panting heavily, sweat profusely dripping from his face, the sword now lying flat on the floor, his reserves almost empty. Many people that were present in the hall were stupefied with the unexpected turn of events, but one family knew exactly what has happened. Lord and Lady Phenex have experienced the very same thing firsthand. It takes almost infinite amount of magical reserves to even hold those particular swords, and their son used to do it all the time like he was not even trying. Seriously though, what the FF fish was wrong with their son? Naruto made his way towards the now downed leader of the devils. He picked up the sword from the ground with relative ease and bent down to be at an eye-to-eye level with the leader. Raising his sword, he pressed its tip to the throat of the huffing Lucifer. Before the guards of the palace could seize Naruto, Rizavam stopped them dead in their tracks by holding his hand up, telling them not to interfere whatsoever. Everyone could see that even though panting on the ground, Rizavam still had that cruel smirk plastered on his face. "You know," he paused for a second before continuing, "I could kill you right now, leader," Naruto stated with a cold voice, increasing the pressure on his sword, blood slowly trickling down Rizavam's neck, falling onto the ground beneath them. But, that wouldn't be fun now, would it be? He ended his talk with a sing-song voice, his personality taking a total 180-degree turn. He then took away his sword from Rizavam's throat and placed it back in its place. He stood up and offered his hand to the downed person whose breathing has returned to normal by now. Rizavam looked at the hand for a few seconds before accepting it without even a bit of shame. The two continued to hold each other's hands a bit longer before Rizavam broke the silence. "Rizavam Levon Lucifer," he said with a voice befitting a leader. "Naruto Phenex," Naruto replied with the same cold tone. With that said, Naruto started moving towards his family and friends. He could see the horrified look on other devils' face. That tends to happen when a 6-year-old points his sword towards the leader of their race. "You sure are an interesting one, aren't you?" Rizavam spoke from his position, but Naruto kept walking towards his parents, not even glancing back to acknowledge his words. "I am willing to train you, young Phenex," Rizavam continued as if he had read Naruto's thoughts earlier and smirked when he saw the young devil's steps coming to a halt. Naruto turned towards the silver-haired devil and said in a curious tone, "All right, you got my attention, start talking, leader. I am creating a team of devils who are powerful for their ages, whom we, the descendants of original Satans, are going to train personally, and you."
"My dear Naruto-kun," Rizavam said in a similar sing-song voice, That damned smirk still plastered on his face, are going to be the captain of that team, he finished, stunning everyone around, even his fellow Satans, though they weren't official Satans per se, but given the fact that they were the direct descendants of the first Satans, they were being considered Satans for now, and if not Satans, then definitely leaders. I will be describing the other Satans later, sorry.
Everyone's eyes traveled from their leader to the young heir of the House of Phenex. Curious to find out what was going to happen next, Naruto had his head down, his silky golden bangs obscuring his face, making it seem like he was in deep thought. Then all of a sudden, he let out a burst of his power, his body glowing golden. The entire palace started shaking, scaring some of the children and their parents. Naruto snapped his neck upwards, his blue eyes glowing ominously with power, an almost bloodlusty grin on his face as he replied with a bone-chilling voice, "Done." With his little publicity stunt done, he took a few breaths to calm himself down and then turned to his mother and gave a small smile that was only reserved for a very few people in the whole damn world and said, "I will be leaving now. Mother, father and others, I've got a few things to take care of," and with that, he disappeared from his spot. No teleportation circle, no vanishing spell, no nothing, he simply left using pure speed, which was so freaking high for a 6-year-old that only a handful of the devils were able to notice it, leaving behind a clearly ecstatic leader of the underworld and a whole lot of terrified devils. While on his way home, Naruto thought to himself that whether he did the right thing in accepting the proposal or not, he just wished that his mother and father wouldn't be sad. That was the last thing he wanted, but then he thought about his brother, Revel, that used to appear in his dreams. Sasuke Uchiha was his name. He too left his home and followed a maniac like Revel, and man did he turn out powerful after his training with him. Naruto just hoped that Revel wouldn't give him a effing hickey on his neck like that Orochimaru guy. Nodding to himself, he thought that all he need to do is keep himself mentally strong so that Revel wouldn't be able to influence him, cause these type of people tend to be slimy with words. And just like that, Naruto Phenex made his first impression on the underworld, especially on a certain snow white-haired girl who was also present in the hall, standing near the throne seats without anyone being her guardian, a girl who would soon become a very important person in Naruto's life. Back to the present, from that day onwards, he was a changed person. He rarely came back home. We didn't know what type of training he got there. He never told us about it, always telling us not to worry. And then, he started going on missions that involved killing. A lot of it, and he completed each and every one of them with his team. As time went on, he became more distant, cold and more emotionless towards everyone. He wasn't the same anymore, Relina said with a grim voice. Tears threatened to fall from her eyes as she regretted the moment he took her precious son to that monster's place. Ronald hugged her wife close, cursing himself for going to the Lucifer's mansion that day. If they hadn't gone there that day, their eldest son would have been here with them today. The younger devils were stunned, none more than the Phenex siblings. They thought that they will be hearing how he was a great hero and all, but this was totally unexpected. Seeing the distraught look on his wife's face, Lord Phenex decided to continue on her stead. He left the underworld on the day the Civil War ended. You should have seen that final battle though. It was him versus all, and it was a WESOME, he said with pride and amazement clear in his voice, Relina chuckling a bit through her tears. Doesn't that means that he ended the war all by himself? But the books said that the 5 heroes stood together and defeated the old Satan faction. Sona mused out loudly. Like we said before, dear, the books had to be changed to keep his identity a secret, Venelana told the heiress of the Seatree house. And so Tan, he literally ended it all by himself. We would have lost if he hadn't interfered at that moment, Seraphal told her sister, a bit serious than her usual jovial mood. While it is true that we 5 fought in the war together, but it was him who ended it. Had it not been for him, the war would have dragged on for a few years more, probably. He appeared when we had no hope of winning and turned the tables in an instant. He wasn't exactly an active participant in the war, but never mind that. You know what he did. He alone took down an army of 8,000 devils ranging from ultimate class to low Satan class, then proceeded to beat the shit out of the descendants of the original Satans. All that in an hour, give or take. Now that's what I call a legitimate badass. Sears added with stars in his eyes as he remembered the best fight he had seen in his life. Well, not really a fight, more like an one-sided massacre. The younger devils could only gape like a fish as no voice came out of their mouth. Sure, they knew that Searsx and Serafal were powerful, but this guy took it to a whole nother level. All the while the Phenex siblings could only awe at how badass, in the words of Searsx, their eldest brother was. And to think that they share the same blood as the strongest devil, and yet they were nothing more than commoners in the underworld. It was kind of shameful, they thought to themselves as their head hung low. The adults could only chuckle when they saw the reactions of the younger generation. They themselves had the same look when they saw the fight between Naruto and the old Satan faction. Graphia pinched Searsx's cheeks, causing him to whimper. Please refrain yourself from using such language in front of the young devils, Searsx-sama, she stated with a cold voice. But you yourself said that it was badass, whined Searsx as he massaged his swollen cheek. Oni-sama used to do things in a way that made them look badass, Graphia replied with a sad smile, remembering her brother figure who taught her many things and made her realize that she should listen to her heart more often, which in turn led her to joining the anti-Satan faction. Oni-sama? Almost every young one shouted at Graphia. That's right, kiddos. Graphia here considered him a big brother and looked up to him, always trying to earn his praise. Lord Gremory told the chibis as Graphia nodded with a straight face, though a tinge of red appeared on her cheeks due to embarrassment. I am pretty sure that Ajuka-tan has that video of Naruto-tan fighting, Serafal quipped with a big smile on her face. Ahahahahaha. Naruto himself told Ajuka to make the video, didn't he? Asked Lord Cetri as the other adults laughed, remembering the scene. It was seriously wicked. Lady Biel and Cyrurg Biel had too joined in sometime earlier when they saw all the adults of famous household together. Cyrurg was clearly excited to meet this guy who could defeat the 4 Satans with his bare hands. That's exactly what he was looking for. Anyo mama, papa, Revel said timidly as everyone looked towards her. Yes dear, Relina replied. Do you have Big Brother's photos or something? I want to see him, she said, while fidgeting with her fingers. The couple smiled at their daughter. Lady Phenex snapped her fingers and an album appeared on her lap. It was small in size and had a chibi Naruto as the cover page. This album was something that she always kept with herself, no matter where she went. It was something she held very dear to herself. Everyone scooted closer to Lady Phenex to take a look at the Prince of the Underworld. Lady Phenex opened the album and the very first photo was of Lady Phenex in the maternity ward as she held the newly born baby Naruto close to herself with a few Phenex family members standing around her. Next photo showed a 2-year-old Naruto wearing a fox outfit with ears and tails. Every girl present there let out a squeal and the males in the room cringed at their high voice. Oh, he's so cute, Lady Cetri crooned and the other ladies nodded in agreement. As the photos went by, almost everyone could feel the changes in the persona of the Devil Prince. His eyes grew colder and colder by each passing page. They became so cold that even Graphia had to suppress a shiver. But that didn't change the fact that he was impossibly handsome, that made the girls blush hard while the males grumbled something about damned Casanovas. The album ended with a picture of a 17-year-old Naruto with a girl who had her arms wrapped around his neck as she kissed him on the cheek while he held her close, and 2 other people who stood around them. All of them giving a victory sign towards the camera. One could see that even though he was still wearing an emotionless mask, a small smile and a faint blush was evident on his face. The girl that was kissing Naruto in the picture had snow-white hair that reached past her hips and was insanely beautiful. Her face and figure were so damn fine that one could say that she made Gabriel look like an everyday woman. The males present tried their best to suppress the blush that was slowly forming on their cheeks, and the females could only pout at the looks of the girl in the photo. However, there was something strange about that photo. The adults in the room, excluding Relina, felt an odd sense of familiarity as they stared at the photo. It was as if they knew who the girl was, but try as they might, nothing came to their mind. Relina gazed at the elders in the room, her mouth slowly turning into a sad smile. She knew exactly what was going on with them, but she remained silent. Shaking her head, she closed the album and the room fell quiet. Revel was about to ask some questions regarding the girl in the photo but stopped midway when she saw small water droplets falling on top of the album. She looked up and was shocked to see her mother crying. In the 16 years of being alive, Revel had never seen her strong and happy-go-lucky mother cry like this, and the same can be said about the other Phenex siblings and their peerages. This was probably the first time that they ever seen the lady of the House of Phenex crying. Putting those thoughts in the back of their minds, they quickly made way towards their mother and gave her a comforting hug. If only he was here with us, with me, she whispered the last part to herself. You all would have loved him, he was great with kids. Not to mention his cooking, sobs, and boy do I miss him. She let her tears fall freely this time as her thumb ran over the chibi Naruto lovingly. It was a bit weird, that even though she was crying, there was a small smile present on her face. Relina herself wondered why she was crying all of a sudden. Why now of all times? Was it the memories that were triggered due to the album, or was it the fact that it had been 200 years since she last saw her son? She knew very well that he was alive, but still, a mother has the right to worry. No, worried because she knew that problems followed her son like a ghost, and her son, being the idiot he is, instead of being afraid of them or instead of running away from them, used to challenge them head on. The adults could only look at her solemnly while praying to the great Mao for the return of the eldest Phenex sibling. They too knew that he was alive out there. Somewhere, he was too much of a bastard to die anyway. The mothers present in the room could understand how the matriarch of the Phenex household was feeling. Before the atmosphere could dampen even more, the lone window in the room unbolted and a strong breeze blew past everyone, making them shiver. Everyone's eyes widened to an almost unbelievable level when they all heard a smooth yet a mature voice that said, "Please don't cry, mother, tears really don't suit you." Their eyes snapped towards the now open window and they could have sworn that they saw a silhouette of a person standing with his back towards them, with two big-ass swords strapped on his back as it slowly faded into the black of the night. They all looked back at Lady Phenex, who touched her cheeks to find all her tears gone. She gave a goofy grin, almost similar to the ones Naruto had in his younger years in the photos. "Dear, was that?" Before Lord Phenex could complete the question, Lady Phenex replied. "Yup. It means that." Lord Phenex was again interrupted. "Yup," she replied as she started to laugh hysterically, surprising everyone, well, mainly the younger ones. "Dom, that dramatic child of mine," continued Lady Phenex while laughing like crazy. The adults themselves looked on the verge of tears after hearing the voice of the person they hadn't heard for about 2 centuries. After a few seconds, all the adults, meaning Lord and Lady Gremory, Cirzex, Graphia, Lord and Lady Citri, Serafal, Lady Biel, and lastly Lord and Lady Phenex, comically yelled together, scaring the younger ones in the room. In the master bedroom of his house, Naruto suddenly rose up from his bed all covered in sweat. Panting heavily, he realized that his hands had unconsciously grabbed his swords. His eye immediately went towards the beautiful black bracelet hanging on the wrist of his right hand. It glowed purple for a few seconds before it disappeared from its place as if it wasn't there from the very beginning. These never-ending nightmares. Man, they sucked. Naruto shook his head to clear his mind and got out of the bed to do his daily chores. Pam had left yet again to gather information about the potential attack that was about to happen. Most probably in a few days. He hoped so, because it's been quite some time since he had fought someone. He quickly made his way towards the bathroom, freshened himself up and entered the kitchen to make some breakfast, knowing that Pam will be back from her mission anytime soon. Naruto felt someone appearing on his roof. He did not need to look to know who the new arrival was, as he was already waiting for him so far. Making sure that the food was done, he made his way towards the roof of his house. "You seem to be enjoying your time," Naruto said, entering the roof. His voice was soft, but it was clear enough to be heard by the person in front of him. "Of course," came the laid-back reply. In front of Naruto was a black-haired man with ridiculous blonde bangs. 6 pairs of angel-like wings, darker than the sky at night, protruding out of his back. Yes, the one standing in front of him was a fallen angel, not just any fallen angel, it was the leader of their faction. His appearance was not as attractive as the other supernatural beings whom Naruto had known so far. He did not have that unearthly attractiveness and beauty that most of the supernatural beings possessed. In fact, his appearance can be considered very plain and normal as a handsome and a dandy male human that was in his mid-30s. Looking further, one could notice that his stance was slouched, but Naruto could easily see past that mask. Behind the laid-back attitude was hidden scary ruthlessness, forged from betrayals and thousands of years of experiences. After all, his own beloved father had forsaken him and turned him into a scapegoat, a millennia ago. He was the Archangel of Doom and the leader of the fallen angel faction, Azazil. "Azazil," Naruto said, his voice void of any emotion that made the now named Azazil to straighten up immediately. Azazil knew exactly who this guy was, and he also knew what he was capable of. After all, he had been working for him as his agent Fox for many years. Azazil definitely didn't want to remember their first meeting, in which the said blonde had almost killed him just because he had tried to flirt with a particular girl of his team. but after looking at that girl, Azazil thought that the beating was worth it. Now, the very same Phenex was Azazil's best spy. What were the odds of that happening? Naruto had made Azazil swear on his title as the leader of the fallen angels that he will not tell anyone who he was or what his real identity was. Azazil agreed, knowing that it wasn't his place to do so anyway. If the person wanted to keep his identity a secret, then so be it. Naruto, you know that when we are alone you don't have to be so formal. Azazil tried to reduce the tension in the air. Of course, why not, you useless pervert, Naruto said nonchalantly. Azazil gained a tick mark on his forehead when he heard the nickname that his favorite spy has given him all those years ago. He wasn't useless, damn it. Well, at least according to himself. I am not useless, shouted the leader of fallen angels. Sure you're not, Naruto replied in such a tone that it pissed off Azazil even more. Now he was regretting the fact that he let Naruto drop his business mode. From how urgent your call was, I bet this is a very important matter. Yes, it is about one of your subordinate. What about my subordinate? No one had pissed you off, right? They must have a death wish if they do that. Naruto frowned when he heard Azazil. What do you think I am? A homicidal maniac? He questioned, as his frown deepened. Who knows, maybe you're not, Azazil replied with a roughish grin. Let's get back to our discussion and stop changing the subject. You useless pervert, act like a responsible adult for once, Naruto said in a bored tone. Where is the fun in that? Azazil pouted in mock sadness when he saw Naruto's lone eye. Behind the mask, narrowing dangerously, he raised his hands in a surrendering manner. Okay. Geez, kids these days don't have a sense of humor at all, so, who is it? Gabriel. Before Naruto could finish his explanation, Azazil interrupted him with a loud face palm. What has that idiot done this time? Azazil sounded sour and annoyed. Well, Naruto began, he had stolen 3 Excalibur fragments. He did what? And has made plans to assassinate Searzek's and Seraphal's little sister. Fuck. Azazil summed up colorfully. Naruto watched as Azazil rubbed his forehead. The fallen angel governor was clearly frustrated. I was going to ask you if you have any idea who else was in it, but, after looking at your reaction, the answer is obviously no, Naruto replied. He should have known about these things himself, but for the last few years he had stopped going to Grigori and had made very few visits, so, he wasn't sure if Gabriel was alone in this or not. Damn right. I am tired of war and senseless death, it is all I have known for most of my life. I am content with this current peaceful life, Naruto. No way in burning hell will I ever spike another war knowing that Grigori is still the lowest of 3 factions in terms of population. Naruto grinned behind his mask when he heard that. Yeah, your faction is the lowest in number, but it is more advanced than the devil and angel factions, you useless pervert. Flattery will get you nowhere, brat, Azazil smiled ruefully. It is the truth though, I, myself am responsible to a certain degree for your faction being so high-tech. But, devil faction has a juka. Honestly, that brat's mind is scary, but of course no one comes near your level, maybe except your so-called master, teased Azazil. Well, Ajuka has lost his drive to create anything, let alone something that can provoke another war, though creation of evil pieces could have led to another war but it didn't. Now, he is just creating some games for amusement. Well, there were a few interesting games that I appreciated, but I think I need to have a good talk with him regarding the distribution of the evil pieces, Naruto replied, while completely ignoring the master part. You do realize that the others will feel threatened by it, don't you, Naruto? Honestly, something that can reincarnate humans and other races as devil, who wouldn't feel threatened? His initial reason behind creating the pieces was to have some fun. Bolstering devil population was just a bonus for him and us, says the faction with largest population in the world. Hey, don't be a sore loser, you useless pervert, damn brat, stop calling me that. Both of them were silent after that, gazing at the starry sky, with gentle breeze caressing their hair as the moonbeam shone above them, illuminating the magnificent view of the modern city of New Zealand. After enjoying the comfortable silence for a few more minutes, Naruto decided to continue their conversation. What will you do about your brother? Azazil did not answer him instantly. The leader of the fallen rubbed his unshaved chin and put on a pensive face, his eyebrows furrowed in deep thought. I think, Azazil spoke, after contemplating about it for a long time, I'll let him to do what he wants, until he tries to kill the Satan sisters. That's when I will jump in and kill Gabriel. It will spike another war if those two girls were to die. Naruto held his urge to sigh after hearing that. After a few seconds Naruto decided to ask the question that has been lingering on his mind for a while. Are you really going to use him as a scapegoat? I mean, he is your brother, right? Naruto watched with fascination as Azazil's face shifted into a bitter expression. Sometimes, a single sacrifice is needed for the sake of thousands. Naruto, the Archangel of Doom, spoke with a melancholy tone. Naruto was also spotting a similar expression beneath his mask. He knew exactly how Azazil felt right now. It was a hard choice, but as the leader, he could not do anything else. Real life was not a fairy tale, it was hard and unforgiving. He could only swallow and accept it. It was bitter. It was sad, however, for the betterment of the future, it was crucial and needed. What exactly are you planning? Naruto asked curiously. He knew Azazil isn't the type to just kill his own subordinate. A cadre in that regards, just like that, he was known to possess a very advanced and a strategic mind, with Falbium Asmodeus coming second after him. Now, where is the fun in that? Nay? Azazil's face turned back to the goofy mask he usually wore. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. He neared Azazil menacingly with a tick mark on his head. Golden aura blazed around him and the temperature rose in a blink of an eye. Lone eye that can be seen through the mask started glowing ominously. The cold night around them immediately turned as hot as a midday. Not just any midday of the freaking Sahara Desert. Wait. Time out. I was just joking. I will tell you. Stop harassing me, Naruto. Azazil's nervous shout echoed. Naruto did not care and kept walking forward. It was only thanks to the barrier that Naruto had put around his house that the sudden spike in energy went unnoticed. Otherwise he was sure that every supernatural being within a few miles around them would have felt his power. The barrier itself was special. It was created with pure natural energy and only skilled senjutsu users like Sun Wukong or God-class beings will ever be able to sense it. Others, such as the Nekosho in Gramarie's peerage, would not be able to feel it, as her senses would only tell her it was merely natural energy in the air, not like she was in New Zealand anyway. After Naruto had enough of knocking some sense into the irresponsible leader, he let down the barrier, but not before compressing his energy to a bare minimum. One could see the comical sight of Azazil lying flat on his stomach, whimpering and rubbing the bumps on his head. Next to the governor of Grigori, Naruto stood with a satisfied expression on his face. Not that Azazil could see it. Sometimes, it felt really good to have the leader of a faction as a punching bag. Damn, don't you have respect for your elders? Azazil grumbled amid his pain. Respect is earned, Azazil, not served on a silver platter. Only fools respect others without good reason. Shay, smart ass. Naruto stared down at Azazil, who was still sitting on the floor. Now, tell me. After giving a long suffering sigh, Azazil caved in. I wanted to use this chance to create an alliance between the three factions. Naruto blinked as the gears inside his head stopped working. What did the crazy old man just say? After a few seconds, he mumbled dumbly, huh? What? Is it that hard for you to understand? Azazil asked in bewilderment. Naruto, who felt like he was being toyed with, could not help but feel annoyed. He cracked his knuckles menacingly and it instantly brought Azazil's teasing to an end. Okay. I will stop. Just don't be violent. I can't take it any more than this. Azazil grumbled. He took a deep breath and then explained. I am tired of this continuous fighting, Naruto. A fight that has no end, a fight that has no reason either, and it has caused so much death and so much pain, not just for one faction. I don't want the younger generation to suffer the same fate as us. I want them to be free, and this alliance is my only option. Did you practice that speech? Asked a slightly impressed Naruto. Obviously. How did I do? Naruto did a gesture with his hand, kinda like flip-flopping. That meant that the speech was so-so. Azazil gave a pout but decided to ask about Naruto's opinion regarding his offer. So, what do you think? You do realize that it is not going to be easy for you, you useless pervert. Zexi or Blondie-kun won't believe it in face value. As a matter of fact, no one is going to believe it, because it's you. Biwahahahahahahahahaha. Azazil laughed boisterously when he heard Naruto's chosen nickname for the Crimson Satan and the Prince of Heaven. Zexi? Blondie-kun? Now, You're the most disrespectful brat I have ever met in my whole immortal life. I understands you were pals with Searzek Lucifer, but to call Michael like that, bawahahahaha. Naruto looked at Azazil with a raised eyebrow. Well, I really don't like formalities at all. I can call whoever I want, whatever I want. Only you, Naruto, only you, bawahahahahahahaha. Azazil slapped his knee as he kept laughing madly. Naruto sighed in exasperation and waited for the fallen angel to stop. He can't really tell Azazil that Grigori wasn't the only faction he was working with, but Azazil would know soon enough. When Azazil finally stopping 5 minutes later, Naruto continued their paused conversation. Will you bring up their existence in the meeting too? Azazil immediately understood what Naruto meant. He nodded firmly. You know, putting 3 factions leader in the same place will make for a very good lure for them, Naruto continued, baiting Azazil's reaction. The fallen angel leader smirked challengingly. He then replied to the blonde devil, well, it is another point I have in my mind. To be honest, if they are really going to attack, it will be a good enough proof for the importance of our alliance. Naruto couldn't help but whistle appreciatively. Very shrewd. Why, thank you, Azazil replied in a sarcastic tone. That wasn't exactly a compliment, it seemed like one to me. Naruto sat on the floor next to Azazil and they came to another comfortable silence, Azazil smiling at their casual banter. It had taken him decades to get a single word out of the Phenex mouth. Their early meetings used to end in 2 minutes flat. His agent Fox would come, hand him the necessary information and leave. That's it. Times sure have changed since then and it was a happy change. He had worked really hard to earn the blonde's trust. This conversation was a proof of it. By the way, how is Valley? Naruto suddenly asked. Azazil shrugged. Still a disrespectful brat like you. No, scratch that. He's even worse. The only thing he seems to care for is fighting and becoming strong. He has got the Lucifer blood in him, you know. Sometimes, it is hard to control the urge. Well, at least he has a good relationship with the Vanishing Dragon. Whatever you taught him, created a good foundation for him. I am confident to say that he is the strongest Hikuryuko to ever live. Naruto's eyebrow rose in amusement. The kid finally showed his fangs, huh? Yeah, and sharpest one in that. Naruto suddenly got up from his position and glanced at Azazil. Well, I really want to see the growth of the white hatchling. Last one was said to be the strongest and all it took was 8 seconds to. Well, you know what, and I believe that you were going to send him to retrieve Gabriel, right? How did you figure that out? Azazil questioned with a raised eyebrow. Call it a hunch, Naruto shrugged. By the way, how is the curse coming along? Asked Naruto, with a small smirk behind the mask. You don't get to ask, damn it, Azazil yelled at Naruto. I had many harems before, and now, I am bound to a single woman. Do you know what happens when you have to suddenly change your whole damn lifestyle? Azazil continued, with crocodile tears rolling down his cheeks. Naruto's smirk widened even more behind the mask. The particular female with whom Azazil had tried to flirt, had placed a curse on him, a curse due to which, he was now bound to a single woman for eternity. Not saying that I don't love her or anything, but still, Azazil whined as he punched the floor beneath him. The woman with whom he was now mated, bound whatever you want to call it, was a human once. Azazil after some time had told her the truth about his real identity as a fallen angel, but that didn't stop that woman from loving him. She was now a resurrected fallen angel with 4 pair of wings. Her name was Josephine Hall, quite an interesting one, that woman. It was your own fault, you useless pervert. This is what happens when you bite off more than you can chew. Especially when you don't even know what you are biting, Naruto replied, as his lone eye turned soft behind the mask. All this talk made him remember his times with his team. Those were the days. None of the person spoke for a few minutes, calmly enjoying the silence. Putting aside the past and all, what are you going to do now? Azazil questioned. He wondered whether Naruto will himself intervene and take care of things. The Phenex Prince was a big softy when it came to children in the younger generation, just like him, and not just that, the man was good with kids as well. Strange, I guess, it's time for a comeback, Naruto replied with a mad smirk behind his mask, his form glinting gold. Azazil quickly moved a few meters back, knowing full well what was going to happen. He was pretty sure that by the time Valley will arrive at the scene, Gabriel would be history. With that said, Naruto went back inside his house where Pam was already waiting for him. So finally it's time, I see, Azazil smirked as he commented on Naruto's reply. I am going to need your help, Naruto, if I want to guarantee world peace. World peace. Damn, that sounded so awesome. Now, while the idea was indeed awesome, Azazil was well aware of the fact that it wasn't an easy task. As a matter of fact, it was the most difficult task, and if anyone was capable of completing it, it was Naruto Phenex. Azazil promised himself that he was going to provide as much help as he can to make sure that the Phenex succeeds. After contemplating for a few more minutes, Azazil went back to watching the beautiful scenery in front of him and marveled at the beauty of the world. Inside the house, Pam slowly ate the godly, devilishly tasty food that was being served to her by her master. It was quite amusing, given the fact that she was the servant and it was the master who was serving her. Quite the irony. It wasn't like she can't cook food or anything, it was just that she sucked at cooking. Every time she tried to cook for her beloved master, she would either blow up the kitchen or burn the whole house down. How the hell did she manage to do that? Naruto still had no idea. So, what have you got? Naruto asked, as he took a bite of his food. Can I at least finish the delicious food, master? Pam whined with a pout on her face. You do realize that the life of two heiresses is in danger, right? Which means that they could probably die in the little skirmish, replied Naruto. You were not going to let that happen anyway. Pam mumbled to no one in particular. She then straightened herself up and cleared her throat, her tone changing from her usual playful one to a mature and serious one. It was her official business tone that she had learned from her master after living 50 years with him. I succeeded in hacking the church's databank and gained the information on the exorcists who are going to Japan to retrieve the stolen holy swords. Naruto's eye narrowed as he concentrated. This was time for being serious. Getting a nod from her master, she continued, from what I could gather, the church has decided to send 2 young exorcists. One of them is a natural-born holy sword wielder and the current wielder of Durandal, while the other one is non-natural and has been trained to be an exorcist. As of now, both girls' exorcists are currently on their way to Japan. Here is their biodata, she said, and a magic circle with House of Phenig's crest appeared on the table. From the magic circle, a stack of paper popped out, and Naruto started reading them. Zenobia, Quarta, is she related to Griselda by any chance? Naruto murmured as he read the name of the exorcist whose biodata he was holding. Griselda Quarta was a nun and one of the best exorcists of the heaven, as she liked to call herself. Did a few missions with her here and there. As to how he met her, well, that is a story for another time. Maybe she adopted her, or a relative perhaps. She hasn't married, so obviously this Zenobia person isn't her daughter. Pam gave her input and Naruto nodded. And the other person, Irina Shido. Naruto thought out loud. Now he needed to talk to Gabriel about sending 2 kids to retrieve the fragments of Excalibur and fight a Kadri-level fallen angel. Did they want them dead or something? So, what do you think? Naruto asked his queen, to hear her thoughts about it. To be honest, I can't help but think that the church is sending these 2 girls to their death. However, the better question is, what are you going to do now, master? Pam gave her answer, all the while voicing the question that had been on her mind lately. Naruto sighed. This was the second time he was being asked the same question in a span of 10 minutes. Just like I told Azazil, it's time to show our faces to the world. Muahaha ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed like crazy, a habit he had picked from his master, before he was hit by her queen on the back of his head. She might be his servant, but that didn't stop her from keeping her master in line. But seriously though, is it time already? Asked Pam one last time, just to confirm her doubt. Of course, dear, and finally I can meet my family, and so can you, he told her with a sad smile on his face. He shook his head again to get rid of his depression, because it was time to fight. Hell yeah. Pam smiled, seeing her master, as he showed a rare smile on his face that wasn't being forced. What she didn't mention was that she too was excited to officially meet the 4 great Satans, archangels, and her master's family. A week later, well, ain't that something? Naruto spoke to himself as he sat on the top of a nearby building, all the while looking down towards the crimson-haired 18-year-old girl who was currently taking part in a little skirmish in front of the Kuo Academy. She was a pretty little thing with the familiar crimson-colored hair and blue-green eyes that he recognized all too well. If it was not for the crimson color of the hair, then he would have mistaken her for Venelena Gremory, but he knew exactly who the little girl was. She was Rias Gremory, the heir of the Gremory household, the younger sister of the Crimson Satan, the Crimson Ruin Princess, yada yada yada. He watched her fight the 10-winged fallen angel with her peerage by her side, and to his surprise 2 followers of the church, with one wielding a holy sword, Mimic, and the other wielding the Durandal, were also there. Amazingly enough, they were fighting alongside the Gremory peerage and not against them. Quite an interesting development. I don't understand why do they give such swords to kids who don't even know how to use it to its full potential, he again whispered to himself. Scanning the academy for other signatures, he was able to sense another group of devils. From what he could tell, they were trying to uphold the barrier that was created to protect the surrounding areas. The devil energy signature felt strongly like that of the sea trees. He immediately knew it was Sona's sea tree and her peerage. He stayed put in his place and continued watching the fight that was going on in front of him. Not before. He blinked rapidly when the Gremory girl was blasted back via Kokebiel's attack, only for the Red Dragon Emperor to catch her. They won't last long against Kokebiel, he thought as he had his arms crossed against his chest. They're nowhere near that kind of level. Now that I think about it, why aren't their older brother, sister popping up? Isn't it about time? Either both of them have gone senile over the years or they have a bit too much faith in their siblings. I am actually a little disappointed. Alright, very disappointed. I thought that the little sister of that red-haired goof would be better than this, and of course not to mention the Red Dragon Emperor. How did he win against my idiot brother again? Oh right. Cheats. Naruto sighed and kept on rambling to himself. I guess I got my hopes up for nothing. He cracked his fingers in anticipation of the upcoming fight, before his focus went towards the Red Dragon Emperor that stood protectively in front of his king. I better stop these kids from getting killed. Bunch of whippersnappers trying to take down a cadre-level fallen angel who is also a supposed warmonger. Damn rookies. But you know what? I think that I am going to have some real fun. He smirked to himself, thinking about different ways to humiliate the 10-winged bastard before Valley arrives and disrupts the party. He had told Pam to look for a lost artifact in the meantime. She didn't like fighting weak people, and it was better that way. She had a tendency of taking things a bit too far when fighting a weak opponent who thinks of herself as the top dog. Not that he cared about the fallen bastard, but doing that in front of the kids can be quite traumatizing for them. And with that, he disappeared from the rooftop, outside KUOH Academy. ISSSEEE. Rias Gremory shouted as she slid along the floor and caught her pawn Issei Hyodo before he could hit the ground, cradling his head in her lap while he tried to catch his breath. President, he winced out. Rias cupped his face, trying to shush him. Don't talk right now, concentrate on gathering your energy, she chided. Making sure that her pawn was all right, she glanced around the battlefield. All her peerage members were currently down and out for the count. Her knight, Kiba Yuto, bishop, Asia and rook, Kaneko Tujo were already unconscious, and her wounded queen, Akeno Hamejima, was standing defensively in front of them. To her right, the church follower Irina was laying flat on the ground while Xenovia was on her last legs. She was using the Durandal to keep herself upright. Looking behind her, she gazed in the direction of Sona and her peerage and could see that they would not be able to keep the barrier up for much longer. Stay behind me, President, she heard her pawn speak. Issei stood up shakily, the gem on his boosted gear glowing bright green. No, eyes, you're not strong enough, she said, grabbing his arm tightly. You'll die if you continue to fight in such a state. In front of her, the fallen angel Kokebiel was laughing like a madman as he began listing reasons why he would not fail and how he would make their deaths as painful as possible. Stay with me, eyes. Stay with me, Rias whispered to her pawn as she held her arms around Issei protectively, daring the fallen angel to make a move. Time to die, Gremory, Kokebiel called out. Several light weapons began appearing behind him. All Rias could do was gulp and grip Issei even more tighter. It was times like this that she wished she was not so weak. Why couldn't she be more like her brother and sister-in-law? I think that's enough, Kokebiel-chan. A rather childish voice was heard by everyone in the vicinity. A small knife-like thing whizzed past the young ones with tremendous speed and embedded itself into the shoulder of Kokebiel, making him shriek in pain. WHO dares! Kokebiel roared, looking around frantically for the person who had the nerve to hit him. IDAARED, Elf-kun, Naruto said in his usual sing-song voice. Kokebiel narrowed his eyes to see who it was, and the moment his eyes met the lone draconic eye of the intruder, he knew it was his last day. Yo, you are Agent Fox, aren't you? Kokebiel said as he started taking steps back,
scared of the person that had landed in front of him. He knew about Agent Fox, the best spy ever, the cruel guardian of the fallen angels, etc. etc. This guy was responsible for the death of a lot of rogue and nasty fallen angels who either tried going against Azazil or did something that made Naruto mad. Up till now, Gabriel had done his best to keep himself out of his shit list, but now, well. Correct you are, Elf-kun. Now why don't you straighten yourself up so that we can have a good fight, Naruto said. Fool. Who do you think you are talking to? I am a Kataria-level fallen angel. I participated in the Great War. You are nothing compared to me. Gabriel shouted, trying to show that he wasn't scared of him at all. Naruto simply rose his eyebrow a bit before snapping his fingers. The said action caused a firewall to be erected between himself and the kids behind him. It was just to make sure that the kids remain safe while they fight. He also decided to use normal fire for now, because using his original one would be a dead giveaway. With that done, he turned towards the now enraged fallen angel and said, now then, shall we? Naruto made a come and get me gesture with his free hand, while the other one remained inside his pocket. Feeling mocked, Gabriel snarled as he rushed towards him in order to start a hand-to-hand combat. Now going against Naruto in hand-to-hand combat of all things was what many would consider as plain death or suicide. However, this fool wasn't exactly very well informed. So, just like everyone, Gabriel started with an obvious kick to the temple, to which Naruto merely ducked, making the kick look like a total waste. Not wasting any time, Gabriel tried to go for his legs by sweeping to make him lose his footing. However, Naruto simply stepped backwards. He then followed up with a left jab, making Naruto tilt his head to the other side. The same routine went on for a good 5 minutes. Each time Gabriel would try a new attack, Naruto would easily dodge it or outmaneuver it. Gabriel was starting to get annoyed by each passing second, and it was showing in his movements. He had tried every single combo that he had learned over the 1,000 years of his life, and yet, none of the attacks seemed to connect. So, either he was doing it wrong or the person in front of him was way too fast and agile. All the while Naruto could only look at the fallen angel with a bored eye. And he wanted to start a war. Really? Naruto thought inside his mind as he kept on dodging the attacks. Naruto closed his lone eye and sighed. He thought that this was going to be fun and all, but it turned out rather dull. Sensing a sudden spike in his opponent's power, he opened his eye halfway, only to find a smirking Gabriel floating in the air with a whole lot of elephant-sized light spears sailing towards him. Before Naruto could move or react, the spears poured down on him. A large blast rang throughout the school and the ground shook because of the impact. The barrier made by Sona Citri and her peerage shattered into a million fragments. Rias and Akano, along with the now awake church members, could only wonder what was happening on the other side of the firewall. Not wanting to waste any time, they started healing the injured, all the while thinking about the person that had intervened to save their lives. Back to the fight. You see this, boy? This is what happens when you mess with someone who is above you. You ignorant fool. Gabriel yelled, a triumphant smirk on his face, thinking that he had won the fight, his eyes staying at the smoke and the floating debris. Now then, it's time to take down. The words died in his mouth when the smoke suddenly dissipated and the supposed dead person was seen standing in between a perfect circle made by the light spears, tut-tutting and shaking his head in a negative motion. This time both his hands were inside his pockets. What the foo? Thought a terrified Gabriel. He was very much sure that his attacks had made connection with the blonde in front of him, so why was he standing there as if nothing had happened? Why was he in perfect condition? The attack should have done at least some damage, right? Before he could voice his questions, he was brought down from the sky to the ground when he felt a tremendous amount of energy leaking from the blonde in front of him. This energy felt so dark, so vile, just like a devil's. Gabriel's eyes widened to impossible levels as realization dawned upon him. Naruto, after taking the stupid attack head on which he had obviously dodged, rather neatly I might add, had decided to finish this so-called fight. He released about 5% of his energy, which was enough to bring the Kataria-level fallen angel down on his knees. The fallen angel wasn't the only one who was affected by the sudden burst of energy. The others present within the premises also dropped to the ground due to the unbearable pressure. It was as if the atmosphere itself was trying to suffocate them, trying to tell them how weak and helpless they were in front of such a force. Gabriel, though, had began to sweat, barely able to stand due to the pressure. Rias and Akano, who were laying flat on the ground, swallowed the lump in their throat as they felt the power emitting from the area where the fight was going on. It made their power look so tiny in comparison.
The only other person who Rias could think of having a power like this was her brother. No, even her brother's power weren't this dark. While they were not able to watch the fight directly, they could tell that this power didn't belong to Gabriel. It was way too dark to be a fallen angel's. This power felt just like a devil's. That was like super ultra mega boring. Gabriel heard the devil speak. He tried his best to stand back up, but his legs felt like jelly. All he could do now was shake in fear as he knew that his death was inevitable. Naruto reached the now downed fallen angel and slammed his foot on Gabriel's back, which made the fallen angel to lay flat on the ground. Lifting his foot from his back, Naruto slammed it again on the crow's head so hard that a loud crunch echoed throughout the battlefield, indicating that the fallen angel's skull has been fractured. Before Gabriel could even cry out in pain, Naruto had already grabbed his wings, wings that the fallen angel was so proud of, wings that signified their rank, wings that Naruto hated so much. The moment Gabriel felt his wings being grabbed, he knew exactly what was about to happen, so, in order to save himself from that particular humiliation, he collected whatever power he had and lifted his head from the ground, ignoring the pain coursing through his whole body, especially his head, and looked at the blonde standing above him. Tears were streaming down his cheeks, blood dripping from his nose and his face all muddy. In a desperate tone, he pleaded to Naruto, please. Don't. His sentence was cut short by Naruto, who looked at him with his cold emotionless eyes and said, you are not worthy of these. With a powerful tug, Naruto plucked all the 10 wings at once. Argh! Screamed the fallen angel to the very heavens as immeasurable pain shot through his back. The devils nearby winced hard when they heard the shrill cry. Naruto threw the wings aside. The moment they touched the ground, they started burning and soon there was nothing left of them. He then bent downwards to take a look at the pathetic face of the now whimpering fallen angel. He grabbed his hair and lifted his head up to make sure that he was eye to eye with him. Yo, you are add devil, aren't you? Gabriel muttered weakly. Naruto could tell that the crow didn't have much time left, so, being the gentleman that he is, he decided to answer his question. Yes, I am, he replied in a voice devoid of any emotion. Then why have you been working WW with the fallen angels? Gabriel further inquired, his eyes almost closing, as he barely clung to consciousness. Because I made a promise to someone, Naruto replied curtly. Gabriel gave a dry chuckle, so that damn Lucifer was alright about you. Yo, you are Naruto Phenex, the one W who was responsible for the destruction of the whole Lucifod. You are much more of a monster than I am. Gabriel spat. Naruto didn't reply this time and remained silent. Having heard the fallen angel, Naruto stood up calmly and replied, if you are done, then allow me to give you a very painful yet a very fast death. Naruto opened his palm and tiny fireballs appeared on the tips of his fingers. Soon, those tiny fireballs started converging at the center of his palm to form a bigger, brighter fireball. This, however, wasn't just normal fire manipulation, this was hellfire manipulation. To put it simply, it was like taking normal fire manipulation to a whole new level. Time for a history lesson. The hellfire manipulation allows the user to generate and control the cursed flames of hell, which can completely destroy anything. Hellfire can cause excruciating pain upon contact or in some cases, instant death. They were kinda like Amaterasu, a.k. The black flames, in nature, except the fact that they didn't burn continuously for 7 days and 7 nights. Hellfire was used for instant results. Naruto first thought of renaming it to Dark Fire Manipulation, but seeing that his fire was golden of all colors, he decided to drop that name. This particular manipulation had various limitations. Firstly, the flames created are very difficult to control, and may cause lethal backfire if not handled properly. Second came the compatibility. This was a very important factor when it came to learning hellfire manipulation. If one is not compatible with the hellfire, she will get burned by them, leading to their immediate death. Thirdly, these flames were inextinguishable by normal measures, making it even more difficult for the user to control them. However, if one was to learn it correctly and control them perfectly, this power alone was enough to put her at the same level as an ultimate class devil. So, due to hellfire's dangerous nature, this form had been declared as forbidden by the very first Phenex, as even she herself was not able to perfect it. And yes, the first Phenex is a woman. A rather arrogant one if someone was to ask Naruto. Sometimes Naruto wondered if his little brother Riser had been taught by her of all people. If that was the case, then he could understand the reason behind Riser being an arrogant ass. In order to learn the Hellfire manipulation, Naruto had locked himself in the basement of his house for 2 weeks straight. The basement was a very safe place which was specifically made for these type of experimentation. Imagine everyone's surprise when 2 weeks later he came up with a perfect golden ball in his hand with a tint of black at the very core of it. It looked like a tiny version of the sun, and the amount of energy that was being contained within that small ball was also incredible. It was enough to level the whole Phenex mansion 5 times over. Although, Naruto admitted that it would have taken him more than a couple of weeks to learn, if he had been alone. However, he had been helped by a certain someone who was too persistent to leave him alone, even when he told her that he didn't need her help. Now then, coming back to the present, Naruto took hold of the golden ball. It was barely the size of a golf ball, in one hand, and used the other hand to lift up the head of the fallen angel, and just like a mother would feed her child, Naruto fed the golden ball of energy very gently to the barely alive fallen angel, who unconsciously swallowed it. The second the ball went inside Kokebiel's stomach, his droopy eyes opened wide and he started screaming like a banshee. He could feel his insides melting slowly and painfully. He kept on screaming and shouting until the golden ball inside of him exploded, killing him instantly. The blast was so big that it took out a good chunk of the academy in the process. He's dead. Well, probably for the better, Naruto said to himself as he stood in the crater that was made by the blast. Definitely, for the better, he heard a voice inside his head. The fire wall separating him and the little devils, exorcists, disappeared, and so did the heavy pressure that had kept them pinned to the ground during the entire fight. They all gave a sigh of relief. The ones who had been unconscious earlier had also woken up a few moments ago, only to be slammed down again by the enormous pressure. They were glad that it was over. Slowly, they all stood up, dusted themselves, checked each other for injuries, all the while staring at the man in front of them with sheer amazement for being able to defeat such a powerful fallen angel so quickly. While they may have been fighting the fallen angel beforehand, it was not like they were even able to put a scratch on him. Although Rias, her peerage, and the 2 church members who were on the ground were not able to see what happened, except for the blinding golden light that flashed just before the blast, Sona and her peerage had seen the entire thing clearly. They all were impressed and scared at the same time, impressed because of his skills and scared because of his brutality. The moment the fight was over and the pressure had been lifted, Sona along with her peerage quickly made their way towards Rias' group to provide whatever help they can, making sure each and everyone was fine. The young ones noticed the man turn his head towards them ever so slightly before he turned it around just as quickly. Sona meanwhile had her eyes fixated on the man in front of them who, as of now, was walking towards them. She had to know who he was. Solving the puzzle, mystery, was part of being a C-tree. The gears inside her head were already working, trying to figure out who the mysterious figure was. Why was it that the guy seemed so familiar? Perhaps it was the devil-like energy she felt, or maybe it were those big-ass swords on his back, or maybe it was the golden ball thingy. As Naruto neared them, he sighed, knowing full well that the younglings would want some answers. Rias because she had the grammary curiosity and Sona because she had the C-tree brains. He could obviously ignore them, but it wouldn't be much entertaining that way. The more closer he came, the more clearer his appearance became. Now everyone could see that he was wearing a fox look-alike mask with only a single hole for the eye through which a bright blue eye could be seen. A hood was draped over his head and of course 2 big-ass swords that were strapped to his back. The swords definitely caught the interest of Kiba, Zenobia and Irina. All in all, he looked like a bounty hunter of sorts. "Yahoo! Young devils and exorcists, how you doin'?" he said in a childish and an excited tone, making them sweat drop a little. "We would like to ask a lot of questions, but before all that, thank you for saving us. Had it not been for you, we would have been killed," Rias whispered to him in a small voice, giving him a small bow at the end, as if imitating her. Everyone else followed suit and gave Naruto a bow of their own. "Now please tell me, just who are you?" questioned Rias, her curiosity getting the better of her. Everyone waited for a response from their mysterious savior. After a moment of silence they heard his voice. "I am an ally, so to speak. I was told by a certain individual to interfere in the fight if it got too dangerous for kiddos like you. No, wait, I did it so that I could add another cadre level angel to my kill list. Yes, that's exactly what I did. MMMHMMM. Naruto talked more to himself than the devils standing in front of him. "So you're a devil?" Rias asked him, That should be obvious given the nature of my energy, Naruto answered, his voice sounding more deeper than before. Then are you a reincarnated one or an official one? Questioned Sona. He let out a low chuckle at her question. I think, you already know the answer to that after watching the whole fight, he winked at her. So a high-class devil, now tell me what was that golden ball thingy that you Naruto clammed Sona's mouth shut with his fingers. Shush, Sarah has taught you well Sona, however, you still have a long way to go, Naruto said in a calm tone as he ruffled Sona's hair, who was surprisingly okay with it. Now Sona wasn't usually like this, all touchy and whatnot. Especially with strangers of all people, but the moment this mon's palm touched her head, a serene feeling washed over her whole body. She had never felt so calm in her whole life. A faint blush appeared on her cute little face. The other devils nearby could only gape at the scene, not exactly used to seeing Sona like this. Before she could lose herself even more, Sona came back to reality when she realized that the mysterious person has taken her sister's name. You know my sister? Sona asked, looking surprised while the small blush was still very much visible. Well, I actually know a lot of people, practically everybody, and that's all the answers you are getting tonight. So, go home. Your family should be worried about you or something. Naruto shooed the younglings off and himself disappeared from the scene, leaving behind a confused and a stunned audience. Don't you all realize who he was, young devils? Suddenly the voice of Diedrich came from Issei's gauntlet. Rias replied, but the rest remained silent, trying to think if they knew that guy. Sona however had her suspicion, she just needed some sort of proof to put forward her point. Really now, if that golden light and the devil-like energy was anything to go by, I would say it was certain Phenex. Then there was the firewall and finally the big-ass swords. Do I need to pronounce the name now? Diedrich's tone dripped with amusement. Two big-ass swords, golden energy, fire user, blue eye. Then it suddenly hit everyone, maybe except for Issei and the exorcists, like a ton of bricks on the head as they all said together. Fuck, they just met the strongest devil to ever live and they didn't even recognize it before it was too late. Now they needed to report to the underworld quickly, to give the elders a happy news. Naruto smirked from the rooftop as he looked at their reaction. As expected, he knew that Diedrich would recognize his energy signature. He can't hide that, though he wondered where the white one was. Has Azazil decided not to send him or what? Meh, who cares? He had other important things to worry about, like making an entry in the underworld and greeting his beloved family. Hierarchy has always been an important aspect of a society. If we consider a society to be a group of individuals of the same species who cooperate with each other for the benefit of the group as a whole, then it is reasonable to say that all societies are hierarchical to some degree. The very same can be said about the Devil Society. The Devil Society was composed of numerous clans, or as some would say households, pillars. These clans were given certain rankings on the basis of their abilities and skills. The rankings went something like this: Great King, Archduke, Prince, Duke, Great King being the highest, followed by Archduke, Prince, and then finally by Duke. Way before the Civil War, the only clans that held the rank of Great King were Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub, Asmodeus and Baal. When our dear protagonist became familiar with this particular information, he straight up went to the then leader of the underworld and questioned him, that on what basis were these clan rankings given. Rizavum, being the sadistic ass that he is, told him that it's all about power, my dear Naruto-kun. Naruto had literally taken Rizavum's word to heart, and a few years later, Phenex household was also added to the list of the highest-ranked clans of the underworld with the title of Great King. The situation, however, changed after the Civil War. The Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub and Asmodeus clans were no more except for their heirs and heiresses who were on the run for the time being. The Phenex had to deal with the disappearance of Naruto. Therefore, out of all the clans that held the rank of Great King, Baal clan was the only one that hadn't lost any major or important member, and because of that, they became the highest-ranked clan after the Civil War. Just below the Baal clan were the clans through which came the current Satans of the underworld, these clans being Gremory, Cetri, Astaroth and Glacia Labelas respectively. They were given the rank of Archduke. Phenex clan too was demoted to its previous rank, Archduke, due to obvious reasons. Below these were some other clans like Belial, Agaras, Paimon, etc., that held the rank of Prince and Duke, respectively. Coming back to the present, We find two heirs or rather heiresses of above-mentioned clans running hurriedly towards their respective homes in order to report about the recent happenings in Kuo. These two were none other than Sona Sitri and Rias Grammary. After a lengthy discussion in Kuo, both of them had decided to return to the underworld to deliver this particular news. Usually they would have sent someone else to do this sort of job, but this time they decided to do it themselves because they were pretty darn sure that this piece of information was going to create a whole lot of chaos in the underworld. And they simply can't wait to see that, and believe me, they weren't disappointed at all. Sitri household, say that again, sister, say that again? Came the shout of one Seraphal Leviathan. Seraphal Leviathan can be best described as an extremely beautiful girl, whose appearance resembled that of a teenager. She had long black hair that were tied into twin tails. She also had a childlike body, albeit with large breasts. However, there was a very good reason behind her rather strange appearance. Despite her childish looks, she was the strongest female devil in existence, for now. And as the name suggests, she was also one of the four great Satans. Before she was given the title of Leviathan, she was known as Seraphal Sitri, the heir of Sitri household, but now, the said title belonged to Sona Sitri, Seraphal's little sister. I said that we were saved by Naruto Phenex, Sona stated once again. She really loved the looks of shock, surprise present on the faces of her usually composed and dignified family. Are you sure it was him, Sona? Asked Lord Sitri, his gaze turning towards her youngest daughters, Queen. Tsubaki merely nodded her head in agreement. Lord Sitri looked like a man in his mid-30s. He had black hair and a pair of black eyes that neither of his children had inherited. He wore rather casual clothes. His choice of clothing and the way of talking made it easy for one to understand that he was a laid-back person. Can you tell us anything about him that might help us in confirming it? Lady Sitri asked Sona. Lady Sitri was basically the mature, older version of Sona, having same-length hair and similar-looking glasses that were resting on top of her head. Well, we weren't able to see his face to be exact, but he definitely had blue eyes. I actually and was using fire just like a Phenex member would. He also had two big-ass swords like we saw in the photos and golden ball thingy that I know nothing about. He basically humbled Gabriel before killing him, and by the looks of it, he wasn't even trying, Sona said in an excited tone which clearly went against her usual persona. She could now understand why Searzex and the others have described him as a badass. The term suited this devil perfectly. Her parents nodded their heads and looked at one another with smiles etched on their faces. It's definitely him, Lady Sitri said. He is the only devil I know who can use the golden ball thingy, as you call it. It's called hellfire manipulation. We must let the Phenex family know about it, immediately, Lord Sitri said aloud. Lady Sitri replied with another nod, all the while wondering about Relina's reaction when she would hear about her missing son. Ruto-kun. They all heard a mumble. Sona, Tsubaki and the others turned around to look at Seraphal, whose bangs were obscuring her face, making it hard for the onlookers to read her expression. Before anyone could blink, say or do anything, Seraphal appeared right in front of Sona and grabbed her by the shoulders. How was he, little sister? Did he seem all right? Seraphal asked in a desperate, pleading tone. This sudden change in Seraphal's behavior took Sona by surprise. All right, this is quite a development, Sona thought to herself before she skillfully got out of her sister's grasp and fixed her glasses. He seemed fine. Actually, he was more than fine. He seemed to recognize me. He also said Sarah has taught you well, Sona, she replied, trying to imitate Naruto while quoting his words. And then he touched my head, and all of a sudden before she could complete her sentence, Seraphal clipped her lips with her fingers and said, felt calm. Sona's eyes widened. Did Seraphal just read her mind or what? Not knowing what to do in a situation like this, she decided to go with a nod. It felt warm. Seraphal continued in a soft voice. Sona nodded again. It made you feel acknowledged. Sona nodded yet again, but this time she had a light blush staining her cheeks as she recalled that particular moment. It's him all right. Seraphal screamed inside her mind as a loving smile appeared on her face. She then very slowly engulfed her little sister in a loving hug, which yet again left the current heiress of the household speechless. It was a well-known fact that a usual Seraphal hug meant wrapping her whole body around Sona's and squeezing tight, until she turns blue and green due to the lack of oxygen. However, this one was quite mature in nature. Let's just keep this particular information between the two of us, okay? Seraphal whispered into her sister's ear. Sona remained silent but gave one last nod. Serafal then gently kissed her sister's cheek before letting her go. From the sidelines, Lord Citri, Lady Citri and Tsubaki could only wonder what the two sisters were talking about. "And thank you for the information," Serafal said to Sona and Tsubaki as she walked out of the room with a beautiful smile on her face. Lord and Lady Citri smiled knowing that their firstborn was happy with the news. With her gone, Lady Citri turned towards her youngest with a questioning look on her face. "There is one thing that I don't understand though. Why run when you can simply teleport?" Lady Citri asked Sona. Sona opened her mouth to provide her mother with an answer before she came to a sudden realization. She promptly closed her mouth shut. The more she thought about it, the more stupid it sounded. Why in the world was she running again? She could have easily teleported to her house, not to mention they have freaking wings, and yet she chose to run of all things. So much for being a genius, she sighed to herself. Now that the hindsight was 20/20, the question that remained to be answered was, why didn't she? If she could have, then why didn't she? Perhaps it has something to do with a certain Phenex. Rubbing the bridge of her nose, fixing her glasses, she made her way out of the room quietly, her queen following her shortly after. Inside the room, Lord and Lady Citri chuckled to themselves. It was quite amusing to see their oh-so-intelligent daughter out of answers or ideas. And a very similar scene was going on inside the Gremory mansion. Phenex estate. The members of the Phenex family were having their dinner with big smiles etched on their faces, and yes, even the ever-scowling Riser seemed happy. Why, you ask? Well, they just got informed that the Gremory heiress and the Citri heiress were saved by a certain someone, and that certain someone happened to be Naruto Phenex, the pride of the Phenex household, the strongest devil ever, blah blah blah, or as the books would like to call him, the prince of the underworld. Mama, I've been willing to ask, who was that white-haired girl with Oni-sama in the photo? Revel asked her mother. Relina's eyes darted towards her youngest as she took a moment to ponder upon the question. Now how was she supposed to answer that? The fact was that Relina knew exactly who that girl was, but talking about her was like opening age-old wounds that had taken centuries to heal, and after a certain incident, the mother and son duo had decided not to talk about her, at least not in the presence of others. Relina knew that the only option she had as of now was lying, and as much as she hated doing that, she had to, at least for now. I don't know much about her, except the fact that she was a member of the team that Rizavam created and that she was someone very close to your brother, she answered. Well, it wasn't a total lie. With that done, Relina was about to take another bite of her food when suddenly, the fire around the mansion that usually burned orange, started changing color. It went from orange to bright golden. The chiming of a bell rang throughout the estate. The siblings, not paying much attention to it, were about to continue their dinner until they heard the sound of metal hitting glass. They all looked up and were surprised to find their mother frozen in her place with both her mouth and eyes wide open. The very same could be said about Lord Phenex and a few of the old servants of the house. Riser and his peerage watched as the lady of the house hurriedly stood up from her chair, lifted her gown and started running towards the main gate of the mansion. A few seconds later, the whole mansion erupted in chaos. "WWH, what the hell is going on?" asked Riser as his gaze went towards Revel, who looked like he was in deep thought before he too stood up abruptly, startling the others. "There is only one way to find out," Revel replied, telling his peerage and Revel to follow him. Riser, copying his older brother, ordered his peerage to accompany him as they all dashed towards the gate. Near the main gate a few minutes earlier, Naruto had teleported just outside his family house. Slipping past the guards like a professional thief, he entered the territory owned by his family. He halted in his movements when he heard the distinct sound of a very particular bell. This bell, as he remembered, was installed in the house by his parents to let them know that he had returned from a mission whenever he was late. He paid no attention to the change in the fire color. It was nothing new for him. It has always been like that ever since he was a kid. The fire around the mansion would always react to his energy. He had no idea why, and he didn't care either. Continuing his march towards the entrance, he sensed his mother, father, Revel, Riser, Revel and many other energy signatures rushing towards the main gate. Naruto sighed. So much for the surprise. Relina along with Ronald were the first to appear outside, and they weren't disappointed when they saw a single person walking towards them. Soon, they were joined by the others as well. Revel and the rest also took notice of the man walking towards them. The younger ones watched him with a critical eye as he slowly neared them. The only thing that they could observe from this distance was the said person's way of walking, and it was so much graceful that it made the damn Lucifer look like a child. It took Naruto a couple of seconds to reach his destination. Now that he was standing in front of everyone, it was easier to make out his appearance. Unlike a typical male Phenex, he didn't have untamed blonde hair. Rather, he had silky golden hair that reached just past his neck. Among the blonde mop were a few silver strands. The new addition to his face was an eye patch resting over his left eye that made him look even more intimidating. His face can only be described as godly. Quite the irony, He was wearing high-collared gray and tan robes with gold trim, along with a large, flowing black toga draped around his torso that gave him a rather majestic look. All in all, he looked more like a deity than a devil. Now standing a few inches away from his parents, he turned around, as a doppelganger of him rose from his shadow, earning a surprised look from the people in front of him. Set around a barrier. I don't want anyone disturbing us, at least for a few days, because it's family time, he told his doppelganger. His tone smooth for someone of his stature, but it held authority nonetheless. The twin nodded and started walking towards the boundary of the estate. The real Naruto then turned back to face his parents. He could see the tears brimming at the corner of their eyes, something he hated seeing. "You're late, woman," Naruto said to his mother. "And you are not?" counter-questioned his mother as she held back a sob, tears already spilling from her eyes. He had half a heart to save these tears in a bottle, because Phenex tears are considered very valuable and whatnot, but he let it slide. "Well then, what are you waiting for?" he asked with an amused look before he was tackled by his mother and father in a fierce hug. He could feel his toga getting wet because of his parents' tears, but he chose to ignore it and hugged them even tighter. This was perhaps the best thing about this life. He had parents that were alive and loved him very dearly. No offense to his parents in his previous life who also loved him to death. Literally. It just felt good to grow up with a loving family, that's all. If it wasn't for his reputation as the strongest devil, he would have squealed like a little girl. He absolutely adored his parents. They were everything he could ask for and even more. He rubbed their backs soothingly with both his hands in order to calm them down when all of a sudden, he felt a burning sensation on his cheeks. Letting go of his father, he touched his face and was genuinely surprised to find out that he too was crying. How long has it been since he last cried? 2 centuries. His mother looked up to see her son's face, her hands caressing his cheeks as she wiped away his tears which were burning his skin, all the while taking in his every feature. Her hands then slowly started moving towards his covered eye. Naruto made no attempt to stop his mother from removing the eye patch. It was wet anyway and needed to be changed. Imagine her and everyone's surprise when they saw a metallic purple eye with rings spread throughout the whole eye and 3 commas in the first 2 rings. As much as he loved the shocked look on everyone's face, he needed to keep this eye a secret, so he clenched it shut and looked at his mother carefully with his right eye. "Huh? You're old, woman," were the words that came out of his mouth as he broke the moment of silence. Relina's eyebrows twitched. She knew her son wasn't done. On the sidelines everyone's eyes widened and jaws dropped when they heard what the strongest devil said to Lady Phenex. "And, oh my goodness, is that a wrinkle I see there?" he said, trying to touch her mother's cheek, who backslapped his hand. Both father and son duo started laughing at the lady's expense, who looked like she was ready to kill someone. No one calls a woman old and lives to see another day. Especially a devil woman at that. Relina heard snickering coming from behind and she knew that others were also laughing at her. Well, not at her exactly, more like at the current situation. She glanced at them menacingly and that was enough to shut them up. "That, ha 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 ha, was a good one, son," Ronald told his son. "You too," Relina said in a dangerous tone as orange aura blazed around her, her fists shaking, scaring everyone except for Naruto, of course, who casually walked towards his siblings. "And oh my why, how can I forget about my cute little siblings?" As he grabbed the 3 of his siblings in a big embrace, they didn't even bother resisting and let Naruto do whatever he wanted to. Soon, they too smiled as they hugged back their big brother, crying silently. It felt so warm in his embrace. Revel snuggled more deeper into his chest, trying to take in as much warmth as she can. Relina and Ronald smiled, seeing the bonding moments between the 4 siblings. Soon they too joined the embrace. Few moments later, the family was now seated around the dining table, finishing their left dinner. While the others ate, Naruto was busy studying everyone in the room. His eye first went towards his brothers and sister, who kept on squirming under his piercing gaze. They wanted nothing more than to find a dark corner and hide themselves so that their big brother can't look at them.
His gaze was so cold that it could rival that of Itachi's. Graphia got no shit on this, but then again, he was the one who taught her to keep her emotions in check. His eyes then darted towards the peerages of his brother and he was disappointed yet again as they were enormously weak. The peerage members tore their gazes away from him, trying to look as innocent as they could. Relena, seeing the discomfort of the other people in the room, elbowed her son, whose concentration was broken as he raised his visible eyebrow towards his mother. "Stop scaring them," she scolded her son. "How am I scaring them?" questioned Naruto. "You are glaring at them." "I am not glaring at anyone." "Yes, you are." Naruto was about to retort but clenched his mouth shut as he knew that he wasn't going to win this conversation. Son," she said in a sing-song voice while waving her finger in front of him as she saw her son's defeated face. "It seems like you have forgotten over the centuries that you haven't won a single argument against me." She kissed her son's cheek. "Fuck," was all he could say as he literally had forgotten that fact. There were 2 women in his life against whom he had never won, at least when it came to arguments, though he had to duck his head a bit to not get hit by a flying fork, courtesy of his mother. "What the hell is wrong with you, woman? I thought you said it was alright for me to curse after 18. I am over 200 now," Naruto shouted at his mother. Relena sat still with her eyebrows twitching madly. "I don't remember saying anything like that," Relena calmly replied. "Really now? I remember that day very clearly. It was the day I defeated you for the first time in a spar, made you eat dust in what, 3 minutes? It should have been the fucking headline of the newspaper the very next day saying a fucking 5-year-old defeated the lady of the prestigious house of Phenex. Huh?" Naruto replied back, getting into his mother's face. It was moments like these with his mother where he truly lost his composure. Ho ho ho, that definitely didn't happen. It seems that living alone for 200 years had fucking messed with your memories, Relena yelled back. "Please woman, my memories are just fine. Perhaps you really are getting old. Should I start calling you old hag?" "No, wait, you already are one?" Naruto replied back to his mother. "I am sorry. What the fuck did you just call me, you little twerp?" Relena shouted, losing her temper. The rest of the people could only watch back and forth from Lady Phenex to the Super Devil, their jaws hanging low as they heard the mother and son cursing each other. Lord Phenex and a few old servants had a fond smile on their faces as they saw the usual banter between Lady Phenex and her son. "Who was the one running naked in the garden saying that he found fucking Narnia?" screamed Lady Phenex as she grabbed Naruto by his collar. "Oh yeah. And who was the first one to pass out with a nosebleed? Seriously, my own mother is a damn pervert." Naruto screamed back. Her mother at least had the decency to look embarrassed, but that didn't stop her from yelling something even more embarrassing about his son. As the verbal fight went on, the other Phoenixes decided to talk to their father. "Sue, I suppose this was an everyday thing, given the look on your face, father?" Revel asked, pointing towards the 2 yelling people. "You can say that," Lord Phenex replied with a warm smile. "Well, at least mother looks happy," Riser added. Lord Phenex nodded his head. It seemed that the spark that his wife had lost after Naruto's disappearance was back once again and he couldn't be happier. "Aren't you going to stop them?" Revel asked her father, who shook his head negatively. "I am not stupid or crazy. I did it once, long ago, and after that I have to dodge all type of fire and sword attacks for 11 hours straight. I sure as hell don't want to experience that again." Ronald shivered, remembering that incident. The mother and son had hunted him down that day. "Sit down, old woman, and you 4. Naruto pointed towards the other family members and continued, "Come back here and sit. I've got some questions for y'all." Others quickly nodded and followed his instructions. "Now then, first question. Why the hell do we have so many servants in our house and why are most of them women?" he questioned. As if on instinct, everyone turned their heads toward Riser, whose face went pale while Naruto's lone eye narrowed at him. Gulping, he immediately stood up from his seat, dropped down to his knees and slammed his head on the ground, cracking it in doing so. "I am so sorry. Please don't get angry, big brother lord," he shouted. The mother and father could only look at him with pity. Naruto kept his blank gaze at him for a few seconds as the room became eerily quiet. "Do something like this again and we would be 1 Phenex less," Naruto replied with a calm voice, causing others to stiffen. Hi, big brother lord," Riser squeaked out. Ego be damned, he had no intention of getting on the bad side of the strongest devil to be ever born. "What type of title is that anyway?" Naruto questioned curiously. "At least he's being respectful. You know what,
I expected you to be here when little Revel was born. You always said you wanted a little sister. We were hoping to see you there," Naruto's mother said to him, and Ronald nodded his head. He too wanted his eldest to be there when all his siblings were born. Revel meanwhile blushed at the revelation. Naruto gave his mother a cocky smirk and brought her into an one-armed hug. "I was their woman. As a matter of fact, not only on Ravel's birthday but on everyone else's too. See, you really are getting old," he told her cockily, making her gain a few tick marks on her head before she took a few deep breaths to calm herself down and was about to question him about what he said, but Revel beat her to that. "You were here? What do you mean by that, brother?" he asked. "Well, where do you think the ring that you were wearing, the bracelet Riser's wearing and the pendant Ravel's wearing came from, he asked, wiggling his eyebrow towards his now wide-eyed siblings. Each of the three gazed at the mentioned piece of ornament, thinking back to the time when they wore it for the first time. They had simply picked their respective ornament because they thought that it looked kind of cool in comparison to the others, but now it seemed like they were somehow made to choose it, not forcefully of course, but all three of them choosing an ornament made by their older brother can't be a coincidence. Perhaps it was an innate connection that had made them choose it, who knows? The three siblings observed keenly as their ornament glinted bright gold. For a second, they looked at their brother, who winked at them, causing them to stutter a weak yet heartfelt thank you. The mother and father smiled lovingly at the sight, and so did the peerages of Revel and Riser. "They will keep on shining, so don't worry about that, unless I am dead, that is," Naruto said as he crossed his hands behind his head and laid back on his chair. "Had to keep the family safe, one way or another. They were more or less a protective charm sort of thing, imbued with his magic and a few seals that were to be activated in case their life was in danger." "Also, you were there at the wedding day, weren't you?" Roland asked his son. "Just enjoying the humiliation. That reminds me of my next question. Why did you do it? I mean the whole arranged marriage shit?" Naruto asked plainly. To bring the two houses closer," Lord Phenex replied, though it seemed he was a bit afraid if his little stutter was anything to go by. "Nope, that's true, son. We just wanted to get the two powerful households together." "Stop lying." Naruto looked directly into his father's eyes. He already knew the answer, but he wanted his father to admit it. Roland looked down for a moment and sighed. Nothing gets past his son, now does it? We wanted to mix the Bales, power of destruction, and the Phenex, immortality, the father admitted. "We overthrew the old Satan faction because of their old methods, and now you are using the same old methods. Isn't that what you call a hypocrite?" Naruto asked his parents. His mother gave a lame shrug and said it was the elders, not us to be precise. We were about to cancel it until a certain someone interfered. Naruto quietly stood up from his seat and started taking steps away. He knew who was behind all this, but in order to confirm his suspicions, he stopped and asked his parents. "It was her, wasn't it?" It was more of a statement than a question. The way he spoke those words without any trace of emotion froze everyone around. Hell, some of the new servants of the house literally pissed themselves. When he got no response from his parents, he spoke in a deadly tone. "That's it. I am going to end her now." Before he could leave to finish the said task, he was stopped by his father's hand. He turned around to find his father giving him a rather pleading look. "Don't, son. As much as I hate her, she is still my grandmother and as such your great-grandmother. It's because of this she keeps doing whatever she likes. How long do you intend to take blame for her actions?" "I don't care if she is the first lady of the house," Naruto told his father. "Please. Just promise me that you will not kill her," his father asked him while gripping his shoulder firmly. Naruto sighed in defeat. He knew that he can't go against his parents' wishes. "Fine," Naruto replied before coming back to his seat. The rest stayed quiet, knowing that it wasn't their place to interfere. "Are you done with your questions?" Relina asked his son, who looked at her weirdly. "Well, yeah, pretty much, I guess," he shrugged. "Then I believe it's my turn now. So, how do you plead, boy?" she questioned menacingly. "Pled? For what?" her tone going right over his head. "How about the fucking fact that you disappeared for 200 years, Relina yelled at her son. "I see you might have a point there, but the thing is that Naruto and Phenex never pleads to anyone, so, sorry woman, but that ain't happening," Naruto replied coolly. "You think that you can simply come back whenever you want and we are going to welcome you with open arms, just like that?" Relina was about to explode, her patience wearing thin. "Well, you just did, didn't you?" was Naruto's smart-ass reply. "That does it. You better start apologizing before I go ape shit on your ass, Relina announced, slamming her hands on the table. The other family members had already left the table a few minutes ago, knowing what was about to happen. You can't do shit, woman. I am smarter than you, stronger than you, and not to mention younger than you, Naruto said while evading a big fireball thrown at him by his mother, and just like that, another battle started between the mother and son duo. The onlookers could only sweat drop as they took notice of the collateral damage caused by their fight. An hour later, after their little fight, both of them had settled down, Relina with a satisfied look and Naruto with a sour look as he kept rubbing his ass, like why would anyone keep a hunter of all things in her pockets? Never mind that. Oh, and before I forget, where is Aunt Agatha? He questioned his family. I am right here, Naru-chama. A new voice came from his behind, making him jump a little from surprise. He turned behind to see a beautiful brown-haired woman, wearing black and white maid dress, just like every other servant in the house. She too had a curvaceous body. This person was Aunt Agatha, as Naruto used to call her. She was the head maid of the house. Naruto shared a rather strong familial bond with her. Well, one could say that he was close to every old servant of the family, but she in particular was more closer to him than the others. After all, she was the one that used to take care of him whenever his parents wouldn't be around. Not to mention she was a powerful ultimate class devil who was not interested in having a peerage of her own, something Naruto appreciated greatly. Naruto immediately grabbed her in a big hug, which she wholeheartedly returned. He kissed her on the forehead like he always used to do when he was young. It seems you have grown, Naru-chama, Agatha said after ending the hug. Damn it, stop calling me that, it's annoying and childish, he told her. As you wish, Naru-chama, she bowed to him, earning a few snickers from the people around. Sue, is my room still alive? He asked her. I think you have forgotten after 2 centuries, Naru-chama, that you had an AI guarding your room. If we open it forcefully, your room will blow up, she replied dryly. I forgot about that. Weird. By the way, how are the kids? He questioned her. The kids are mighty fine, Naru-chama. One is in 5th standard and another is just a few months old, she replied. One of the reasons why she preferred this family over the others was that the servants weren't exactly treated as servants. It was like if they were to take their uniforms off, they could pass as family members. They all had their own rooms in the mansion. The family members, except for a handful, themselves worked with them, be it cooking, cleaning, gardening, you name it. Unlike some other houses that she had heard about, the members of this house liked getting involved in household chores. It was better than sitting idle. No. This is why they didn't have many servants in the first place. Now, she had heard about the Gremories and Cetries and a few others' houses treating their servants the same way, which she thought was very generous of them. Was it weird that the high-ranking houses were the ones that treated their servants fairly? Not Bales though, she thought to herself. Yup, definitely not them. Naruto whistled. At least someone is getting lucky. And what about Mr. Husband, still looking for a job? He inquired further as they kept walking towards his room. Nope, became an instructor quite a while ago. She loved these little conversations that she got to have with the family members. Maybe not with Riser though, or the first lady of the house, or a few higher ups. That's indeed nice. Thinking of getting your kids a peerage? While my elder one is interested in those raying games, he hasn't openly expressed any sort of interest in having a peerage of his own. Guess we'll find out, she replied. A minute or two later, they all were standing in front of his room. Naruto pressed his hand on the center of the door and it started scanning, much to the delight of others. Fingerprints match successful. Welcome back, young master. It's good to see you again after so many years. A male voice was heard by everyone. Good to hear from you too, Hector, Naruto replied to his AI. He pushed the door open and entered his room. He was kind of surprised to find all the things in the exact same way as they used to be. The room looked clean as well. How is it clean though? Naruto asked to no one in particular. You applied runes or seals, as you like to call them, to keep it this way, Agatha replied. Ooh, all right then, good night, and you three meet me outside in the morning, and Riser, if you do anything indecent with your peerage. Naruto left the threat hanging, making Riser go pale once again. With that, everyone walked away in the direction of their rooms. However, Relina stayed behind. She looked around to make sure that everyone was gone before she looked at her son with a worried expression on her face and asked, Are you all right, son? Not really understanding his mother's question, he answered, I am just fine, woman. You know, ever since her DI said, I am fine, mother, Naruto spoke. not letting his mother complete that sentence. She wouldn't have wanted you to do all this, to be like this, Relina said to her son in a somber tone. Naruto gave her a dry look and replied she would have wanted me to stay at home, cook the meals, wash the clothes, make bed for the kids or do some other menial household chores. You're making it sound like it is a bad thing? She questioned with an amused look on her face. It's not, but given all the powers that I have, don't you think that I have certain responsibilities as well? That you do, my son, that you do. Relina tiptoed and kissed her son on the cheek. Just remember, you can't save everyone. I know, but I want to. Naruto mumbled to himself. She turned around ready to leave when a thought crossed her mind. Oh, and apparently the Gremories and the Cetres have named you the godfather to their kids, she told as she remembered that particular information. Naruto raised his only visible eyebrow and asked with genuine curiosity, why though? That's a terribly good question. Why would anyone name you of all people their kid's godfather? You're irresponsible, careless, not to mention you lack emotion. Alright woman, I understand, now leave before another war breaks out. Next day on the clearing outside the Phenex mansion stood Revel, Riser and Revel facing their older brother Naruto. Lord and Lady Phenex along with the peerages of Revel and Riser were standing on the sidelines in order to witness the fight between the strongest devil and his siblings. Right then, let's call it sibling bonding time, or you may even call it your evaluation test. Now, the test is simple, just come at me with everything you've got. Naruto stated in a challenging tone. Revel and Riser quickly took a fighting stance while Revel stood behind them in order to provide support if needed. She knew that she wasn't much of a fighter, and she most definitely was not going to get into a hand-to-hand combat with the strongest devil of all people, so she decided to stay back in order to come up with a plan to help her brothers bring down their Onisama. She knew that they will be defeated. Eventually, the million-dollar question was how long can they stand against the monster of a devil that was in front of them. Riser, being the brash one, quickly sped off and approached Naruto, his fist covered with flames. Riser aimed his jab directly at Naruto's face only to get all the air punched out of his lungs. Riser's wide eyes traveled down to see his brother's fist embedded into his stomach. Naruto twisted his buried fist slowly and cruelly, making the gasping Phenex to scream internally. Naruto then grabbed Riser's collar with one hand and brought him to an eye-to-eye level. Using his free hand, he delivered a strong punch to his right cheek. This is for disgracing the family name. Another jaw-shattering punch landed on Riser's cheek as teeth and blood flew out of his mouth. This is for losing to a dragon of all things. And this, Naruto kicked him directly in the solar plexus, is for being an arrogant ass. A mere second later, he was sent tumbling backwards a couple of feet before Revel stopped him by appearing behind him. Riser laid flat on the ground trying to get up though with difficulty as his feet and hands wobbled. What the F was up with those movements? His Phenex regeneration already kicking in, but that doesn't mean he didn't feel any pain. That single kick itself was enough to knock any high-class devil out. Revel meanwhile readied his sword. The sword was given to him by his mother on his 10th birthday. The weapon was beautiful and rather big compared to a usual one. A bit curved at the tip, it had a Phenex house symbol on the hilt. Naruto whistled. Look, a fellow swordsman, he said playfully. Revel wasted no time in appearing before his brother with speed comparable to an ultimate-class devil and tried to slash him, to which Naruto merely sidestepped. Revel tried once again, but the only thing he slashed was air. This process kept on going for a few minutes as Revel started picking up more speed and his slashes became more dangerous and lethal by every second. Everyone watched in awe as the second eldest attacked the now heir of the house. They could feel the pressure in the air increasing as dust started picking up where the two brothers were fighting. After avoiding the attacks for nearly 5 minutes, Naruto thought of annoying his brother some more, moving a bit to his left to let the strike go past him. Naruto twirled around and butterfly kicked Revel straight in the face, sending him away twice as fast as Riser. Revel gritted his teeth as he felt immense pain shoot through his left cheek where he was just kicked. He let his wings of fire out and twisted himself in the air to correct his posture. If this is the level of an ultimate class these days, then I am disappointed, Naruto said flatly. Before he could say any more, Revel again appeared in front of him, his both hands gripping his sword tightly as he applied his fire powers to his sword and charged it to the max. Naruto blinked, seeing the sudden burst in Revel's speed and the technique as well. He remembered doing the same thing with his sword back when he was 10. Revel, seeing him distracted, sent the fully charged sword directly at his face. The sword connected and a large blast echoed throughout the Phenex mansion. Everyone had to cover their faces to prevent the dust from reaching their eyes. Soon the smoke, dust cleared and what everyone saw made their eyes widen in horror. There stood Naruto in a big gaping crater with his thumb and pointing finger holding the tip of Revel's sword as the fire covering the sword slowly faded away. Revel's hands were still on the hilt, his head bowed down and bangs obscuring his face. When the attack had connected, Revel thought that finally he had been able to land a hit on his brother, though a millisecond later another thought crossed his mind and he questioned himself, wasn't that a bit too easy? While he knew that the attack wasn't enough to defeat his idol, but this was utterly shameful. His attack had practically done nothing except for creating a crater, which meant nothing given the opponent still seemed fresh as fuck. He, who was considered one of the best among the ultimate class devils, his most powerful attack had done zero damage to his brother. Now he can see why his brother was called the strongest devil ever born. That was a good attack, Revel. It would have KO'd anyone with similar strength as of yours. But you need to do better. Naruto broke the silence with his words. Keeping his hold on the sword tight, he kicked Revel's hands, making him lose his grip on the sword, which Naruto immediately caught with his other hand. Naruto lifted his brother by his neck using his free hand, squeezing it ever so slightly and kneed him in the gut, making Revel cough blood. Before he could land a few more hits on him, he had to avoid a huge fireball. Courtesy of both Riser and Revel, he let Revel drop and turned his attention towards them. That attack would have caused more damage to him than me. A rather poor choice to tactics, I would say. And do you actually think that you can use fire against me? Questioned Naruto. I knew that you would either avoid that attack or take it head on, given the fact that you are holding back, meaning you don't intend to injure us too seriously, which is something to capitalize on, and apparently talking also works as a distraction, Revel stated calmly, her eyes narrowing at her brother. Naruto tilted his head sideways as he found out that Revel had been taken back by Riser during the talking. Of course he had seen it happening, but he let it pass. Letting her believe that she had been able to pull off whatever she was trying to pull off, successfully, the game would be no fun otherwise, though it didn't stop a small smile to break through his lips as he became a bit more interested in this little squabble of theirs. To think that someone so young would be able to bullshit their way out, especially given the situation, most interesting indeed, but it was time perhaps to crush their hopes. I see, then I guess it's my turn now. Frost Lake, Naruto mumbled and slammed both his hands on the ground, and soon the land on which they were fighting started to turn into ice. The ice raced towards the downed siblings at an almost impossible speed, converting anything and everything in the path to ice. Ice style? Squeaked Revel's queen from the sidelines as she rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. How is that even possible for a Phenex? Asked another one. A Phenex using ice style. It was totally preposterous, or as some would say, blasphemous. Lady Phenex turned towards them with a smile and replied, like I said before, he is special. What the foo? Was all the siblings could think before they too were turned into popsicle. They were so busy comprehending what was going on that they weren't able to dodge the attack at all. Naruto calmly took his hands off the ground and started making his way towards the now frozen opponents. Is that it? Is this really the best you can do? And I could have sworn I was starting to feel something. He started talking, knowing fully well that they can hear him loud and clear. Oh no, wait, I can still feel it. What is this? Oh, I see now, this feeling, it's disappointment. Naruto muttered the last word ghostly. I don't want to sound like a condescending ass, but you all are pathetic at best. You are not even worthy for being called a Phenex. Hell, you should even be a high-class devil. Just because you were born in a prestigious household doesn't mean you are high class. Naruto could see Revel's eyes cracking. He knew that Revel would be the first to break out of it, given that he was the most powerful out of the three, so he continued his lecture. Look at yourself. You are useless. Can't even break out of an ordinary ice spell. It would be better if you remain like that, he ended with a mocking tone. He could see the angry looks on both kings and their peerages. His parents still had a smile on their faces as they knew what their eldest was trying to do. Before he could continue, Revel broke out of his ice and dropped to the ground, panting heavily. Revel wanted to fight back his brother for his harsh words but couldn't find any strength to do so. It had taken all of his strength just to get out of that shell. Just what was that ice? He had fought ice-style users before and he didn't remember it being this difficult. Ordinary ice spell, he said. What in the world? A minute later, Riser too broke out and laid flat on the ground, trying to regain his senses. He was barely conscious to form any sort of coherent thought, let alone fight back. Now the only one remaining was Revel. Naruto knew she had untapped potential, but to bring it out, he had to do something because he didn't want his family members to die in the upcoming war. Yes, you heard it right, a war, which was inevitable. So, as cruel or as harsh as it was, he had to do this now, better safe than sorry. Now the only one left is you, Revel. Don't you want to prove that you are also worthy of being part of this family, or are you just going to stay there crying and whimpering about how weak and powerless you are? Naruto smirked inwardly as he felt a sudden spike in Revel's power. Smoke started rising from the ice shell. Just one more push should do it. You can do it, Revel. You have the potential to do so, come on. I know you are better than this. After all, you are my little sister. If you remain like that even a minute longer, you will die without any purpose, without any meaning. Is that what you want to happen? Don't you want to make father, mother and everyone else proud? That was it. Enough, Revel yelled as she shattered the ice shell, sending splinters everywhere, and shot up in the sky like a rocket. She halted midair when she felt her magic reserves being drained at a rapid pace. She looked down to see the members of her family looking at her with wide eyes. She wondered if she had done anything wrong. Naruto smirked while the people on the ground had to gasp in amazement when they saw the now transformed Revel. Her fire, which was orange a few moments ago, was completely blue now. Her wings were made up of blue fire. Her eyes shining blue just like her brother's. She looked down at her eldest brother and smiled weakly as she could feel herself losing consciousness, and a second later, she was falling down. Before anyone could do or say anything, Naruto was already beside her. Making sure that she was comfortable in his arms, he landed down softly. Well, that was much more entertaining than I thought it would be. You all did okay-ish, but you need almost endless amount of training, which will be given by yours truly, and don't worry about what I said earlier. It's called trash talking. It usually brings out the best in people and sometimes, the worst, or vice versa. Although, what I said was partly true, he told his barely conscious brothers in their peerages. Hearing that, Revel and Riser too let darkness consume them. Take them inside and let them sleep, they need it, Naruto said. The peerage members bowed to him, and almost immediately, both Riser and Revel were taken away by their respective peerages. Blue flames, huh? Relena said to Naruto. I knew it, our daughter is awesome, Ronald said happily. Just because it's different doesn't exactly means that it's better. I need to study those flames first. They might as well be dangerous for her, but for now, she needs to recuperate, Naruto said as he started walking inside while carrying his sister. That wasn't normal ice, now was it? Relena asked Naruto, who chuckled and shook his head. That was crystallized ice. Even Sarah and Graphia would have trouble getting out of it. Naruto told them truthfully. They reached Revel's room and Naruto gently laid her on the bed before kissing her on the forehead. You did really well, Revel. I am already proud of you, Naruto muttered quietly. He then placed two of his fingers on her head and a faint blanket of golden energy covered her form. She smiled in her sleep, feeling much better than before. Just as they were about to leave, Naruto felt his sleeve being tugged from behind. He turned around to find her sister looking at him with barely opened eyes. Please stay here with me, Oni-sama, she mumbled sleepily. Naruto looked back at his father and mother, who nodded their heads and left the room with small smiles on their faces. Naruto turned towards his cute little sister and told her to move a bit as he climbed on the bed and settled himself right beside her before Revel rested her head on his clothed chest with a small blush spread across her face. Naruto smiled down at her and caressed her back, lulling her to sleep. Just like Kuno, Naruto thought to himself as he let his mind wander somewhere else, never noticing the big smile on her sister's face. Somewhere in Kyoto, inside a big shrine, a young girl can be seen resting beside her mother. Both looked tired because of the day's work and were just about to retire for the night. At first glance, they looked like a normal mother and daughter duo. However, that was untrue. In reality, they were a pair of nine-tailed yokai. Kuno was the name of the young girl, and she was the daughter of Yasaka, who was the ruler of Yokai faction. Yasaka can be described as a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and bright golden hair with similar colored eyes, ears and tails. Her daughter Kuno too shared the same features, except the fact that she wasn't as developed as her mother because she was only 12 at the moment, soon to be 13. Both of them were lying next to each other, thinking about the same man. I hope you will come back soon to meet me, father. It has been quite a while since you last visited. I really miss those secret meetings that we used to have. Oh, and I owed those presents, by the way. She paused in between her thoughts and scowled, and it took me a while to figure out your reasons for leaving, but now, I do understand why you can't be here all the time, but thanks for everything and I love you, Papa. Kuno thought to herself before she closed her eyes and drifted to sleep. Unknown to Kuno, her mother was also thinking about the same man, a man who had been an emotionless ass in the beginning, a man who had then turned into her teacher, a man with whom she had fallen in love with, and a man who gave her the most precious gift of all, her daughter. It has been 13 years now, dear. You still haven't showed up. Am I not good enough for you, or am I too weak to be with you? But then again, she paused in her thoughts to look at her dozing daughter and smiled sadly. I haven't even told you about your own daughter. What type of a mate or a lover am I? She didn't realize that tears were already falling from her eyes. She knew that Naruto wasn't one to leave without reason, so there must be something that was keeping him away. She just hoped that he would come home someday, perhaps sooner than later. She had kept the identity of Kuno's father a secret from most of the people, including Kuno. She had her reasons for doing so, and the most important being Naruto's reputation. He was literally known throughout the supernatural world either because of his deeds or because of his incredible powers. She wondered how others would react if they knew that Kuno was his daughter. Then suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Now that I think about it, she never once asked about it either. Yasaka wondered. Her daughter was a really mysterious girl, just like her father. She never once in her life had asked about her father, and that meant one of two things. Either she knew who he was or she simply didn't care. Yasaka hoped that it was the former than the latter. Soon, she too started feeling sleepy. She rested her head beside her daughter's and closed her tired eyes. As if he can hear their thoughts clearly, Naruto muttered to himself, soon Yasaka, Kuno, very soon, his fists clenching tight enough to draw blood. What? Missing that vixen of yours? A voice rang inside his mind. That's a stupid question, Kurama. Who wouldn't miss his own wife and daughter? Naruto replied to his old partner in a matter-of-fact tone. Well, I miss her too, and to think that she would keep your identity a secret. She turned out to be a rather smart individual, Kurama said to his container. Not to mention her keeping Kuno's existence a secret from me. She thinks that I would be angry at her for giving birth to Kuno. That's absurd. Why would I be angry? Questioned Naruto weirdly. Why would he be angry for something he himself was a part of, or something he himself was responsible for creating with her? Probably because you haven't visited her in the last 13 years, Kurama replied. You know that I can't, not openly at least. Last time I tried, had to kill those members of old Satan faction without having Yasaka know about it, and also, it's hard to stay in someone else's territory without them knowing, especially when they're after your ass, Naruto told his companion. Ah yes, the Shinto gods, bah, I hate their names, reminds me too much of those thrice damned Uchihas. Kurama snorted. Naruto has been banned from entering the Shinto territory ever since he declined the offer of joining their ranks. Obviously Yasaka was not told about this because the gods knew how much Naruto meant to her. They were pretty sure that she would have left with him if she knew that the real reason behind Naruto's sudden disappearance was her higher-ups, and this whole ordeal led to Yasaka thinking that Naruto had just abandoned her without any reason, and thus, her reason for keeping Kuno's existence a secret from him. And as much as Naruto wanted to kill those gods for this horse shit, he can't, because that would jeopardize Yasaka and Kuno's safety since they were a part of Shinto faction. This was why he had to meet his daughter in secret, so, while meeting his daughter was a rather easy task, meeting Yasaka was a whole nother thing, simply because she used to stay inside that shrine most of the time, and entering a shrine was like stepping into a hungry lion's den. Not that he can't take down that lion or anything, but it might just put others at risk, and he can't let that happen, no matter what. I will go back to them one day, Naruto said to himself. I believe we will. Putting that aside for now, I am just glad that you chose a nine-tailed fox as a mate. She is powerful in her own right, and not to mention that body. Oh, and I love the way she pins you down whenever. Shut up, Naruto said in a strained voice before cutting off the mental link between them. Stupid furball. Whatever the hell happened to the old Kurama? All dark and brooding. Was everything perverted about this world, he wondered? Ever since the giant fox had woken up in this world, he had turned into a massive pervert. But meh, it was good to have him back. It was almost 10 a.m. in the morning, and the Phenex family was having quite a peaceful breakfast. Naruto was the first one to finish the food in front of him. It has been quite some time since he last ate anything homemade. Being the second one to finish, Relina decided to strike up a conversation with him. Sue, she dragged the word, getting his attention. What's on your agenda today? Relina questioned while wiping her lips with a tissue. She knew her son wasn't one to sit around and not do anything. Furthermore, she was also pretty darn sure that him coming back to the underworld was not just a random move, some sort of scheme in the bigger game, a game her son was very fond of playing sadly. I will be attending the 3-faction meeting today, he replied bluntly as if it was a very normal thing to do. Wah, what big brother you mean the... Before she could complete her sentence, Naruto answered her question with a yes. The others blinked owlishly as they let the new information sink in. What exactly is the purpose of this meeting? Revel asked, clearly interested in finding out more about the recent happenings between the 3 factions. He had heard about these meetings before, though he had no idea what they were about. They will be proposing a peace treaty to one another in order to end the fighting between the factions, permanently, Naruto replied. Are you serious? This is a good thing, son, Ronald said to him. Finally, some progress towards the betterment of the whole damn pantheon and not just one race. It's all nice and dandy, but... Naruto stopped mid-sentence as he took up a thinking pose. I believe that someone is going to crash the party. Naruto finished before a soft and sensual voice was heard by everyone. You are indeed correct, my master. Everyone literally jumped out of their seats and took a defensive stance except for Naruto, who merely sighed at his queen's antics. He knew it was her, for only she was capable of bypassing the barrier that he had set around the house. Everyone waited patiently as out of a teleportation circle came a very beautiful woman who had mesmerizing red hair and similar colored eyes. She was someone on par with Graphia and Seraphol in terms of beauty. Riser and Revel had to suppress their blushes. Before anyone could question anything, Naruto decided to take action. All right, woman, to the corner, now, Naruto said in a stern voice as he stood up from his seat and pointed towards the corner of the room. The two of them quietly made their way to the corner. The rest could only wonder what the hell was going on. Making sure that they were out of earshot, Naruto whispered to his queen, "What have I told you about making entrances?" Pam looked at him weirdly, not really understanding the question. That they are supposed to be impactful? Not inside the house, not inside the house, I see, then please forgive me, master. She bowed her head deep before a very familiar glint came into her eyes. Shall I expect punishment from you tonight then? She muttered seductively, her demeanor going from docile to that of a predator hunting its prey in a matter of seconds. Naruto became stiff as he coughed awkwardly. Even after being alive for 200 years, he still found it difficult to converse with these overfamiliar people, and apparently, his powers were of no use at all in situations like these. Pam was just like her in so many ways. Strong, beautiful, intelligent, and not to mention hard to resist, and even though she said punishment, he was sure that was more of a reward for her. Clearing his throat, he turned his head towards his family. Come, it's time to introduce you, as you wish, my lord, she said in an overly dramatic tone, making Naruto roll his eyes. All right, peeps, this is Pamela Isley. Pamela, these are my peeps. Everyone gave him a deadpan at the lame introduction he just gave. Sometimes Pam wondered, that was it her whose antics were weird, or was it her master's? Taking things into her own hands, she moved forward and introduced herself. Greetings, Lord and Lady Phenex, and also the younger siblings of Master. Pam bowed to them in an elegant fashion. Nice to meet you as well, dear, but might I ask what exactly is your relation to my son? Ronald asked her curiously. Naruto by then had made his way back to his seat. I am your eldest son's queen, and the only peerage member, Pam told, shocking the others around. Queen? But you weren't even here when the evil pieces were being made or distributed. And please tell me you have found a wife or something in these past 2 centuries, Relina said, narrowing her eyes towards her son. She was of the thought that her son had married his queen, or at least was in some sort of relationship with her. Naruto did his best to maintain the gaze of his mother. If he even flinched a little, she would know that he was hiding something. He hasn't been able to hide things from his mother since the early days, and if she so much as finds out about Yasaka and Kuno, well, that's just, ta-ta, goodbye forever. Holding the gaze for a few more seconds, Relina eventually relented and sighed heavily. Seems like there was still no progress on the baby-making front. If only she knew. We'll talk about that later. Everything will be explained at the right time, but for now, he faced Pam. So, who is it gonna be? He asked her. It's a certain Leviathan that is going to make an appearance during the meeting. Pam told Naruto as he hummed to himself. Relina and Ronald's eyes went wide as they realized who exactly their son's queen was talking about. That makes sense, I guess. She is the weakest of the 4, Naruto mused to himself, but others heard him clearly. Who are you talking about, brother? Riser asked, trying to understand what his brother and his queen were on about. Kataria Leviathan. the descendant of First Leviathan. As it turns out, she will be coming to Kuo tonight to disrupt the meeting. Pam explained them, much to their horror. Fear not, children, she will be history by tomorrow. Muahahahaha. Naruto told everyone with an ear-splitting smile, making everyone except for Pam, Lord and Lady Phenex gulp. By the way, Master, do you want me to come, or are you going there all by yourself? Pam asked Naruto. No, take a holiday or something, get along with the family, get to know each other and stuff. I'll be going alone, but you will be in charge of training my siblings and their peerages, especially Revel with her newfound powers, he said, standing up from his seat and making Revel blush as she was the center of everyone's attention. All of a sudden, Naruto chuckled and ruffled her hair. How powerful is she anyway? Relina asked, curious about her eldest son's, Queen's, power level. More or less like Serafal or Ajuka, maybe, don't know actually. It has been a while since I last saw her in action. Naruto told them, making their jaws drop. If the Queen was as powerful as their Saiyans, then just how much powerful was the King? Then again, Graphia was also said to be Saiyan class, but she was most definitely weaker than Serafal. Ajuka, on the other hand, was said to be in the same class as Searzex, and if the Queen of one Naruto Phenex was just as strong as one of the strongest Saiyans, a cold shiver ran through everyone's spine. What the hell was wrong with these broken characters? Alright then folks, I'll be leaving, for I have a certain descendant to kill. Oh, and Revel. Revel looked up at her brother, thinking what he wanted to say. Why don't you join the Kuo Academy as well? He asked. Revel looked absolutely ecstatic at the idea of going to the human world. Mama, Papa, can I go, please? She used the cutest face she could make, knowing full well that her father was a sucker for those. Sure, I mean, I don't see why not. Rias and Sona are there as well. What do you say, dear? Ronald stuttered as he was seconds away from glomping his daughter due to the sheer amount of cuteness she was exuding. It's fine by me, but you have to come back home once in a while. Revel squealed with joy and hugged her mother tightly, who returned it with equal joy. Good then, shall we proceed with the training, young masters? Pam said with a very sick smile, her tongue licking her lips in a very disturbing fashion. Riser and Revel weren't sure whether to feel aroused by that or be terrified of it. Revel, on the other hand, tried her best to hide her fear by nodding her head, as she wanted to become as strong as this lady who was her beloved brother's Queen. Three-faction meeting. It was night time in Kuo. While for humans the Kuo Academy was supposedly closed, for the supernatural, it was very much open, as a three-way meeting was just about to begin. The leaders in the room were seated on a round table on their respective sides. Searzex Lucifer and Serafal Leviathan were Underworld's representatives. Behind them were Sona, her Queen, and Rias Gremory along with her peerage, except for Kaneko and Gasper. Rias, Bishop, from what others have heard earlier, and on the sidelines was Graphia Lucifuge, the strongest queen, not anymore perhaps, serving tea to the leaders that were present in the room. On the Grigori's side was Azazil, who had a small smirk on his face with his casual laid-back attitude. Standing right behind him was Valley, the White Dragon Emperor, who gave Issei a predatory look, making the Red Dragon Emperor a bit uncomfortable. And lastly, on the heavens side was a blonde male with 12 golden wings on his back and matching halo above his head. His eyes were green in color and his expression resembled that of a mournful guy. Sitting beside him was an extremely beautiful blonde female angel with a voluptuous figure and the same number of wings. That signified her status as a seraph, just like her brother. They were none other than the Archangel Michael and Gabriel, two of the four great seraphs, and to everyone's surprise they had Irina Shidu in tow with them. Yes, about Kokabiel's actions. What do you have to say about this, Azazil? Searzex questioned the governor of the fallen angels. Azazil looked at the other leaders with a bored face and replied in a nonchalant manner, once again I apologize. It seems one of my boys caused you a bit of trouble, his eyes landing on the Red Dragon Emperor. What's up with that dick? Issei murmured to himself. The devils in the room narrowed their eyes at Azazil's not so meaningful apology, while the heavens representatives gave Azazil a hard look. Now then, shall we begin with the real reason of this meeting? All of us here know about the forbidden subject among the three factions, the biblical god's death, Searzex said as he turned his eyes towards the other leaders present. Outside the windows were several devil, fallen angel and angel guards on standby in case something or someone tried to interrupt the meeting. The whole school was enclosed within a barrier, to prevent any interference from outside. Now then, Rias, could you tell us all about the incident that happened few days ago? Searzex said, gaining everyone's full attention. Yes, Lord Lucifer, Rias said affirmatively and stepped forward while holding Issei's hand on her side. Rias then recounted all of the events as they happened during Kokebiel's attack, but the part where Naruto was there was still not clear to some. The rest of the details regarding the incident between Kokebiel and my household can be found in my official report. Rias ended her talk with a bow and walked back to her peerage. As a witness, Isona Citri confirmed the veracity of the report given by Lady Gremory. Sona added her part. Great job, ladies, you both make me so proud, especially you, Sona. Serafal winked at both the young heiresses enthusiastically. Sona tried to hold her embarrassed blush while Rias just nodded back to the bubbly Satan. Perhaps the Governor-General of the Grigori would like to share his opinion about the report, Sirzex stated. Kokebiel went rogue, therefore my thoughts on this incident are irrelevant. Once again came the quick response from Azazil. So, he acted entirely on his own? Questioned Michael. Well, he never had my permission if that's what you were asking. Had that bastard known that I was staying in this town, he wouldn't have dared to attack it. I myself have grown quite fond of this quaint little place, he replied with a smirk dancing on his lips. Issei scoffed at the casual disregard that was being shown by the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels. Did this guy even cared about the fact that they almost died fighting his so-called rogue? Please stay on the topic if you will, Sirzex sighed. Hey, I was about to send the White Dragon Emperor, he pointed towards his back where Valley was standing, to solve the matter until I was notified that my agent Fox will be dealing with the mess and now Kokebiel is no more, which means he won't be coming back. Isn't that enough for you guys? Came the reply of Azazil. It was then that Gabriel decided to join the conversation and said what I find most troubling about the attack itself is his motivation. It seems that he was rather dissatisfied with the status quo, her head tilting sideways in an impossibly cute manner. Issei immediately shifted nervously in his place and tore his gaze away from the most beautiful woman he has ever laid his eyes on. No offense to the other females present, but this was crazy. Sexy and cute was not something he was used to. It was like seeing the grown-up version of Asia, only hundreds of times more sexier. Yeah, it seems like the war ending halfway through wasn't enough for him. What he wanted was perpetual combat, but at this late stage in the game, I have no interest in a war, Azazil lazily replied, making everyone sweat drop at his casual remark. You know what, let's make peace and be done with it, what say you guys? That's the purpose of this grand summit, isn't it? Of course it is. He wiggled his eyebrows at everyone, his smirk increasing further in size as he heard the gasps that followed his statement. Seemed like he almost broke them. The leaders stared intently at his form, deciding whether to take his proposal seriously or not. What he said was true indeed. The purpose of this meeting was to make peace, once and for all, in order to tackle the future problems together, but given Azazil's behavior so far, they weren't exactly sure what to do now. They knew he wasn't an evil person, but they also knew that he wasn't entirely pure in his intentions either. Azazil further added a few cents, seeing that none of the leaders were responding. Our everlasting three-way stalemate is getting rather old and hardly doing this world any favors, and I assume that we are all in agreement with that. All he got was nods from his fellow leaders, which was more than enough for him. But perhaps I should also mention that there is a complication. Once again, it's not even our three powers, but these forces are equally if not more destructive. They are the Red and the White Dragon Emperors. Azazil intertwined his fingers in front of his face, placing his elbows on the table, and as such, I would like to hear their thoughts. What I want is to fight someone as strong as me, Valley replied while eyeing Issei hungrily. Hey, sure, but you can also find a lot of worthy opponents without having a war, Azazil said to his young protege. I suppose. Valley closed his eyes with a small smirk on his face. And you, Red Dragon Emperor? Azazil asked Issei. Wow. I am not good at coming up with stuff on the spot. Issei scratched the back of his head and smiled nervously. I see, then why don't I make it easier for you? Try to focus here. If we start fighting again, then you will never be able to have your way with Rias Gremory, Azazil told Issei in a very serious tone before a smug smile came to his face, and he continued, but if we make peace, then prosperity and propagation become far more important. You mean like, baby making? Rias could only gape at the current topic of conversation. That's right, imagine those practice sessions and you can practice every single day. Hey, I am right here just so you know, Rias muttered through flushed cheeks. Azazil continued, nonetheless peace means a daily dose of Rias loving, war means no sexy time, You understand now, is that simple enough for you? And with that thought Issei went to his La La Land. All sorts of erotic scenarios started playing in his mind, and the moment he came back to reality. Peace is number one. Peace for me please. I am gonna play with Rias so hard, he yelled on top of his lungs while pumping his fists in the air. Issei, you may want to know that her brother is still very much present here, Kiba said to the overly excited teen who gulped realizing the situation. Rias, Akano and Asia were blushing furiously while Circex was chuckling. Graphia face-palmed and Serafal giggled into her palm. Gabriel merely blinked, not really understanding, while Michael and Sona shook their head. Clearing his throat to gain their attention, he decided to add a little bit to his previous comment. Bottom line is that I am not gonna use my powers unless it is to save Rias or my friends. That's just the way it is. Rias gave her, Pawn, a loving look, and so did other female members of the peerage. You truly are something, Issei Hyodo, Circex remarked. So, Red Dragon Emperor, was there something you wanted to ask me? Michael asked Issei. I do, although I didn't think that you would remember it. I made a promise. Issei turned to Asia before nodding and making up his mind. All right. You weren't fair to Asia. Why did you throw her out of the church? She loves God more than anyone. Eyes stop. Rias tried to calm down her pawn by placing her hand on his shoulder. Everyone was equally astonished at Issei's rather bold and unexpected question. After the god was destroyed, only the system remained. The only thing we had to keep the faith alive was our power to administer divine protection, mercy and miracles, even with me or Gabriel as the center. The church is barely functioning right now, and as such there was a need to avoid anything that can negatively affect our system, Michael explained to Issei. So, you had to, huh? I mean, Asia can heal devils and fallen angels on top of humans? Issei asked with a bit of uncertainty in his voice. Indeed, the faith of the believers is the reason that those in heaven exist. A threat to the system is a threat to our survival. That is why anything that can have a negative affect had to be removed. Of course, that's why I suffered the same fate as Asia, and so did the others who found out about the truth, Zenobia said from her place before moving forward a little bit. Exactly, and it was unfair. You are hardly heretics, and we should have found another way to solve this. And for all of this, I ask for your forgiveness. It was Gabriel who took the initiative this time and bowed in front of the two ex-members of the church. She felt like she was just as much responsible as anyone else in heaven. They indeed should have discovered another way to keep the believers safe regardless of their powers. It has been more than 1,000 years, and yet they failed in protecting the ones that never gave up on them. Apology accepted, Chief Michael, Lady Gabriel, and even though I do have a few regrets, I am perfectly happy with my life as a devil. Zenobia shook her head and smiled. She was content with what she had now and what she was now. Sure, sadness was still very much there, but the relations that she had forged, the fun she had had since becoming a devil, trumped that feeling. She wasn't alone anymore, and what made this even better was the fact her friend Irina had also accepted her turning into a devil. If her smile was anything to go by, Rias and the others could only smile at her declaration. It was Asia's turn to move forward. Standing beside Zenobia, she clasped her hands together and said, Lord Michael and Lady Gabriel, I too feel the same. I am happy that I became a devil. I've met people who I cherish, who in turn also care about me. Both the leaders of heaven gave the two girls a smile of appreciation, and even though they were devils now, they will always have their protection, just like every other believer out there in the world who may have lost her way. I've heard of her. Wasn't one of my underling responsible for your death? Azazil said, looking at Asia, who trembled in her place remembering that particular accident. Seeing her shaking form angered Issei as he yelled back at Azazil, yeah, and you should be apologizing for that. And do you know why that fallen bitch wanted to kill her? Because she wanted to be like you asshole. Azazil narrowed his eyes at Issei, who took a step back before swallowing hard and standing firm in his place. But instead of a crude remark from the leader of fallen angels, they heard a sincere apology come out of his mouth. Naturally, I take full responsibility, so, in order to atone for my mistakes, I will satisfy you in a way that only I can. How? Here, take these. Azazil produced 2 silver bracelets and handed them to Issei. Not to be rude or anything, but what exactly is the use of these things? The next time you choose to do a balance breaker, it will work as a sort of compensation, instead of your arm. Seriously, seeing the leader nod, he muttered a thanks. Use it only as a last resort. It can't regulate how fast your strength is used, so, make your decisions wisely. The other one is for your half-vampire friend in case he loses control. Azazil. Searsex looked at Azazil seriously. Your obsession with sacred gears is still very much present, which makes us uncomfortable. Would you mind explaining yourself? Indeed, ever since you were young you have been fascinated with the gears, though I am not sure if it can be considered fascination anymore given the fact that this has been going on for thousands of years, Michael added. I am an inventor. I run out of ideas pretty quickly and there aren't many things to do when you are alone, you know. It is only for research purposes and I am more than willing to share. Damn it. Am I the least trustworthy person here? Azazil said with an exasperated sigh. That's true, sadly. That's correct. That's exactly it. Came the responses of Searsex, Michael and Serafal respectively. Azazil turned to the only person left, expecting a better reply from her, which he got, but was it? Given the fact that you are married now, I'll go with a no, Ni-san. Gabriel giggled at her brother's expense, but of course the marriage was not the only reason why she said no. A certain bird had spoken in favor of Azazil when she met him the last time and she trusted that bird more than anyone. His empathic abilities were just as strong as hers, and if he said that the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels was not lying, then he wasn't. The very same could be said right now. Her brother, even though a fallen, was not lying about being genuinely interested in peace. And with that information everyone's brain almost stopped working. Azazil could only sulk in the corner. Wait, what? Married? Issei yelled, not believing his ears, and he wasn't alone in that. Azazil, how did this happen, and Gabriel, how do you know about it when no one here knows? Michael questioned both his siblings. Is it really true, Azazil? Inquired a wide-eyed Searsex. Azazil was the last person he would have thought of having a marriage. Well, what do you know? Surprises everywhere, Serafal commented. It is true, and why do you all look so horrified? I am fully capable of marrying someone and keeping them happy. He crossed his arms over his chest, feeling a bit agitated at the severe lack of trust, and it was then that everyone took notice of the piece of jewelry on his ring finger. It wasn't there before, was it? Or were they simply not paying attention? And as to how it happened, he wanted to say that it happened because of a damn Phenex, but that would require another hour or so to explain everything in detail, and he was already getting tired of the meeting. Before he could continue, however, the sensation of a sacred gear going wild swept over everyone in the room. Time froze literally, and so did a few people present in the room. The leaders along with the Dragon Emperors and the Holy Sword wielders were the only ones unaffected. Rias was also able to move, but only because she was holding onto Issei at the moment. Others like Akano, Asia, Sona and Tsubaki were frozen stiff in their places. It didn't take them long to figure out that this was the effect of Gasper's scared gear, the Forbidden Balor view. It was the only gear that had the capability to freeze time. Kiba held his holy demonic sword while Zenobia was holding her Durandal. Irina had her Excalibur mimic armed as well. They were ready in case there was a sudden attack. The leaders were already at the windows looking at the destruction that was being caused by the magicians that have somehow broken through their barrier. It seems like me, Eyes, Yuto, Zenobia and Irina were the only ones that were able to resist the magic, Rias stated. The Princess of Ruin frowned as she looked at her frozen pieces, Akano and Asia. The only reason you're not affected by the magic is because Issei is the possessor of the Welsh dragon. Yuto because of having the irregular holy demonic sword that has reached the balance breaker, and as for Zenobia and Irina, they were able to call upon their weapons just before the magic was released. Sort of muscle memory, I suppose, Azazil explained.
Look, as much as I appreciate the explanation and all, would anyone mind telling me that what hell is going on? Issei questioned in a strained voice. He was simply worried about Kaneko and Gasper, who were on the other side of the school building.
It seems, Rias trailed off, to be a terrorist attack. Azazil finished in place of the frowning princess, who gave the leader of fallen angels an annoyed glare. Who are those freaks? Asked Issei to no one in particular. Looking out of the window he could see a lot of people emerging through a big magic circle. They were dressed in full-body robes that hid their faces. They are magicians, replied Serafal. Magicians as in? Issei didn't quite understand. Everyone in the supernatural world uses magic, so why was it that these particular people were being called magicians? And they are being so rude. I am a real-life magic girl and they are flat out ignoring me. Serafal whined, causing Issei and the others to sweat drop. But what is this magic? Michael asked, his eyes fixated on the enemies outside. It is the half-vampire boy that I was talking about earlier. He must have been forced into creating the conditions for a balance breaker, and believe me, if it is not natural or chronological, then it's dangerous, Azazil responded. Gasper is the only one with such powers, so it is safe to assume that it is him. He must have fallen into enemy hands, Searzex added. Terrorist magicians dared to kidnap a member of my household. They will pay for this. Red energy started forming around Rias. Her anger was very much clear to everyone. It wasn't long before the guards outside were killed by the magicians. They didn't even get to fight in the first place because they were frozen, courtesy of Gasper's sacred gear. Teleportation magic, that can only mean someone is connected to the gateway within this barrier, Michael stated. Yes, almost like we have been betrayed by one of our own, Gabriel muttered, a concerned look adorning her face. And unfortunately, our magical transport troops have been completely sealed off from us, Graphia notified to everyone. We've been cornered, in other words, Azazil remarked. So it seems, perhaps we should make our move now before it gets entirely out of hand, Searzex spoke in a calm tone. It was then that the idea of a castling move was proposed by Rias so that she could teleport to the other side of the building where Gasper and Kaneko were being held. Issei volunteered to go with Rias while Valley was told by Azazil to reduce the number of enemies outside by engaging them in battle. I am leaving Rias and other in your hands, Red Dragon Emperor, understood? Searzex said to Issei, who was standing on a teleportation circle along with Rias. Yes, sir, replied Issei with a determined look on his face. A few seconds earlier he has been given a lesson by Azazil about how it was luck that had kept him alive till now, and as shameful as it was for him to admit. It was the absolute truth. Azazil also mentioned that he himself was the weakest point of the sacred gear. While he may not show it very often, but hearing comments like that stung sometimes, especially when being told by a leader of a faction no less. He clenched his fists tightly and vowed to himself that he will change that soon. All he got was a nod of appreciation from his partner inside the gear. And with that both Issei and Rias teleported to the other end of the school building, leaving behind the rook piece with which they have exchanged their position. As soon as they are done with freeing Gasper, we will be able to counterattack, Searzex told his fellow leaders. Apparently, we have a visitor, Graphia said out loud as she sensed someone arriving, a hostile to be precise. The others turned towards a glowing teleporting magic circle that appeared on the floor in front of them. Seeing the magical circle, Azazil let out a laugh and Searzex made a grim face. The magic circle of Leviathan, Searzex said. Kiba's eyes widened in shock at the words uttered by Searzex Lucifer. But this is not the pattern of Lady Seraphal Leviathan's magic circle. Kiba was confused and terrified at the same time. Confused because he had seen the magic circle of Seraphal Leviathan before and this was not it. Terrified because whoever it was, he or she was powerful, very powerful. As the light died down, it revealed to be none other than Kataria Leviathan. A former Devil King, not that everyone knew her of course. Specifically the younger ones in the room, only the leaders were aware of her identity and even out of them. Azazil was the only one who was informed beforehand about her arrival by his agent Fox. He kept the information to himself for he believed that her appearance would further his point about making peace amongst the factions because there was a new enemy out there who was hell-bent on destroying the whole damn world. It was a risky move but it was also a necessary one. Well, if it isn't the unworthy Devil King Searzex and Little Miss Seraphal, Kataria said in a derisive manner. Kataria Leviathan, descendant of the first Leviathan, said Searzex out loud so as for everyone to hear. The younger generation were shocked to find out that the person in front of them was a direct descendant of the original 4 Devil Kings. Explain yourself, Kataria. Why are you here? Questioned Seraphal with an annoyed look on her face. Gone was her playful look and personality. Why, to bring destruction and chaos of course, Kataria replied and slammed her staff on the ground causing a large blast to echo throughout the school. It was so powerful that even Issei and Rias were able to feel it from the other side. It nearly destroyed half of the school. As the dust cleared, Kataria saw that the leaders of the factions have created a powerful barrier around everyone to protect them. How adorable, to see the 3 great powers put up a defensive barrier together, adorable and pathetic. Kataria mocked them in a condescending tone. Before anyone could make any move, they all heard gloved hands clapping. They turned sideways to see a figure sitting right next to the protection circle in a cross-legged fashion wearing a fox-like mask and eating what looked like a lollipop through the hole in the mask. Woohoo, supervillain entry. the figure said with a childish tone and kept on clapping. Azazil had to stifle a laugh for he knew who it was and so did Gabriel. "Who are you, filthy creature? You dare interrupt me?" Kataria shouted from her position. "Still don't recognize me, do you, Kataria?" the figure said, standing to his full height, his tone no more playful, only dreadful. Everyone's eyes only noticed one thing: two big-ass swords hanging from his back. Cirzex, Serafal and Graphia felt their throats getting dry as they recognized the person standing next to them. "Agent Fox, Agent Kitsune," both Azazil and Gabriel said at the same time. They quickly turned around to face one another before realization struck them. Seems like they both have been played by their number one agent. Not in a bad way though. It wasn't his fault that they never inquired whether you worked for any other party or not like he lied or anything. As it turns out, even his secrets had secrets. Naruto flashed a victory sign towards everyone and started walking towards the now silent Kataria. "Your pain in my neck, thorn in my side, stain on my blade. Blood on my knife, been dreaming of her, all of my life. But she won't come true, she's just my nightmare, I woke up to." Naruto sang as he kept on walking towards the descendant of the first Leviathan. Looking closely, she was a bespectacled dark-skinned woman, with a rather curvy body. She had brown hair that were tied into a bun and in her right hand was a big staff. "So maybe I am the twisted one, that's screwing this up. So, I guess this means goodbye, for now, actually, this time it will be goodbye forever," Naruto said as he cracked his fingers. "Those swords, it can't be," Kataria said with fear obviously evident in her eyes. She started taking steps back. She wasn't informed that he of all people was going to be here. "I told you last time that if I ever see you again, I am going to kill you." By now Naruto was standing inches away from her. Before she could perform any sort of magic, his hand shot out and grabbed her by the neck tightly. He yanked her close and slammed his forehead onto hers. All she saw was stars and all she felt was despair. The others cringed at the brutal headbutt, wondering if her skull was still intact. Once the dizziness faded, she whimpered weakly, "Yudamn Fen," was all she was able to say before a huge torrent of golden fire erupted from Naruto's hand and burned everything in its path, including Kataria, therefore, ending the whole farce altogether. Well, that was anticlimactic. Should have let her use the snakes she got from Olympus. Naruto talked to himself while dusting his hands. "Yeah, like that would have made any difference," Kurama snorted from the inside. Unlike the old Naruto, this one had no qualms in killing his enemies. Though he still had his whole giving a second chance thing, but that was only limited to certain people. Others were straight up dealt with brutality, just like Gabriel and this Leviathan woman. He wasn't sure what had transpired with this Naruto in this world, for he woke up after Naruto had reached the age of 18. Kurama had no idea what happened in those 18 years, but given Naruto's track record, previous life or this, he was sure it was something tragic or at least traumatic enough to turn him into the person he was today. If only his holder could get a break. By now Issei and Rias have arrived with Kaneko and Gasper, who looked out of breath because of the overuse of his powers. They too had witnessed the display of power shown by the masked man, and safe to say they were mesmerized by it. Turning towards the audience, Naruto gave a childish fist pump, making them chuckle. Now that he focused, he could see the watery eyes of Serafal and the nostalgic smile present on the faces of Cirzex and Graphia. He smiled to himself beneath the mask. Sometimes it felt good to have people who care about you, genuinely. Naruto then gasped mockingly and covered the mouth of the mask with his hands and bowed towards the leaders in an elegant manner. "Oh my. Please forgive this filthy devil's lack of manners, Lord Michael and Lady Gabriel," he said to the confused leader of heaven and a giggling, blushing Gabriel. Then he turned to Cirzex and Serafal and bowed once again, also Lord Lucifer and Lady Leviathan, and then finally, he turned to Azazil and said dryly, "And a useless pervert," making everyone laugh at Azazil. "I am not useless, damn it." "Sure, you're not," Naruto again replied flatly. "Stop saying that every time," Azazil yelled, feeling vexed. It was this time that Naruto chose to take off his mask and threw it away. It was time to come back completely and entirely. The ladies present there immediately blushed hard seeing his face, and so did Gabriel, who was also seeing his face for the first time. Even though she had been working with him for the past 100 years. She had no need to see his face, for his heart said everything about him. In her entire lifetime, she hadn't met a single person who was this powerful yet so gentle. So brave yet so modest, his golden flames were a representation of his heart. Sure, there was a bit of darkness buried deep inside him, but who doesn't have that? Even her father, the being who created them, had that certain blackness inside him, especially for the devil race. If the creator can have it, then she believed that everyone was at least entitled to have his or her own. She herself had that, for a time, so she felt it wasn't fair to judge someone based on that. It was the actions that defined a person, not his, her race or anything else. Michael glanced at his sister and could only wonder about the type of relationship she had with the strongest devil in existence. It would appear that his dear sister has been keeping a lot of secrets as of late, first Azazil's marriage, now this. A family conference was in order perhaps. Was the mask muffling my voice? Naruto questioned no one in particular jokingly before a pink blur collided with him. Seraphal was barely able to contain herself and sped towards Naruto in order to hug her favorite person in the world. Aside from Sona, she wrapped her arms around his neck and legs around his waist and started crying silently on his chest. All Naruto could do was caress her head soothingly. It was moments like these that made him feel bad for leaving, not to mention he had no freaking idea how to handle a crying woman. How could you leave Sarah alone? She was so sad and hurt. Seraphal mumbled from his chest, all the while kicking and punching him in the stomach but not releasing her hold on him. On the sidelines, Gabriel frowned seeing her favorite person being hugged by another woman, and to make it worse, it was her self-proclaimed rival. A strange and foreign feeling started making its way towards the pit of her stomach and she didn't like it at all. Halo started flickering before she calmed herself down. She will talk with him about this later, and even though it was only a few times she held hands with him, embraced him, went on missions with him and fought alongside him, it was enough to make her heart go a few ticks faster whenever he was near her. Now seeing him being coddled by Seraphal made her feel a bit sick from the inside. Sometimes she wished that she could be as open as Seraphal was with her feelings. Meanwhile, Rest only smiled at the reunion. Sona and her queen were shocked to see Seraphal Leviathan being so lovey-dovey with a man, and now connecting the dots, they were able to conclude that Seraphal Leviathan loved Naruto Phenex. After Seraphal had calmed down, Naruto placed her down and asked, I am sorry, Sarah. There were things that had to be taken care of before I could come back, although I do have a question of my own. How long do you intend to stay in this form? Just a few more months and I will be back to normal, Naru-kun. Sarah replied happily and Naruto nodded. His lone visible eye then narrowed towards Searzex, whose eyes also hardened, both of their faces showing an unreadable expression. Suddenly the tension in the air started reaching extremely high levels, suffocating almost everyone. Searzex began his trudge towards Naruto, his body glowing with his power of destruction. The same could be said about Naruto, as golden fire flickered around his form. The strongest devil and the strongest Satan stood face to face with each other. Is there something wrong with them, Graphia? Squeaked Rias as she swallowed the lump in her throat. I think it would be better if you all were to stand behind me, milady, Graphia said to every young one present there, who without any further ado made their way behind her. There was no friggin' way that they were going to stand in the way of two raging monsters. They look upset about something, trailed Sona as she looked towards her sister, who was smiling to herself, seemingly unaffected by the current situation. The other leaders could only gape at the two devils as their power levels kept on increasing. Channeling all of his power towards his fist, Searzex sent it right to his ex-mentor's face at an almost incomprehensible speed. Naruto merely raised his palm and caught the coming strike without flinching, causing a powerful shockwave to erupt from their place of clash. How did I do, Captain? This has always been their way of greeting each other, a simple yet powerful attack to gauge out each other's level. Mediocre, came Naruto's instant reply. What? Searzex said incredulously. Though it would seem that you have grown stronger over the years, have you learned how to control yourself at your full power? Naruto asked dangerously, a certain edge in his tone as he started crushing Searzek's fist in his hand. To a certain extent, why yes, Searzek started feeling the pressure on his hand. Naruto kept eyeing him for a second before he let go of his fist. Searzek massaged his hand to ease the throbbing pain. More training then perhaps, Naruto said with an eerie smile that made Graphia, Seraphal and Searzek go pale. Seeing that the tension has dispersed, the younglings took a breath of relief. Glad that a fight didn't break out, they watched with curious eyes as both the severely overpowered devils gave each other an one-armed hug. Naruto then greeted his adopted little sister Graphia by giving her a hug as well. She told him about Malika's, to which Naruto said that he will be visiting the Gremory household soon. Next in line was Gabriel, moving towards her. He could tell that her thoughts were once again troubling her. "You know, if you keep thinking like that, you might just fall one day," Naruto joked. He knew better than anyone that out of all the other seraphs, Gabriel was the one who was the purest, in more ways than one. Even after all these years, she still held that naivety and innocence in her. He tried teaching her the ways of the world by squeezing all sorts of common sense into her, but he soon gave up. Perhaps, some things are better the way they are. "Forgive me, I was just deep in thoughts," she answered honestly. Naruto just rolled his eyes and grabbed the stupidly airheaded angel in a warm embrace. He watched as her halo went amazingly bright for a second before going back to its regular shine. The moment he embraced her, she melted in his arms as his warmth started calming her troubled mind. Within seconds, all sorts of negative thoughts disappeared as if they weren't even there in the first place. She loved this feeling. A part of her wanted to stay like this forever. Azazil and Michael watched with disbelieving eyes the overly affectionate interaction between beings of completely opposite race. Seraphal merely shook her head. It was just like him, always doing the impossible, to capture the heart of the most beautiful woman of heaven. Well, like Lady Phenex always said, he was one of a kind. Getting out of the embrace, Naruto moved over to Michael and held out his hand. Michael blinked before bringing his hand up as well and gave the world-renowned devil a firm handshake, bringing the leader of heaven a bit closer. Naruto whispered to him in a really low voice, "There are traitors in your rank. Choose carefully who you trust." Michael's eyes widened before he quickly schooled his features. Nodding his head, he went to his sister's side. "All right then, I believe it is time for you to come out Valley and get on with your thing," he called out loudly, confusing others. "So the rumors were true, you have returned," came the voice of Valley, who had disappeared all of a sudden, or so it seemed. "Spare me the bullshit and just be done with what you actually came for." Naruto disregarded his comment entirely and gave the hovering half-devil a mean glare. And with that, Valley started his monologue about how he became a part of the Chaos Brigade. He also mentioned that the official leader of their group was none other than Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon. He further revealed his true identity as Valley Lucifer, much to the shock of the other devils. Naruto turned towards Kaneko and made a yapping gesture with his hands while having a deadpan look on his face. Kaneko understood what he was meant and snickered lightly. Apparently, the half-devil was still droning on. A while later, Issei fought Valley. As everyone watched the fight from the sidelines, Naruto noticed that Valley's continuous goading had somehow increased Issei power exponentially, overcoming the power difference between the two rather quickly. Just as Valley was about to enter the Juggernaut Drive, he was stopped by the sudden appearance of Biku. Before the members of Chaos Brigade could leave, however, Naruto decided to give them a fair warning. "I know what you're trying to do, Valley, the little team you have collected. I knew your father, your mother to some extent, and they were good people, made to look bad," Naruto said, making Valley go wide-eyed at the information. "But remember this, if you so much as try to come between me and Rizabum." Naruto's lone eye glowed menacingly in the night as both Valley and Biku felt their souls shake at the sight. There won't be any Lucifer left standing by the end of all this. Naruto ended with such a cold tone that would give. Before they could wet their pants any further, Valley and Biku quickly left the place. Naruto then turned to the leaders and said in the same cold voice, "Peace is something that can't be brought by simply signing a piece of paper. Are you ready to send your own kin to fight in place of the others? Are you willing to sacrifice your own people to save the others? If not, then there is no point in signing such treaty." He looked at them with his narrowed eye. "You have 3 days, meet me in the same place if you have the answers, and if you don't, then I would suggest that you stay in your home and enjoy the show from there." By the end of the speech, Searzex was cowering behind Graphia and Seraphal behind Sona. Both Satan shivering. Others may look calm, but they too were scared shitless. Moving a bit away from the mass, Naruto lifted the cover over his left eye. A purple portal opened in front of him and he placed the patch back in its place. He walked into the portal as it closed behind him, leaving the leaders to ponder upon a lot of things. He is right, this time, it is not a matter of you or me, it is an us now. Azazil was the one to break the silence. Nodding his head, Searzex stated, "As it should be, Azazil, it always has been an us. We were divided just because of a select few. It is time to come together again. Indeed, it is time to make amendments. Let's meet in 3 days and solve it for once and all." Michael added his bit. Gabriel and Seraphal nodded in agreement. The young ones could only smile proudly seeing the three great powers working together again. It would appear that this meeting has not been entirely a waste of time. Back at the Phenex household you seem oddly happy, must mean that the meeting went well? Questioned one Pamela Isley as she laid beside her master in their bed. It was fruitful. All they needed was a bit of push which, wait for it, was provided by the enemy itself, Naruto sighed while shaking his head. So, where to next? Pam asked as she cuddled up to Naruto and planted a small kiss on his lips. Olympus, what? Why? Pam hated that pantheon with a passion. Naruto understood though, it was hard to not hate that pantheon. Because the last artifact is in the land of Amazons, which sadly falls under the Greek pantheon, Naruto explained. I am coming with you and don't you dare tell me take a holiday, Pam told him in a serious tone, looking straight at his visible eye. Fine woman, now go back to sleep, and here I was expecting a bit of punishment, but, since you are not going to give it yourself, I will be taking it forcefully, and with that she climbed on top of him and started taking off her clothes. Naruto could only blush at the sight of her, queen, in all her naked glory. It was going to be another long night it would seem. Pam and Naruto were getting ready for their trip to Olympus. They were already done with the breakfast. Pam had handed the younger Phenex their training routine for the day. Revel and his peerage were to concentrate more on their magical strength, as their physical and mental strength was up to the mark. Riser and his group on the other hand had to work on both, especially the weaker members of the peerage. As for Revel, Relina had taken it upon herself to teach the young girl in the arts of hand-to-hand combat. After thinking about it for a long time, Relina had come to a conclusion that ever since the departure of Naruto from the underworld, she had grown rather soft, but then again, it wasn't entirely her fault. After the end of civil war, things have been quite calm and peaceful, and because of that, she saw no reason to be tough with her other children, but with the sudden arrival of her son and the recent news of attack on Kuno, she was more than convinced that trouble was once again on the horizon. Problems seemed to follow her son like a lost puppy. All of this was enough for her to get back in the game. She had also spoken to her friends regarding this matter and they too were in agreement. It was time to teach their kids some important lessons. Coming back to our dear protagonist and his queen. You ready? Naruto questioned as he turned towards the only member of his peerage. He could tell from the look on her face that she was not ready at all. Greek pantheon was perhaps the last place his queen wanted to be at. From Pam's point of view, it wasn't even the last place. Her mind didn't register Olympus as a place to begin with, not to mention that filthy virgin goddess who just like her had a connection with nature. I don't like it, master, not one bit, but I can't stop you from going. She stopped in her tracks and gave Naruto a scrutinized look. She knew that he would tell her to stay if she was uncomfortable with the idea, but she was not going to have any of it. However, that doesn't mean that I will let you go alone. I don't trust them, more precisely her. She spat towards the end. Naruto chuckled awkwardly but agreed nonetheless, not really interested in coming between two angry women. With that, he started remembering the first time he went to Olympus. Back then he was merely a teenager. It was decided by his other team members that they should pay a visit to each and every pantheon in existence and if possible, create an alliance of sorts or at least a friendly pact. Olympus was the first one on the list, closely followed by Asgard, Duat, Takamagahara and lastly, Mount Everest. But what they didn't count on was the fact that these gods could be so much more annoying, childish and egotistical than they were. And they were only a bunch of 17-year-olds. What the F was wrong with these gods anyway? Flashback 2 centuries ago, walking along the corridors of Mount Olympus was a group of 4 young devils. Right at the front was none other than Naruto Phenex, the leader, captain of the group. Following him were 2 other devils who belonged to the prestigious houses of Asmodeus and Leviathan. On the right side was a girl named Reina Asmodeus. She was a gorgeous-looking girl with a very buxom build. She had a pair of gentle brown eyes along with shiny black hair that went just past her shoulders. Hanging from her waist was a small silver sword. She was the younger sister of Croisery Asmodeus and also the healer of the group. Next to her was an attractive-looking young man with bluish hair and green eyes. He was rather tall in comparison to the others in the group. This was Ren Leviathan. He belonged to the branch side of the Leviathan household. He was the negotiator of the group. He was good with his words and as such, Naruto had appointed him to be the negotiator, in case they needed one. On his back he carried a long spear which he used to call Shadow Steel. Finally, walking right next to Naruto was perhaps the most beautiful female in the entirety of the supernatural world. A fact that was attested by many who had seen her with their own eyes. She had long luscious silver hair, a very bewitching body and a face to kill for. Her way of dressing did nothing to hide that either. Her eyes appeared to be naturally closed in a perpetual U-form. She was the vice captain and the analyst of the group, Erica Beelzebub. Just like Ren, she too was a part of the branch family. She was made the analyst simply because she had telepathic powers, knowing enemies' past, strategies, plans, etc. You name it and she already had it. These four, including Naruto, were the hit and kill squad of the underworld. And even though every member of the team had a certain responsibility assigned to them, each and every one of them was more than enough powerful to hold their own. If other devils considered young Searzex and Ajuka to be strong, then these three above mentioned were 20 times more powerful than them. That was the reason why they were brought together by Rizavam, and as he promised, Naruto was made their captain. Their missions came directly from Rizavam and to some degree the other Devil Kings. What their employer didn't know was that the squad played by its own rules, and as such, they completed the missions that were given to them, but not in the way their employer thought they did. Though they always felt remorse for completing the first few tasks given to them, exactly the way they were told to, they thought that they were doing service for the devil kind when in actuality, they were merely working for that damn Lucifer. These three were also the closest friends of Naruto, even closer than Searzex, Ajuka, Seraphal and Falbium. Coming back to their current whereabouts, the four kept on walking towards their destination. Turning to his right, Naruto glanced at the staff that Erica was holding. Over the years, the staff had grown longer in accordance to its wielder's size, kinda like his swords. He remembers asking her about its origin, and all he got in return was the fact that it was made from the trunk of something called the God Tree, and that brings us to the current topic of the conversation. Once again, where exactly is this supposed God Tree of yours? Naruto asked his female companion. You tell me the name of the metal that is used to make your swords and I'll tell you the location of God Tree, came the quick retort of Erica. Behind them Reina and Ren snickered. It was amusing to watch two of the most powerful devils arguing with each other, not to mention that the two were total opposites of each other. One dark and brooding, the other one lively and free-spirited. One destructive in nature, the other one creative. They were like made for each other. You know, complementary. Probably that's why they were so close to each other. Though Ren and Reina were not complaining, their captain had come a long way. From being an emotionless killing machine to the present a bit open with emotions and expressions. They remember meeting him for the first time, and that was something they never wished to experience ever again. They thanked each and every higher power out there for sending a person like Erica on their team. They had no idea what she did or how she did it, but somehow, she was able to convert the stone-cold ruthless Naruto Phenex into a rather amicable being. Fair enough. But why would a devil have something made out of a god tree of all things? As a matter of fact, how are you even holding that? Naruto inquired further. It didn't make sense at all. Why would someone give her a weapon made out of god tree? Maybe god tree was just a name given to a normal tree. That would make things simpler. I have told you before that it was given to me by someone when I was rather small, and you. Erica pressed her finger onto his chest, slowly dragging it towards his nose before flicking it. Don't get to question anything, Mr. Anomaly. That was enough to shut Naruto up, but he refused to go down without a fight. Given to you by whom? Jesus? He snorted. Pretty sure he was dead by then, but why not? Let's go with that, Erica chirped happily. There was no winning against her in an argument, just like his mother. On to other matters then. Any particular reason why we are here? He questioned for the 100th time, as they all kept walking. How many times do I have to tell you? It is to forge relations with the other pantheons, Erica sighed. Well, I don't like it and I remember voting against it, he stated firmly. 3 votes for, to your 1 against, majority wins. I thought I was the leader. But of course you are. What made you think otherwise? She asked in an overly innocent tone. Naruto was seconds away from pulling his hair out. Why was this woman so annoyingly good at getting on his nerves? It is all right, boss man. I mean, what is the worst that could happen? Ren added, coming to his leader's aid. You just jinxed us, you idiot, Reina scowled in Ren's direction. Before they could continue their bickering, however, Erica suddenly halted in her tracks, her abrupt action bringing the others to a stop as well. Glancing towards her, they all noticed as her expression went from happy to furious within a millisecond. Dark greenish miasma started coating her body. Her eyes opened for the first time, showing green-slitted irises and pitch-black sclera. She glared towards the end of the corridor. Reyna and Ren were about to take out their weapons in case something was coming, but they stopped midway as they saw Erika taking a deep breath, her energy residing back into her being. "What is it?" Naruto asked in a serious tone. He knew that there were only two occasions when Erika opened her eyes, one, when she was overjoyed, or two, when she was furious beyond reason. In this case, it would seem to be the latter. "Let's just get out of here," her tone no longer jovial. "But why, Eri? At least give us the details," Reyna implored from her best friend. She wondered what her friend saw that made her lose her temper. Naruto stood silent in his place. He could tell that it had something to do with this place, or more precisely, the beings who were behind the large door, though what it was, he had no idea. Due to her telepathic abilities, Erika was able to collect some information beforehand in case things go southwards, and what she got was horrifying and disgusting. She was kind of glad that the schools back in Underworld do not have Greek history as a subject, and she was doubly glad that they didn't bother learning about the Greek gods before coming to Olympus either. And this is where it became trickier. How exactly, or rather what exactly, was she supposed to tell her teammates? That the gods they were about to meet were a bunch of horny beings who had the mental capability of a child, that the beings with whom they wanted to form an alliance thought more from their nether regions than their actual brains. The fuck? She knew the consequences of doing that. Naruto would probably kill them all in a blink of an eye, and the last thing she wanted was to burden him with another Pantheon's bullshit. He already had enough going on for him as it was. Just as she was about to coerce her friends into leaving, a terrible idea came to her mind, terrible but fruitful. A cruel smirk made its way on her face. These filthy gods and goddesses were about to get a taste of their own medicine. Turning towards the others, she decided to share her idea. "All right. I am about to transfer everything I got on them to you, but I want you to remain calm and patient. Agreed?" It was more of an order than a question. Seeing them nod, she telepathically transferred every bit of data she got on the Greek gods and goddesses to Ren and Reyna. "What? I am not gonna get anything." Naruto rose his eyebrows, seeing the unnatural amount of contempt visible on the faces of Ren and Reyna. Must have something to do with the information they just received. "You, my dear captain, get the special delivery." Erika opened her palm and let go off of her staff. In an instant, the staff vanished into thin air. Now that her hands were empty, she pushed Naruto to the nearby wall and sauntered over to him in an enchanting way. Naruto for his part gulped hard. Looking to his right and left, he found that there was no one in the corridor except for him and his team. No guards whatsoever, except for the two at the entrance, and that's it. Either these gods were really powerful or they were just plain stupid. Before he could rack his brain anymore, a pair of juicy and supple lips crashed on his own. His mind shutting itself down the very instant Erika's lips touched his, Naruto could only gape at her as she encircled her slender arms around his neck in a sensual manner and deepened the kiss further. Ren and Reyna tried to hide their embarrassment by looking in opposite direction. Sometimes their vice-captain was a bit too amorous, especially towards their captain. Make it only towards their captain. Naruto's eyes widened a bit as his mind was bombarded with tons of information regarding the Greeks, his expression turning sour quickly. Hey, I know you are angry," Erika whispered to her beloved, her lips inches away from his. Naruto could feel her sweet and hot breath all over his face, the taste of her lips still very much on the forefront of his mind. Erika loved the way he squirmed in her grasp. He had always been awkward when it came to expressing his feelings and emotions, and the same applies for us. So, instead of you barging in alone, how about we teach these gods a lesson? All Naruto could do was nod, his mood a bit relaxed now. The word god, nothing more than a love tap for these particular devils. Good. Then we must proceed according to my plan. Each of you received your part, yes? She let go off Naruto, but not before planting another big wet kiss on his lips and giving his manhood a little squeeze that left him fidgeting on his spot. Ren and Reyna gave Erika a nod of their own. They could sense that the gods behind the big door were not that powerful. If anything, they were even weaker than the current heirs of Gremory and Astaroth. Shall we then, and remember, stick to the plan, that way, it would be even more enjoyable, Erika said with an ear-splitting grin, her dragon half telling her to create as much chaos as she can. And the plan is, Naruto inquired, wondering what weird name she gave to this mission. Defeat and conquer. If her plan works smoothly, they will be killing two birds with a single stone. One would be the almost orgasmic pleasure of stomping on these arrogant gods, and the other would be getting an alliance. Looking at their past actions, Erica came to a conclusion that these Greek gods hardly listened to reason, even though they had a goddess of wisdom in their ranks. The only thing these beings paid attention to was power, and power was something she and her friends had in abundance. That made things simple, and thus, a plan was concocted inside her head. Step 1. Humiliate the gods in each and every possible way. Step 2. Get them to sign a friendly pact, even if they don't want to. Step 3. Get home before dinner. See, easy peasy. With that said, she called back her staff and kicked the large door so hard that it unhinged from its frame and sailed towards the occupants of the room. Behind the three, Naruto could only shake his head. His team was a bit too enthusiastic sometimes, but hey, he didn't mind. It was refreshing in a way, and not to mention you get to fight gods. It was so worth it. Though he could only wonder why Erica was so persistent about making a pact with these weak gods. They can barely offer them anything. Inside the main hall few moments ago, inside the hall, seated in the thrones were the 12, 13, no wait, at the moment, it was only 11 gods and goddesses of Olympus. Right at the center were the king and queen of Olympus, Zeus and Hera. Zeus was known as the god of lightning, sky and justice, while Hera was the goddess of marriage, women and childbirth. Most notable feature of Zeus was his long white beard and a similar colored toga that he was wearing. Hera can be described as a beautiful lady with refined features, just like most of the high-status supernatural women out there. Right next to Zeus was the god of music, arts, healing and prophecy, Apollo. His appearance resembling that of a young handsome man in his 20s. His hair and smile dazzling gold that may remind one of the sun. He was also the twin brother of Artemis, who was sitting adjacent to her noisy brother. Artemis was known as the virgin goddess of hunt, nature and young girls. She had silver-colored hair that were neatly tied in a ponytail, and her eyes resembled the moon. Her choice of clothing was rather simple, yet it didn't take anything away from her beauty. As of now, she was busy polishing her bow. On the left-hand side of Hera, sat the goddess of wisdom, warfare, strategy and handicrafts, Athena. She had piercing gray-colored eyes and her face just as attractive as Hera. Unlike her fellow gods and goddesses, she wore a gold-plated full body armor as if she was ready to dive into battle any second now. Next to her was the god of war, bloodshed and violence, Ares. Like his father Zeus, he too had an overly muscular body. On his head was a Spartan-like war helmet, and strapped to his back was his prized war hammer, his face littered with scars and set in an everlasting scowl that made him look like a gangster of sorts. Towards his left, sat the goddess of beauty, love and pleasure, Aphrodite. Considered to be the most attractive female on Olympus by many, specifically males. She had long blonde hair and a very appealing face, her eyes deep sea blue, and her way of dressing left very little to imagination. Moving further leftwards, one can find the goddess of grain, agriculture and growth, Demeter. She had calm-looking droopy eyes and a small smile adorned her features. Being a goddess, she too was blessed with good looks. On her hands, she was holding a bowl of cereals for whatever reasons. Onto the right of Artemis was the god of sea, floods and earthquakes, Poseidon. His features were strikingly similar to that of his brother Zeus, long beard, blue eyes, sturdy build and a big trident resting on his lap. His clothing included a simple buttoned t-shirt and a pair of blue-colored trousers. Next to him sat the god of travel, communication and thievery, Hermes. He was a young and athletic-looking man with blonde hair and blue-ish eyes. He was wearing a long overcoat and casual pants along with a fedora which had small wings attached to its side, and the same could be said about his boots. Last but not the least was the god of wine, festivals and madness, Dionysus. He looked like a man who was in his late 30s to early 40s. In comparison to his fellow male gods, his build was rather poor. His mere presence reeked of alcohol, and he seemed seconds away from passing out. And like always, Hades and Hephaestus were not present in the monthly meeting of the gods of Olympus. Was it because they were not invited, or was it because they chose not to appear out of their own volition? Remained yet to be seen or found. Anything we should be worried about, Apollo? Came the heavy voice of the king of Olympus. Right now, nothing, but I can sense that trouble will be at our doorstep soon, Apollo replied to his father. Mind giving any more information about this so-called trouble? Athena questioned, looking straight into Apollo's eyes. Take it easy, sis, or you'll get wrinkles all over your face, Apollo teased Athena. Unlike you, I don't go around merrymaking. singing songs or reciting those stupid haikus of yours. I have to think about the safety of Olympus, came the sharp reply of Athena. Enough. Anyone else has any? Before he could finish his sentence, a feeling of dread washed over the entirety of Mount Olympus, and just like a passing breeze, it came and then vanished, all in a matter of seconds. What in the world was that? Ares spoke in his rough voice, his hand tightly gripping the handle of his war hammer. It came from the hallway, but Artemis hesitated in continuing, but given the situation, she had to. It seems like it is completely gone now. It felt draconic and she tried her best to hide the slight shiver that went up her spine. Devil-ish, Poseidon interjected. I don't recall setting up a meeting with the devil faction. Zeus stroked his beard in thought. The last time they had any sort of interaction with the biblical pantheon was before the Great War. Since then, neither of the sides had tried to establish any sort of contact. In the eyes of Zeus and a few other Olympians, the devil and the fallen angel race was an inferior one. Well, according to Zeus, every pantheon was inferior, so, no surprises there. A rogue one perhaps? Hera added, standing up from his seat and summoning his lightning bolt. Zeus spoke in a booming voice, whoever it is, show yourself this instant or you will be. His speech was cut short as the large door of the hall came flying at him and collided with his face. Though it didn't hurt the king of gods, it was enough to anger him. Ren, you're up. Erica telepathically conveyed the message to her teammate. On it, boss lady, Ren responded back. My apologies, almighty gods of Olympus, you'll have to forgive my friend here, as she was a bit too excited to meet the all-powerful beings such as yourself. Ren came forward from the center of destruction and bowed gracefully in front of the part curious and part angry gods, though they failed to notice the small smirk present on his face. State your business for being here, and if I don't find it good enough, I will smite you where you stand. Zeus stated in a commanding tone and settled down on his seat, his angry expression never leaving his face. Please my lord Ness, me and my friends come here in peace. As a matter of fact, we are here to form a friendly pact with your pantheon. Ren's smooth voice ever so slightly calmed the gods. The gods have to admit that the person in front of them was a rather attractive one, and his voice somehow matched his features, though they couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic with his words or if he was being honest. Your friends, you say? I don't see anybody except for you, devil. Athena decided to join the conversation. Was this devil responsible for the sudden surge in power? His energy seemed pretty average, albeit a bit more than a common high-class devil. Once again, I apologize for that. Please allow me to introduce myself and my teammates. My name is Ren Leviathan. Not from the original household but the branch one, and these are my teammates. He pointed towards his back as he was joined by the rest of his team, the male god's eyes lingering towards the females of the group, specifically the silver-haired beauty. Aphrodite could only gawk at the seemingly otherworldly beauty in front of her. Was it even possible to be that beautiful? And here she thought that she was the best-looking one. This is Reina Asmodeus, the little sister of the current Devil King Asmodeus. Reina stepped forward and gave a curt bow to the gods. This one here is Erica Beelzebub, once again from the branch family. Erica did the same as her other teammate, the male god's eyes following her body rather than her gesture. She could tell what was going on inside their heads. She didn't need telepathic powers for that. And finally, this is Naruto Phenex. Ren finished the introduction. Naruto merely nodded at the gods with an impassive look on his face, the goddess's gaze never leaving his bright blue eyes. Artemis snorted in his direction, another pretty boy, but she had to admit that of all the male beings she had met over the years, he was by far the best-looking one, a sentiment shared by her fellow female deities. I see, then do tell what exactly is this pact about, and how do we stand to benefit from this? Poseidon folded his hand in front of his chest. Allow me to explain. While we do intend to create a friendly pact with your pantheon, we are not here on behalf of our faction. It is just us four at the moment, but there is a lot of potential for aggressive expansion, and as such, we are trying to unite various pantheons for a better and peaceful future. It wasn't entirely a lie, not the last part of the statement at least. While it sounds a bit idealistic, the question that still remains is, what do we get out of this deal? Zeus asked the young devil. You get us 4 devils at your beck and call, and I am sure you can tell that we are high-ranking ones. A bit young but powerful nonetheless, Ren continued. He could tell that they were not a least bit interested in the better and peaceful future part. The gods nodded their heads in agreement. These 4 young devils were indeed powerful. They could use them instead of their own kids, but There was something definitely odd about them, something that they were not able to place a hand on. Alright then, but that Phenex teammate of yours doesn't look very happy about it. Apollo pointed at Naruto, whose fingers were twitching madly. He was getting tired of this, and frankly, so was Ren, but to execute the plan, he had to get the hopes up of these stupid runts in front of him. Never mind him, he is just the supporter of the team. Naruto almost died laughing from that, but he kept his composure. Reina and Erika had to clasp their mouths shut to stay in the character. Being the cocky one of the group, Ares gave a lecherous grin towards the devil females and said, "Fine, you get the pact, but given the fact that you are making a deal with the most powerful pantheon in existence." Naruto rose his eyebrow at that statement. "We have a few more conditions of our own." "As you wish, my lord, please do tell." Ren was barely able to conceal his rage at this point. He could already tell what this bitch-ass was about to ask for, if his filthy gaze was anything to go by. "Leave the two females behind as advance payment and you can consider the deal done." Ares gave a smug grin of his own. Reina wondered what was going on inside the goddess's head. She hoped that at least one of them will speak up against it. Few minutes passed with no one saying anything. Guess not. Erika, on the other hand, could tell that while some of the female goddess were disgusted by the demand, they were not going to take any action to stop that from happening. Now, the thing was that neither Erika nor Reina were new to this type of thinking, but to outright demand it, not to mention that it was coming from a god no less, that was most certainly new. Such pathetic beings. Besides, it was time to end this. She could already see Naruto's hand moving towards his sword. Fuck the plan, she thought mentally. They say actions speak louder than words, then so be it. I am not sure how. Just as Ren was about to tell them off, Ares' head exploded with crimson blood flowing out like a shower, courtesy of Erika's boot slamming on his head, and in an instant, the supposed god of war was dead. The other gods could only blink at what just transpired. Leaning a bit towards the front, Naruto whispered to Ren, "I thought she said stick to the plan." Ren gave a nervous chuckle and readied his spear. Seems like the talking part was done, not like it was going anywhere to begin with. Flipping back towards her team, Erika said, "On to plan B then," a bloody smile on her face. "What happened to plan A?" "Wait a minute, we had a plan B, since when?" Naruto scratched his head. This woman was just too much. "Do you know what you just did, devil? This could mean war." Zeus snarled in their direction, his body crackling with energy. The other gods also got into their fighting stance. The team of 4 was not even paying attention to them as they were too busy with themselves. "You already took out one, that means 10 left, 3 for everyone, and you," Naruto pointed at Erika, "only get 1. "What? No way, come on, I will do anything you say after this, and I mean anything." She gave Naruto the best seductive yet cute look she could muster, which she knew he couldn't handle for a long time. "Fine, fine, just stop that. You get 2 but leave the big daddy-o to me, deal?" Erika brought him closer and whispered hotly in his ear, "Deal, and you are about to get the best night of your life for this." Coming back to the gods, they too seemed ready for action. How dare these inferior beings attack them? "Ren," Naruto motioned towards his best friend, who gave him a wide grin in return. "I got this, boss man, and truthfully, they are not even 1/10 of our strength, so, no worries here." Ren's eyes narrowed on Apollo, Dionysus, and Poseidon. "Reina, same here, Captain. They're nothing compared to you and Eri, and we regularly spar with you." Reina gave a reassuring nod towards Naruto, her eyes moving from Hermes, Aphrodite to Demeter. Naruto needn't ask Erika. She was more powerful than these so-called gods combined. It would take hundreds of them to even put a scratch on her. "What, not gonna ask me?" Erika pouted in his direction. "Not really, no," Naruto deadpanned. "HMPH, I want to see how the ladies of this pantheon fare against me, so, I will take the queen, the man-hater and the oh-so-intelligent one," she said in an excited fashion. "Do whatever you want, woman, but make it quick," Naruto sighed. "Seems like he gets to take on the king and, wait a second, did she just choose 3 gods again? Oh, that insufferable woman. And here I was about to make it slow and painful." She dangerously licked her luscious lips, her eyes still very much closed. "Call it, boss man," Ren voiced from his position. "We are ready to go." "Oh yeah." Reina pumped her fist in the air, her other hand holding her small sword. "Avengers," Erika dramatically shouted. She was trying to milk the moment as much as she can. "Don't you say it," Naruto told Erika, tick marks appearing on his head. Assemble, I hate you, and with that, the one-sided beatdown began. The gods only had few seconds before their body parts were sent flying in different directions. 10 minutes later, as far as forging relations go, this, I like, and if each and every trip of ours is going to be of similar kind, I am all for it, Naruto stated, standing between the battered, bruised, chopped and unconscious bodies of gods. As it turns out, Erika did good on her promise and took her time maiming the ones she was fighting. It wasn't supposed to go like this, but oh well, someone needed to be the bearer of bad news. No, Erika replied as she casually chopped off the legs of Hermes. Poor guy thought that he was fast. I don't understand, if you wanted to fight, why waste time talking? We could have done this from the very beginning, Ren asked while wiping his spear clear of blood. Point was to give them one last shot at redemption, but given their history, I should have seen it coming, and we proved our strength by defeating them. Now, whether they want to or not, they will have to go with what we say. These gods didn't even last more than 5 minutes. No wonder they were acting so high and mighty. So, a demonstration of power, not bad, boss lady. I just hope that they don't see us as the bad guys. We kind of killed a few of them. Ren pointed towards Hermes, Ares and Athena. Give them some time, they will come around. We all get what's coming to us, eventually. Consider this theirs, Erika told Ren. And how exactly are we supposed to get them to sign the pact? Reina inquired. Wake one of them up, preferably the king or the queen, and get them to sign it, Erika asked of Naruto, who made his way towards the almost dead Zeus. Just as he was about to bring the god back to his normal health, he felt 2 more energy signatures coming towards the hall. These 2 were potentially more powerful than the ones they just fought. Craning his head in Erika's direction, he was about to tell her about the... I know, someone's coming, let's see what they have to say. Erika turned towards the entrance, patiently waiting for the 2 beings to appear. Entering the hall was Hestia, the goddess of hearth, home and chastity. She had an appearance of a cute 10-year-old girl. Walking beside her was the king of the underworld and the ruler of dead, Hades. He looked like middle-aged man with pitch black hair and an equally dark beard. On his right hand was an orange glowing bident that reeked of power. He was by far the strongest one of these gods, leagues above them. Did anyone's child got lost or something? Naruto said out loud as he took in the strange appearance of the goddess of hearth. What happened here? Hestia took in the horrifying sight of her relatives lying on the floor, some dead, some unconscious with missing body parts. And who are you people? We are the Justice League, Erika finished her beloved sentence. Yup, what she said, Reina added, all the while giggling. Ren snickered from his place. Look, we don't want to cause any more destruction than we already have, and I can tell that both of you are much more sensible and reasonable than the others, powerful too. So, I'll cut to the chase and say this. We are here to make a friendly pact with your pantheon. Do you accept? Erika was the one who did the talking this time. I will be more than happy to do so, but I am not a part of the council anymore, Hestia reluctantly told the young devils, a sad smile on her face. My sister and me, while powerful, are not much involved when it comes to decision-making and such, Hades stated, glancing around the hall. He hardly felt any sort of sympathy towards the beaten and defeated forms of his family members. I will take it from here, Hestia, Hades, came an authoritative yet sweet voice from the above. The devil team took notice as the 2 new gods went down on one knee and bowed in front of a white energy ball. Almighty Creator, both the gods said in sync, at ease both of you. The floating ball then moved towards the devils Naruto Phenex, Erika Beelzebub, Reina Asmodeus and Ren Leviathan, I presume. Yes, Naruto got in front of his team. He could tell that this ball of energy or Almighty Creator was on a whole another level. He dare say that it was just as powerful as he was, or perhaps even more. Doesn't matter how powerful it was, he can't let anything happen to his team. Please, no need to be on guard. I am simply here to talk. Now, if you 2 would follow me, we have much to discuss, the ball said as it circled around Naruto and Erika. I hope the other 2 could specify the details of the pact till we return, yes? The ball said towards Ren and Reina. Both of them turned towards their leader, waiting for his approval. Seeing him nod, they smiled. Oh, and Hestia, Hades, I am giving you full authority to make the decision on behalf of Greek Pantheon. Hestia gave another bow to the light ball. Well, be fine, boss man. I'll take care of the negotiation. See you in a bit, Ren said to Naruto. Take care, Reina waved towards the departing duo. Soon, the 3 vanished from the hall. Right then, Shall we begin? Ren asked the two remaining gods. Of course, but first let's move to a better place, Hestia told the young devils. Stench of death and destruction was something she was never comfortable with. Should I call Hephaestus as well? Hades questioned his elder sister. I'll leave that up to you, brother, Hestia responded. You know, compared to the others, you guys are a lot easier to talk to, even though one of you is a god of the dead. No offense, Reyna commented. None taken, and I fully agree with you. It is half the reason why I never show up for a meeting whenever they call me. Hades shrugged his shoulders. It was the truth. No point in being angry about it. With that, the four went to another room to discuss about the pact, alliance. Unknown place with Naruto, Erika and the Ball of Light. First of all, allow me to apologize on behalf of the gods of Olympus, the Light Ball said in a sincere tone. The other two called you Almighty Creator. Are you the one who created them? And we are not the ones you should be apologizing to. Naruto folded his arms. Just what the hell was this light-emitting talking ball? I am, in a way, I created the beings from whom they came, so, in a manner of speaking, they are a part of me, the ball replied. As interesting as that is, you should talk to the people whom you have wronged and ask for their forgiveness, not ours, and while a bit of responsibility falls on you as well, it was the gods that took the action and as such, they should be the one apologizing, Erika put forward her point. I totally agree with you. Over the years they have grown rather arrogant and ignorant towards the suffering of others. Hopefully, today's debacle would teach them something, but what I really wanted to ask you, was to give them another chance. There was a hint of pleading in the ball's tone. After what they have done so far, I think the fuck not, needless killing, rape, torture, steal. Now, I am starting to think that we went a bit easy on them, and to think that some humans look up to them. Naruto snorted in the floating ball's direction. But didn't you come here looking for an alliance? The ball questioned. Had we known the truth, an alliance would be the last thing on our mind, Naruto stated plainly. Aren't you as culpable as my gods are, in terms of needless killing? The ball asked the duo. For the first time since they began talking, Naruto's eyes narrowed towards the ball. I think you already know the answer to that question. Just like you gave yourself another chance, all I am asking you, is to do the same with these gods. I think you overlooked a major difference. We realized we were doing wrong, we learned from our mistakes and we tried our best to make things better for the others. Your gods on the other hand. Erika left the sentence hanging. She knew that the ball was more than capable of understanding what she wanted to say. Please, just this once, and I know that this alliance is very important to you, Erika Beelzebub. It may not be as useful as some others, but I can assure you that it will not be in vain. The creator of gods talked to Erika. What is the oddly glowing ball talking about? Naruto asked Erika. Never mind that, came the hesitant reply of Erika. He could tell that she was hiding something. Hell, have to talk about it later. Clearing her throat, she made up her mind. Fine, only one chance and that's it. That is all I ask for. Now, I am going to send you back, and as of this moment, you have my permission to roam about the Greek-Roman territory whenever you like, wherever you like and as much as you like. You may also treat the gods however you see fit. Just try not to kill every one of them. It becomes a bit problematic for us, the creator said in a happy tone. Thank you. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Was he supposed to feel grateful for that? Here is my marker in case anyone questions you. The ball presented the young devils with a small paper that had runes like marking on it. I hope to see you soon. The ball teleported the two devils back to Mount Olympus. The soon-to-be strongest man and the strongest woman in the world. Not too bad. The ball of light thought to itself. I see you have already made contact with them. Chaos, came a voice from behind, and it was another ball of light, though unlike the previous one, this one emitted golden light. You are here, Order, and yes, I did. The one named Chaos replied. Guess the world still has a chance, Order mumbled to itself. The girl has the power to predict future just like Lord Shiva, and she is trying her best to keep the person she loves the most, that Phenex boy, safe. For he doesn't seems to believe in fate or predestination. Her reason for making the pact is not limited to the betterment of the world. It is also to make sure that when the time comes, that Phenex boy will have every sort of help he needs. If only our underlings understood the meaning of love the way those two do. Chaos told its counterpart. Ah yes, Naruto Phenex, the chosen one, or should we call him the burdened one? His journey is going to get even more difficult here onward, a hint of grimness in its tone. Never give up, was his motto. No, hell, pull through. He has to, for the sake of the world. Chaos spoke in a confident manner. Back at Mount Olympus the negotiations were done. The deal was made and the pact was signed by both the parties. There were no conditions attached to the pact, for neither of the sides had anything to offer each other except for help. If needed, mostly on the part of Greeks, the gods were revived back to their normal self by that talking ball of light. Somehow, the beating they just received has pounded a sense of humility into them, and all of a sudden, they were more than willing to take responsibility for their actions. Was it humility or was it fear? Or did that glowing ball do something? No one knew, not like it mattered anyway. As long as they were willing to do the right thing. Of course it is going to take hundreds of years before they could be considered all clear, but it was a start. You called him a supporter of all things, Athena grumbled, her eyes sneaking glances at the blonde-haired male every now and then. To her, Naruto Phenex was a big mysterious puzzle right now, and she was going to do everything in her power to solve it. I did what I had to, as a strategist. You should know better. Ren gave a lame shrug. And you knowingly suppressed your powers to make us believe that you were weaker than us. Zeus scratched his chin, his attitude a lot more pliant than before. Someone once told me that deception is the key, and even if we didn't, the results would have been the same because you guys are too weak, Erika truthfully replied. I have seen stronger houseplants, Naruto commented offhandedly. Hey, can you be a bit gentle with your words? It hurts, Apollo whined, anime tears running down his cheeks, though he did prefer cutting words over his hands and legs being chopped off. As it should, and thank you, Lady Hestia, for those cookies, but it is time for us to leave. Reina gave a subtle bow towards the only likable female deity of this pantheon. It was my pleasure. Please, feel free to drop by anytime you want. I shall introduce you to my mother next time. Hestia smiled warmly towards the powerful devils. It was nice to know that there are beings out there worried about the future of the world. All right then, until next time weaklings. Erika gave the gods a big unsettling smile and bid them goodbye. The team of 4 then vanished from their sights. The gods finally took a breath of relief, though it did hurt being utterly destroyed by mere teenagers, not to mention the horrible feeling of being detached and remade. Just thinking about it was enough to give them shivers, so, while their health was back to normal, their pride will take some time to restore itself. It's amazing, the goddess of love whispered in a low tone, her eyes staring at the spot where the devils once stood. What are you talking about, Dite? Hermes questioned. The other gods also turned in her direction. Waving her hand, she produced a delicate-looking red thread. This is the thread of love that binds two people who are in love. Now observe. Waving her hand once again, she brought up a big screen that showed the image of Naruto Phenex and Erika Beelzebub standing next to each other. She clicked her fingers and the image modified itself a little bit and displayed tens of thousands of golden and green threads joining the two devils. It looked like both the devils were an extension of each other. And Artemis eyed the screen in front of her, not really understanding what the ditzy goddess was trying to show. Shaking her head in a negative fashion, Aphrodite decided to explain further. You don't get it. Two people who love each other generally have 1 or 2 threads connecting them. 3 is the max I have ever seen in my entire life. This, however, she pointed towards the screen, is crazy. It is beautiful and terrifying at the same time. Watch closely. Using her powers that govern over love, the goddess snapped a few threads joining the two devils. Everyone watched with curious eyes as few of the strands got destroyed, and at that very instant, 100 others took their place. Slowly, their eyes started widening and their jaws hung low as they finally grasped what the beautiful goddess was trying to prove. You see, that is what love is supposed to look like, she told her fellow gods in a somber tone. Others wondered what was up with her, why the sudden change in mood. Was the usually happy-go-lucky goddess feeling sad? Of course she was. Being a goddess of love and not being able to experience that very feeling, it made her feel sick. She generally chalked it up to fate being cruel, but seeing those two young devils defying all sorts of odds, it gave her a strange sense of hope. She didn't wait for her fellow gods to respond and teleported back to her temple. She had a lot to think about. Seems like we all have something to think about, Poseidon spoke up after a moment of silence. That we do, brother, that we do, Hera replied, and taking that as a cue, everyone went back to their temples. Flashback and phew, that was some flashback. For Naruto, it was nothing more than a distant memory, though after that incident, he made sure to get information about the other pantheons before storming their place unannounced. In one of his later visits to Olympus, he had met Rhea, the Titan mother of the eldest Olympians. Over time, the mother hen of Olympus had developed a strong liking towards the Phenex heir, much to Hera, Athena's and Artemis' heir. The gods, however, took notice of the fact that Naruto no longer traveled with his team. They tried questioning him about it, but he remained tight-lipped on that regard. That only meant one of the two things: either they were dead or they were no longer a team. The latter seemed preposterous given the close bond the four shared. Especially Naruto and Erika, and the former didn't make much sense either. Who was powerful enough to kill them all, and on Naruto's watch no less? Every possibility raised even more questions. Soon, they dropped the topic altogether. Seeing that it wasn't moving the unwavering Phenex in the slightest, they knew when to give up. On the other side, Naruto had taken Pam to Mount Olympus quite a few times as well. During her very first visit, she developed a strong rivalry with the goddess of hunt. After listening to her continuous sexist drivel against her master, Pam has had enough and wasted no time in trying to kill the huntress, who also retaliated with full force. The rivalry has continued since then, though it had toned down in terms of violence. Despite their constant bickering, however, they both were actually pretty good friends, good acquaintances, just trying to deny what the other one believed. Naruto had also told Hera, after she had cleared her name, that if Zeus cheats on her again, she can call him anytime and he will be more than happy to kill him over and over again, until he learns his lesson. While Hera seemed ecstatic at that, Zeus turned pale. Ever since then, he chose to keep it inside his pants. It was better than losing it. Enough with the memories, let's get back to business at hand. It was time to leave for Amazon Island, which was said to be inhabited by women who hate men with all their guts. Naruto could already feel a headache coming. He wondered why Artemis was not the patron goddess of the Amazons. Both the sides seemed to share same kind of mentality after all. MT. Olympus sup, weaklings, came an all too familiar voice of one Naruto Phenex, causing some to smile, some to blush and some to start shaking from fear. Out of a purple portal came two beings whom the gods of Olympus were very much accustomed with. Before Naruto could open his mouth to say anything, he was glomped by an ecstatic Hestia. He patted her head awkwardly. She had grown quite clingy over the centuries. He never understood why she chose to remain in the form of a little girl, a fetish perhaps. After getting over with the greetings and stuff, he proceeded to discuss the main reason for his arrival. Right then, I need to go to the land of Amazons, Naruto stated. Wait, you can't go there, it's an all-female island, you know, Zeus tried to reason with him. My boy, I wasn't asking for your permission, I was just telling you that I will be going. Naruto tilted his head in a creepy way and gave an equally twisted smile. All Zeus could do was nod his head frantically. Meanwhile, both Pam and Artemis were busy shouting obscenities at each other, trying to one-up the other. Come on Pam, no time to waste here, he called Pam over, who was trying to evaporate Artemis via heated glare. Hi, just telling the bitch that I am better, she said before walking towards her master. Oh, since when are you better than me, you red-haired bimbo? Artemis yelled back at Pam, who stuck her tongue out in a childish way. Since always, you virgin, shut up, I am a virgin because I chose to be one, not because I can't get a man, Artemis cried with a red face, her eyes traveling towards the blonde-haired devil. All Pam could do was roll her eyes, as Naruto and Pam were about to teleport to the Amazon island. Athena shouted from her seat. Wait, Naruto, I want to come with you, she said, making Naruto blink his eye in confusion before he shrugged it as nothing and nodded at her. All three of them vanished from their places. A second or two later, Ria came running towards the main hall, huffing badly. Was he here? She asked in between breaths. Yes, he was mother, he just left a few seconds ago, Hera told with a certain edge in her tone. She knew that her mother was infatuated with the fellow blonde silver-haired Phenex just like she was. She also knew that Artemis liked him secretly and that Athena shared the same feelings. Mo, I wanted to meet him, at least call your mother when he is here, Ria pouted cutely. Zeus and Poseidon wondered if they needed to prepare dad jokes in case the Phenex heir marries their mother. Wouldn't that be something? The trip to the land of Amazons went rather smoothly. If you exclude being shot by hordes of arrows, spears and every sort of handheld weapon known to mankind, listening to a half-hour-long rant on how men are pigs and Pam finding another adversary in a red-haired Amazon named, wait for it, Artemis, he was glad that they had Athena with them to defuse the situation, otherwise he might just have erased the entirety of that island from the face of Earth. Some paradise that was, should have renamed it to Sexist Island. I don't mind having a dark-skinned chick in your slowly developing harem, Kurama said to his container. Naruto groaned mentally. Shut up and go back to your slumber. But we got what we wanted, and with this one, the artifacts are all done. That is one less thing to worry about. The giant fox mentioned. The things that Naruto called artifacts were actually the treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths. The moment Kurama had awakened, the moment Naruto had received his memories of previous life, he had started collecting the tools to keep them out of wrong hands. But the interesting thing was that the tools were no longer useful, at least not as a whole. They can still be used as normal weapons, but that was just about it. Their spiritual content was all but gone. Naruto could activate them, but he saw no need to do so. Compared to the weapons of this world, the older ones were rather weak, but just to be on the safe side, he collected them all anyway. Although the one that Naruto was currently holding in his hand was not one of the Six Paths tool, this one was Sasuke's Chikuto, the sword of Kusanagi. He gave it a swing or two to get a feel of the blade. I wonder why he left it behind. Some sort of message or something. Naruto mused to himself. He tapped the metal of the blade a few times to see if it would trigger something. Finally, he thought of applying his chakra to the sword. As soon as his chakra touched the blade, it started crumbling. A minute later, nothing of the sword remained except for its rubbery hilt. Naruto's eye twitched madly. Tick marks appeared on his forehead as he realized what just happened. Him, the one known as the best prankster of his time, just got pranked by none other than the large stick-up-his-ass Sasuke Uchiha. Turning towards the sky, Naruto yelled, "Fuck you, Sasuke, you lousy, good-for-nothing spoiled brat." He could have sworn he saw the visage of a smirking Sasuke up in the clouds. Kurama was rolling inside his seal. This was too good to be true, to see the mighty devil losing his composure. At the same time, Gregory Azazil was having a meeting with his fellow leaders of the Fallen Angel organization. After the previous three-faction summit, he had decided to share every bit of information with his brothers and sisters. He wanted to hear their thoughts about it. If what you say is true, then Naruto is right. There is no point in wasting time, especially now. I am all for it. Shemazai voiced his opinion to the Governor-General. Shemazai had an appearance of a handsome young man in his late 20s with silver hair and purple eyes. His outfit consisted of a purple beret hat, purple trench coat over a black vest, white pants and black boots. Like Kokebile, he too possessed 10 black wings. Things are finally going in the right direction, Azazil. About time if you ask me. Count me in as well, came the gruff reply of Barakiel. He looked like a middle-aged man with thick black hair, matching beard and a muscular body. He was also the Vice-Governor-General of the Fallen Angels and the father of one Akeno Hamejima, the Queen of Rias Gramarye. It is not that easy. While we all agree to it, it is the lower-class Fallen Angels who are going to be a pain in the ass. And where is that woman when you need her? Azazil rubbed his chin. Seems like Phenex was still a no-show. Probably somewhere with her nose buried deep in books. I heard that you went to meet him alone. A stiff yet lovely voice was heard by the three occupants of the room. Azazil's hair stood up as he literally jumped out of his seat. Turning around, he saw the beautiful purple-haired and large-breasted Fallen Angel glaring at him angrily. This was Phenex, the only Lady Cadre-level Fallen Angel. Though unlike most of the Fallen Angels, including their leader, she didn't fall because of lust. She merely fell because of her greed for knowledge. Why, you see, it was imperative at that time. Zip it, Azazil. You could have taken me with you. As a matter of fact, it should have been me, to deliver the information to him. Phenex hissed at her leader. Her title of in charge of foreign affairs was not just for show. Azazil put his hands up in a surrendering fashion. He was full aware of the strong liking his fellow Fallen held for the strongest devil. Sighing, he collected himself and said, "Fine, I am sorry, it didn't occur to me at that moment. You better tell me next time, and by the way, leave the lower-class Fallen Angels to me and Josephine. We got this covered," she said, moving towards the door. "What do you mean?" Barakiel questioned. "You'll see soon enough." With that, she left the three men alone. "Have you talked to Armeros, Tamiel and Sahariel?" Shemazai inquired. "I already did, before coming here, and they are all in agreement." Azazil relaxed back into his seat. Things were indeed looking better for now. He could only wonder what the Phenex heir was planning. Hopefully, whatever it was, it will work out smoothly, hopefully. Sixth Heaven. A similar style meeting was going on between the four great seraphs of heaven, namely Michael, Gabriel, Uriel and Raphael. After coming back from the summit, Michael had immediately called for this conference. The information he had received from Naruto Phenex was a rather troubling one and needed to be dealt with, as quick as possible. "You're telling me that we have someone within our ranks, working for the Chaos Brigade?" Uriel almost didn't believe that. When Michael told him that the information came from a devil, he yelled at him for trusting it, but Michael and Gabriel, both had vouched for the devil's honesty. Uriel's face structure was almost similar to that of his siblings, but instead of having golden hair that the majority of angels possessed, he had whitish, almost silver-colored ones. He had bright blue eyes that shone with zeal and excitement. He was also the most curious one out of the four, especially when it came to know-how of the human world. As sad as it is true. I can sense that a lot of lower-class angels have already left their home, which means that the traitor is a high-ranking one with followers. Gabriel clutched her dress tightly. It would mean one of her dear brother or sister had sided with enemy. It can be one, but it can also be many. Raphael opened his mouth for the first time, his tone calm and serene, his looks identical to his twin Uriel, though he lacked the energy and enthusiasm that his brother seemed to have. He would rather sleep the whole day than spend time on the human world. "Yes, that means we have to tread carefully. We need to find out who that person is. It won't be easy, but we don't have any other choice whatsoever. As of now, everyone except for us is a suspect. Even the members of our brave saint system. Keep your eyes and ears open, and be careful. If they have joined the Chaos Brigade, then they most definitely have even more people backing them up, so stay safe and vigilant." The three nodded in Michael's direction. It was time to clean up the ranks. With that, both Uriel and Raphael left the place. Seeing them walk away, Michael turned towards Gabriel. "We need to have a talk." Not understanding what her brother was trying to say, she cutely tilted her head. "Okay, but about what?" "About Naruto Phenex," Michael replied bluntly. Hearing his name brought a full-blown blush to her face. She quickly averted her gaze from her brother's eye. "I don't know what you are talking about." "I have got nothing against it, Gabriel. I just need to know how you two know each other so well," Michael quickly added, not wanting to trouble his sister. "And so, from this day onwards, I will act as the advisor of the Occult Research Club, and Naruto Phenex will be joining as the physical education teacher," Azazil told the gawking members of the mentioned club. "You can't be serious." Rias folded her hands underneath her chest. "Oh, but I am. I asked Searzex and everything. He told me to talk to Seraphal's little sister about it," a smug smile marring his visage. The mention of the President-Student Council averted everyone's attention to the back of the room where Sona and Tsubaki were standing. "You did this, Sona Kaichu?" Issei questioned. "Look, I didn't have much of a choice. My sister she said that she would become a part of the staff herself if I didn't comply with the request," Sona replied calmly, though there was a hint of amusement and fear in her tone. "So basically, what you mean is that you sold us out?" Rias inquired. "Anyway, I'll leave you to it," Sona replied quickly and started making her way out of the room. Tsubaki gave a small bow and followed her. "King." "Hey, Sona, wait." By the time Rias could finish, the members of the student council were already out of the room. With that out of the way, Azazil stood up from his chair. "I forgot to tell you that Searzex had one more condition for me. I cannot stay here unless I provide a gift to you." "Yeah, what kind of gift?" Gasper muttered, poking his head out of his hiding box. "As long as I am around, I am going to help you develop your immature sacred gears," his smirk widening in size. "The mysterious boosted gear with unpredictable evolution." Issei tensed at his words. "The Holy Devil Sword and the Forbidden Balorview. I can use the research that I've done to evolve them on an individual level, so then, from now on you can call me Mr. Azazil, or Azazil Sensei is fine as well, okay?" Azazil said, motioning towards himself. Mr. Azazil. Dude, that feels weird in my mouth. And by the way, what about Mr. Naruto? Is he not supposed to be here with you?" Issei scratched the back of his neck. "Not really, he is more of a lookout kind of guy." Now how exactly should I put it?" Azazil took up a thinking pose and scratched his goatee. "Think of it this way, he is a bouncer assigned to the school. A bouncer who works on his own free will, gets no salary and is way too powerful, got it?" The others merely nodded their head, though a part of them wanted to be trained by the strongest devil of all time. "I am looking forward to working with you all," Azazil said as he started walking towards the door of the club. "Hold it right there, I never agreed to this. How can we even trust you?" Rias yelled in a childish way, not wanting to believe what just conspired without her approval. "Oh yeah, Searzex gave me another message for you," Azazil locked eyes with the Gremory heiress. A message, for me. It seems that when he stayed at Issei's house previously, he learned the importance of good skinship between household members, notably for the Red Dragon Emperor because as it turns out, that's what he needs to charge his power, Azazil informed the others. Okay. I don't get what you are saying at all, Issei mentioned in a confused manner, not understanding what the Governor-General was hinting at. Alright then, it is an official statement in the name of Great Devil King Lucifer. All the current female members of the Occult Research Club are hereby ordered to move in with Issei Hyodo. Effective immediately. There you go. Easy enough for you. Azazil chuckled to himself seeing the disbelieving looks present on faces of the kids in front of him. That red-haired devil sure as hell knew how to throw a curveball. Move INNNN. The females and one Issei Hyodo screamed in sync. What in the name of Almighty was going on? First, the new addition to the school staff, then this. Things were moving a bit too fast all of a sudden. They wondered if it was because of the arrival of a certain Phenex. Sighing, they resigned to the fate. Let's get this over with. Flashback years after the Civil War. No, you can hear me. I would prefer if you were to show yourself. I need to have a face-to-face, Naruto said in a composed manner. His eyes seemingly fixated towards the ceiling of the church. Surrounding him were the dead bodies of various priests, clergywomen and angels. After finding out about the various atrocities committed by the members of the angel faction, especially the lower-class ones, Naruto had gone into action once again. To think that the purest of the beings that were directly connected to the god were this despicable experimentation, rape, killing, of children no less, it made Naruto furious, not to mention that most of these activities took place in churches. What in the world? Where the fuck were their so-called guardians? Did they not see it happening or were they ignoring it on purpose? It was time to find out. He stood in his place firmly, not moving an inch. He wasn't going anywhere until he gets all the answers. It wasn't long before a large golden transportation circle appeared overhead and out of it came the most beautiful lady of heaven. Gabriel. Naruto had merely heard about her before, but seeing her in front of him was another thing entirely. She exuded peace and serenity. Naruto could hazard a guess that this was perhaps her first or second time on the human world. If her curious expression was anything to go by, though it soon turned into a terrified one, courtesy of the dead bodies lying around. A few minutes earlier, in heaven, Gabriel had heard the calling of someone and immediately went to see if anything was wrong. She knew that the person who was calling was not a priest, or a nun, or a believer. She could only wonder who it was. Generally, these types of calls were left to the lower-class angels, but seeing that the person had been calling continuously for the past 1 hour and with no one responding, she decided to go there herself. Upon her arrival, she saw a man with a weird mask standing between the rotting and charred bodies of the various members of Angel faction, males and females alike. Her hand immediately went towards her mouth as she felt the sudden urge to vomit. Such a disturbing sight it was. The scene reminded her of the Great War and it was not a memory she wanted to relive ever again. Her gaze then narrowed towards the man. Was he responsible for this? His energy, even though faint, felt like that of a devil, but it can't be. Why would a devil enter a church and kill everyone in it? Was this person trying to break the status quo? Unless there was a good enough reason for doing such a thing, or so she told herself, she wasn't one to believe that the man standing in front of her would have done it just for the sheer pleasure of it. A single glance at his soul had told her so much pain, so much loss and what an overwhelming amount of burden, and yet, the fire of hope burned bright inside him. What an amazing man. She felt like crying all over again. Please have a seat, Seraph Gabriel. I do not wish to fight. She heard the smooth yet authoritative tone of the man standing beneath. He even raised his hands to prove that he had no intention of fighting. A few seconds passed, but she stayed in her spot, unmoving. Naruto wondered what was wrong with her. Did she not hear him or something? Before he could ask her, however, Gabriel gracefully landed and made her way towards the unknown man. A devil? Thank you for coming here so quickly. It only took me an hour of rambling to get you here, Naruto said in a part mocking part angry tone. You are very much welcome, masked man. Gabriel replied with a small smile on her face, but can we talk somewhere else? It is a bit hard to have a civilized conversation in such an environment. She pointed at the corpses. While she did feel extremely sorry for the dead people, she was going to hold that thought for now. She would like to hear more about it from the man responsible, and only then will she come to a conclusion. Now it was Naruto's turn to be confused. Was this Seraph for real? Was she being sarcastic like him, or was she being honest? Blinking underneath the mask, he replied, sure. Where would you suggest? I haven't been to the human world much, so I am not very well versed in their ways. I'll leave it up to you, Mr. Masked Man, her tone dripping with curiosity. You are being awfully trusting towards a guy who just killed a lot of people of your faction. Naruto rose an eyebrow underneath his mask. You are a good person, Mr. Masked Man, no matter how much you try to hide it, was the casual reply of Gabriel, the last part of the statement being barely above a whisper. Naruto stood stunned in his place. Did this woman just see through him or what? Was she acting like an innocent creature to throw him off guard? He didn't sense any sort of lie in her words though. Weird. Shaking his head, he decided to get down to business. Please follow me then. Gabriel nodded and went after him. Naruto took the seraph to a nearby abandoned building. Both of them sat down in front of each other, a small table in between them. Naruto produced a large folder and handed it to Gabriel. Gently taking it from his hand, she started going through the pages. The more she read, the more difficult it became for her to contain her emotions. By the end of it, she was openly shedding tears all over the pages. What had become of her people? Why wasn't she aware of this happening? How long has this been going on? How many have suffered because of this? Her brain going into a hyperdrive as scenarios after scenarios started playing inside it, her silent cries only intensifying with each passing minute. Naruto had to shift his gaze away from the crying angel. He had no idea that it would hit her this hard, though it confirmed one thing. The higher-ups had no idea about these happenings. This complicates things. He could think about it later. He had to take care of the situation at hand first. What exactly am I supposed to do here? Naruto scratched his masked cheek awkwardly. Just give her a big ol' hug and she'll be fine, Kurama said in an amusing tone. Now, Kurama was well aware of the fact that there were major differences between this Naruto and the previous one. However, there were some things that both of them had in common as well. Not knowing what to do in front of a crying woman was one of them. You crazy, she is an angel, just so you haven't noticed. We literally are opposites of each other. I can't just hug her out of nowhere. Naruto talked back to his partner. What type of idea was that anyway? As far as my shit goes, opposites attract each other. And look at her. Do you really think she cares about what race you belong to right now? She had already noticed that you were a devil the moment we met, and yet she decided to follow you. Now, be nice and help her. It worked wonders with that fallen angel, didn't it? And you want to save the world? Yeah. Then start trusting it a little bit. Kurama chided from the inside. Penomway's case was entirely different though, Naruto said to himself. But Kurama was right. Gabriel looked like her whole world was torn right in front of her. How Naruto wished that he had received training to handle situations like these, if only. He also took notice of the fact that her halo had gone rather dim compared to how it was before. Must be connected to her feelings, he surmised. Seeing her beautiful face covered in tears broke something inside of him. Sighing, he made up his mind. He could play the emotionless bastard later. Standing up from his seat, he went to her side and kneeled down beside her. Hey, look at me. He took hold of her chin and turned her head towards him. What happened to those is in the past now. We can't change that, but what we can do is make sure that the same doesn't happen to others. Yes. Gabriel nodded in between sobs. Taking hold of her hands, he helped her in standing up. Before he could do or say anything further, Gabriel embraced him tightly. He tensed for a second before giving in and hugged her back just as tightly. If this helped in easing her mind, then he was all for it. And don't mind him. He too was enjoying the soft, supple and warm body of the angel. She felt just like Yusaka and Erika did. And the incredible thing was that he had known her for what, like 20 minutes. This woman really was something else. Gabriel too felt an amazing sense of security in his arms. She had been embraced by her fellow brothers and sisters numerous times, but none of them made her feel the way this masked man did. A smile broke onto her face as she snuggled even deeper into his comforting embrace. They were so lost in the moment that they completely forgot about each other's origin. The fact that one was a being of light and the other a being of darkness never crossing their mind. They stayed in that position for a long time, everything else becoming irrelevant for a short period. That's more like it, hee. Kurama snickered to himself. For a moment there, the idea of telling her about his actual identity came to Naruto's mind, but he decided against it. At least this way, she wouldn't have to lie when asked about him. Soon, they got out of each other's embrace and decided to talk about their next course of action. So, we should raid all these places, take care of the bad people and save the innocent? Gabriel tilted her head. As much as she hated killing, this was beyond mercy. Sometimes, even as angels you have to make the hard decisions. I don't have any better ideas, for if we go stealth, it would take time, and time is something which we cannot give these people. If they were to approach this slowly, more innocent could be sacrificed. Should I contact my brothers as well? She asked him. That is up to you, but we have to move fast. We should be more than enough to handle these guys. You can report to your brother once you get back. Is that fine? Naruto informed the seraph. Nodding her head, Gabriel replied, then we should leave now. As soon as we get this over with, the better for everyone. Hold my hand, Lady Gabriel. It will be quicker this way, Naruto said in a mock formal tone that clearly went over Gabriel's head. She complied with the request and grabbed hold of the masked man's hand. Before we leave, I must ask you something. Are you not going to tell me your name? Should I keep calling you Mr. Masked Man? She asked in a cute fashion. Shouldn't that be the first question? Naruto's sweat dropped under his mask. What type of person asks for the name at the very end of the conversation? Perhaps she knew more than she was letting on. How curious. Just call me Agent Kitsune. Naruto quickly came up with something. That was amazingly lame. I expected better from you, Naruto. Phenex. Tisk tisk. The giant furball poked fun at his container. Shut your filthy ass up, Naruto grumbled. What does that mean? Gabriel brought her finger up to her lower lip, making a thinking pose. It was her first time hearing a word like kitsune. It is Japanese for fox, Naruto told her. I fail to see anything foxy about you. She eyed him from top to bottom, not finding any similarities between the man and the animal he just mentioned. Naruto merely pointed at his mask, which looked like a fox, only to a trained eye, a trained Japanese eye that is. Oh, that is a fox. I thought it was just modern art, she said to herself in a confused manner. Naruto held the urge to facepalm. What type of angel had that god created? How about adding some common sense next time? Oops, no next times available now, sadly. We are wasting time. How about we leave? Asked a frustrated Naruto. This was going to be harder than he previously thought. Yes, we shall, towards a better future then, he, she giggled sweetly. Okay, I stand corrected, maybe not that hard, Naruto smiled to himself seeing the happy angel, her mood a lot more brighter than it was previously. And with that, they warped from their position, a few years further. What type of delicacy is this, Mr. Kitsune? The overjoyed angel asked her partner. In her hand, she was holding an ice cream cone. Ice cream, Naruto replied plainly. He was glad that it was festival time. Otherwise, people might find it weird to see a gorgeous and voluptuous blonde walking alongside a creepy masked man. I don't understand. This thing is called ice cream. I don't feel like screaming after eating it. Gabriel speculated out loud. What a peculiar name given to such a tasty item. Human world sure was bizarre. What? No, I said ice cream, not ice cream. Naruto sighed heavily. As cute and beautiful as she was a complete stranger to various norms of the society. Over the years, Naruto tried his best to educate her about the traditions, cultures, etc., of the humans, but most of them went over her head. Though she did learn that it was better to wear undergarments beneath the clothes for better movement. That was one hell of an experience for Naruto. It was nothing new per se because he recalled doing the exact same thing with Erika, in her case. It was more like he was dragged by her to an undergarment store. Not much of a choice there, but looking at a totally naked Gabriel, it just felt wrong. Not that it was a repulsive thing to look at, definitely not. Quite the contrary actually, but he felt like it was not something to be looked upon, like he was sullying her, or tainting her with his gaze. The only consolation at that moment was the embarrassed yet sweet smile she was giving him. Phew. Naruto was glad that it was just a one-time thing. She had learned how to dress herself since then. Their relationship had also grown substantially over the years. From mere strangers to pretty good friends, and it was the reason why they were on a casual trip right now. Nothing work-related. They were in the Osaka region of Japan, enjoying the festivities. Gabriel was acting all giddy for it was her first time participating in a festival this big. Back in heaven they only had a few festivals like Easter, Christmas and one or two others, and the only thing they did to celebrate them was come together, eat bread and drink wine. Something they did on an everyday basis anyway, the only difference being the number of attendees. Let's play that balloon game, come on. Gabriel tugged his arm, her eyes shining like that of a child, her previous question regarding the ice cream completely forgotten. Okay, sure. But do you know how to play that? Naruto asked the overexcited blonde. Not at all, but it looks like fun, she replied with great enthusiasm, her continuous up and down movement giving various bystanders a very enticing view of her bouncing breasts. They were already having a hard time looking at her heavenly face, and her figure only made it worse for them. Her form-fitting clothes were not of help either. The females present could only wonder who the masked guy was, but given his company, they concluded that he ought to be someone as good-looking as his partner, if only he were to take his mask off. Realizing that they were the center of attention all of a sudden, Naruto quickly took Gabriel to another stall which was a lot less crowded than the other ones. It was a small pizza stand which was being operated by a middle-aged couple. Seeing the two newcomers, the elderly couple decided to greet them. "Hello and welcome to our stall. What would you like to have?" the man asked in a polite tone. "This is our pizza stall. Feel free to order anything on the menu, and oh my, you sure are a beautiful one, miss," the lady said to the foreign-looking guests, the last part being directed towards Gabriel. "Her name is Gabriel and we would like to have 2 of your best pizzas, thanks." Naruto spoke just as politely. He thought that it was a perfect time to introduce the mouth-watering stuff called pizza to Gabriel. "What is a pizza, and thank you for the compliment, ma'am." Gabriel bowed in front of the 2 elders. Frantically flailing their hands to defuse the embarrassing situation, the lady said, "No need for that, and please take a seat, we will be with you shortly." With that, she went to work on the pizzas with her husband. "Get ready, woman. You are about to taste one of the world's tastiest food," Naruto told the ditzy angel, who tilted her head in confusion. They didn't have to wait long for their order to arrive. Naruto told Gabriel to go first. He wanted to see her expression when she takes her first bite, and he wasn't disappointed at all. He could have sworn that she almost moaned in ecstasy. "This is so good," she kept on eating vigorously, her entire focus on the delicacy in front of her. Naruto nodded to himself, pleased with the results. He has successfully added another member to the pizza squad, hell yeah. Seeing the angel engrossed in her food, he decided to finish his as well. Without anyone noticing, he quickly ate his pizza and put back his mask on, a skill that he had stolen from his old teacher Kakashi Hitaki. Seeing that their customers were finished with their meals, the owners of the stall decided to strike up a conversation with them. "You two are not from around here, are you?" the lady asked the duo. "No, we are tourists, just taking in the sights," Naruto was the one who answered. "I thought so. Hope you enjoyed the festival. It is one of a kind," the lady added. "Yes, I absolutely loved the festival. It is my first time seeing one. In heaven we don't have festivals this big." Before she could continue any further, Naruto quickly clammed her mouth shut with his hand. He literally taught her about tact in their previous meeting. Had she forgotten already? Was she even trying to blend in? The aged couple could only blink in surprise. Did she just say heaven? Don't mind her. She has an overactive imagination and she also suffers from the 8th grade syndrome. Please forgive her, Naruto covered in her stead. The couple merely laughed it off. It is quite alright. Our daughter used to do that a lot too, the husband jested, his wife laughing alongside him. Thank you so much for the food, and please accept this. Naruto handed the couple 5 10,000 bills. He knew that the general bill would be around 4,000 to 5,000 yen, but seeing that no one was approaching their stall, he decided to give them a little reward. We can't take this much, the husband stuttered out, gently pushing the offering hand back, his wife nodding in agreement. Please, don't say no and just take it, you have earned it, Naruto winked with his lone visible eye. The couple still hesitated a bit but ultimately accepted the money. Seeing them in distress, Naruto decided to ease their problems a bit. You know what, just pack 3 more of those delicious pizzas for me, he added, might as well take some for Yusaka and others. The couple smiled and went back to work, their mood a bit lifted now. From the sidelines, Gabriel could only grin from ear to ear. It was always a pleasure to see his actual personality at work. She called it his real personality because it came straight from his heart, simple as that. He offered them money not because he wanted to prove that he was better than the other rich people or to make himself look good in their eyes, no, he did it because he felt bad for the elderly couple. He did it because sometimes people deserved better. That was the kind of man Mr. Kitsune was. Like I said the first day I met you, you are indeed a good person, Mr. Kitsune, Gabriel spoke mentally as she watched the mentioned man conversing with the aged couple. She also noticed that he slipped a few more 10,000 yen bills sneakily into the old man's pocket without him noticing. She giggled thinking about the reaction of the couple once they get home. Bidding the older couple goodbye, Naruto and Gabriel decided to part ways as well. Till next time then, Mr. Kitsune, she fidgeted on her spot. Naruto sighed and shook his head in amusement, even after all these years of working together. She was still hesitant when it came to openly show her affections or feelings, somewhat like he was in the beginning. Fun fact was that she was fine with him seeing her naked, but when it came to asking for a simple hug, all she was capable of doing was murmur to herself or fidget in her spot, just like she was right now. Sometimes Naruto wondered as to how such a nice and pure person was able to participate in the great war of all things. Was there a different side to her that he was not aware of? Just say it, Naruto said to the flustered angel. It's just, I want a hug, the last part being barely audible. What was that? I didn't hear it clearly. He had heard her just fine. He was merely trying to enjoy the moment, a small smile coming to his face as he saw the powerful angel struggle with words. I said, embrace me, Gabriel finally shouted out loud. Naruto gave a chuckle before bringing the air-headed angel into a warm hug. Both enjoying each other's company for a few seconds before letting go. Alright then, see you next time. Naruto gave her a quick bow which she wholeheartedly returned with one of her own. Farewell, Mr. Kitsune. Gabriel waved towards the now receding form of Naruto. It was time for her to return home as well. Flashback end. That was quite the tale, Gabriel, Michael commented, surprise present all over his face. He was not expecting this kind of story from his sister. Seems like his suspicions were indeed correct. Gabriel and Naruto Phenex did share a deep bond. Don't worry, brother, he is perhaps the nicest person one could ever meet, Gabriel said to her brother, who looked like he was in deep thought. I don't doubt your words, Gabriel. I know he is an honest man from what I could tell. As a matter of fact, this could be the perfect way to deepen our relations with the devil kind. Irina, Xenovia, and Asia are all pursuing a relation with the Red Dragon Emperor, but they are all children. With you and Naruto Phenex, we have got the best chance. So, what are your thoughts on marriage? Michael thought about messing with his overly innocent sister a little bit. He wasn't lying though, not entirely at least. He could tell that his sister was genuinely in love with the strongest devil. What the devil felt, however, he can't say. Hopefully, it won't be anything bad. Ma marriage, that's, I mean it's not like I am against it or anything, but, her face resembling a tomato and her hands frantically waving around. All Michael could do was laugh at his naive little sister. At the same time, KUOH Academy, and with that said, I am going to be the new physical education teacher. Any questions? Naruto addressed the horde of students present in front of him. He saw a multitude of hands going up, and by the devil, he was going to answer each and every one of them. Yes, you with the glasses, go ahead. Naruto pointed towards the boy with glasses who was sitting in the front row. Are you trying to imitate Ken Kaneki from Tokyo Ghoul, sir? The bespectacled boy asked. His question directed towards the eye patch that Naruto was wearing, a fellow otaku it would seem, not half bad. I see where you are coming from, but no, I have been wearing this since before the inception of the series. Now, you with the weird hair, Naruto replied firmly. Are you a foreigner? The boy with weird hair asked. Now, how exactly was he supposed to answer that? Well, yes, but actually no, was his thoughtful response. Did you just quote a meme, sir? Came another shout from the back of the room. Well, seems like I was wrong in thinking that the students here are not up to date with the internet. I would like to apologize for that, Naruto said with a small smirk playing on his lips. He then motioned towards the next student to ask her question. Is that the natural color of your hair, sir? Or are you a former delinquent? A black-haired girl questioned in a serious tone. This is all natural. My whole family has the same hair color. What's next? Given the fact that you are a physical education teacher, you must be quite strong. How strong would you say you are right now? Another student asked. I am the strongest, period. The devil students present in the room could only snicker at his answer. And just like that, the Q&A round went for a long time until each and every student was satisfied with the answers. After that came the exercises. I don't care if you are a girl or a boy. I want 6 rounds of the court from everyone. The first one to finish gets a prize. Now move those legs and get busy, Naruto stated in a dead serious tone. Might as well get these kids into shape, devil or otherwise. Exercises were good for everybody anyway, so why the hell not? 4 rounds later, I can see that you are slowing down. If you do not complete the last 2 rounds in the next 5 minutes, I might just add another round for everyone. Come on, pick up the pace, you filthy peasants. Naruto acted as if he was a sergeant who was teaching young cadets the drill. The rest of the school hours were nothing but pure torture for all the students who had physical education as a period. Afternoon, the members of the Occult Research Club were almost done with their work and were about to head out. It was time for their devilly duties, or so they would have had Naruto not walked through the door of the clubhouse. Good afternoon, Lord Phenex. Do you have any business with us? Rias asked the older devil, the rest following their king in greeting the oldest son of the Phenex household. Please stop with the Lord thing. Anything is fine except for Lord, and yes, I do have some business with you. Would you mind if I borrow the Red Dragon Emperor for a while? Naruto asked of Rias. The question threw her and the other club members for a loop, especially the person in question, Issei Hyodo. Coming out of the trance, Rias replied sure, eyes. She turned towards her beloved, Pawn, and continued. Please accompany Mr. Naruto here and be on your best behavior. Issei followed her order wordlessly. He could only wonder what the strongest devil wanted with him. He wasn't going to kill him, right? Right? Diedrich too couldn't tell what was it that the fried chicken wanted with his container. The only way to find out was to go with him. And with that, Issei and Naruto left the club room together. Following their departure, the rest of the Gremory household members decided to finish their respective jobs as well. Outside the academy, Naruto and Issei were walking down the street that led straight towards the Red Dragon Emperor's home. The eerie silence between them was making the younger devil uncomfortable. So far all they had done was walk in complete quietude, and it was starting to gnaw at the only child of the Hyodo family. Issei gulped hard and decided to initiate the conversation, his mind playing hundreds of scenarios and none of them were making him feel any better. Mr. Naruto, what did? Tell me, Issei Hyodo. What exactly is it that you want to do? I mean, what is it that you want to become in the future? Issei's question was cut short by Naruto's. As much as Issei wanted to yell Harem King at the top of his lungs, he decided against it, given the gravity of the situation, and the person who was asking him the said question made him clamp his mouth shut. This has been going on for quite some time and he has been thinking about it a lot too. While his dream was to have a harem, at this very moment he felt like he didn't deserve it. Recent happenings made him feel weak, powerless and helpless. He was not worthy of the amazing people of the Occult Research Club or anyone. As a matter of fact, first Rainier, then Donasek, then Kokabiel and finally Valley. He would have died against each and every one of them had it not been for others interfering, and it was starting to annoy him. This feeling of being vulnerable, of powerlessness, despite being the owner of one of the most powerful sacred gear in existence, was a hard pill to swallow. Issei clenched his fist and spoke in a terse tone. I don't know, his mood taking a nosedive due to his current thought process. I thought you wanted to be a harem king? Naruto blinked towards the young dragon. Did he not declare that aloud like 2 days ago? Issei gave a weak and awkward chuckle. I did, but I am not so sure if that is what I want now, or rather if that is what I deserve. What change? Inquired Naruto, genuinely interested in the answer. Issei was half expecting the older devil to get angry at his ridiculous dream, but he went with flow and decided to answer the question. Being weak sucks, being a liability sucks, being called pathetic by the weakest of the beings sucks, his tone somber. I see, so you want to become stronger, Naruto quipped. Yes sir, and I have been trying my absolute best for the past few days, but it just doesn't seem to work no matter how hard I try, the half-devil replied, his shoulders slumping as he kept walking alongside the blonde devil. Seems like you are in a pinch. I heard that you watch anime, yes? And that your favorite one is Dragon Ball Z. Naruto turned his head in Issei's direction, who blinked in surprise because of the abrupt question. Nodding his head, he replied, it is indeed Mr. Naruto, but why do you ask? When Goku is training Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber during the Cell Saga, what is it that Goku tells Gohan that helps him in becoming a Super Saiyan? It is perhaps the most important part of the whole training. The most important, you say? Issei cupped his chin and slowed down a bit in order to think properly while Naruto continued his walk. It wasn't long before it clicked inside his head and he ran after the older devil. It was that power comes in response to a need, not a desire, wasn't it? Well then, Issei Hyodo, tell me something. Up till now, was it desire or was it need that was fueling your hunger for power? a small smirk marring Naruto's visage as he observed the blown-away face of the young dragon. It was desire, Issei whispered to himself. It was rather simple to decipher. He wanted to be the harem king, and want was a luxury, or in other words, a desire. Earlier he didn't quite understand the entire meaning of the line, but now he did. It was amazing how a single line could clear all your doubts. Issei felt his body going light as a new sensation traveled throughout his being. All of a sudden, he felt more powerful than ever. It was all clear to him now. He needed to keep his loved ones safe. Simple as that. His loved ones and the others around him as well. No matter who the enemy was, he was going to be the strongest, so fuck whoever intends to stand in his way. He will take each and every one of those Chaos Brigade members. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He stopped himself right there. That was like skipping hundreds of steps altogether. He needed to get stronger first, and in order to do that, he needed someone to teach him, to train him, to guide him, and who better than the person walking right next to him, the strongest devil himself. Meanwhile, from the inside of the gauntlet, Diedrich could only watch the events unfold with curious eyes. It was not like Naruto Phenex to give out advices, to dragons no less. Guess time does changes everything, but all was in good spirits, he supposed. His partner's drive was back once again, and it was stronger than ever. The kid had been in a slump for quite some time. Finally, a step in the right direction. Things were about to get intense, it would seem, and he simply can't wait to see his partner's progress. Walking a bit ahead of the Phenex, Issei bowed deep in front of him. Thank you so much, Mr. Naruto, but I have a request if you don't mind. Go ahead, I am listening. Naruto folded his arms over his chest, though he already knew what the kid was going to ask him. Please teach me, train me, I want to get better. He kept his head down awaiting the older devil's reply. I refuse, was the quick and plain reply of Naruto. But, please sir, Issei pleaded, his head now touching the ground as he got into the famous Doggies pose. Look kid, as much as I would like to, I have no idea about the sacred gears. I never really took an interest in them. This is perhaps the longest I have been in contact with someone who has one. Plus, I hate dragons. The last part of the statement was said in a deadpan tone. Though he lied about the whole being in contact with a scared gear user part, he had trained Dulio Gesualdo on Gabriel's request, a decade or so ago, but that was mostly muscle training, followed by sword training, and that's about it. He never trained the kid in how to use his sacred gear. That was all him, and apparently, the kid had made quite a name for himself among the supernatural species as the strongest exorcist to ever live. Naruto couldn't be any prouder. Anyway, what he meant by the statement was that this was longest time he had been in contact with someone who had a dragon-type sacred gear. All his previous encounters with this type of sacred gears were dealt with swiftly, in a matter of seconds, no bullshit. And he was telling the truth when he said that he hated dragons. Sure, there was this special lady in his life way back then, who also happened to be half dragon, but that was the only exception he was willing to make. Then who should I go to? Issei asked the senior devil. That's a good question. Azazil is your best option in terms of sacred gear knowledge, or you can go to Tannen for you dragon training. Tiamat would most likely kill you on the spot, and I have no idea where Crom is. Matter of fact, I don't even want to know where he is. Aside from that, normal training is something which you can do on your own, no? Like muscle training, etc. For the rest, you can try your friends as well. Yuto Kiba, Zenobia Quarta, Irina Shidu for sword skills, Akano Hamejima and Rias Grammary for magic skills, and on and on. You get the point, yes? Naruto asked the boy. I think I do. He never really paid attention to his surroundings at first, but now that he did, things seemed easier and closer than before. Was he always this neglectful? Good then, now get up, you are sitting on the middle of the damn road. Naruto reprimanded the young devil, who quickly got up and dusted himself. Both of them once again started their tread down the road. A comfortable silence between them now. It felt way better now than at the beginning for Issei. At least it wasn't awkward anymore or frightening. As they kept on walking towards his home, a sudden question popped inside Issei's head. Not that I mind the guidance, Mr. Naruto, but is there a reason why you are helping me? Even though you said that you hated dragons, he asked meekly. Hopefully, the Phenex heir wouldn't get offended by the question. I am going to die soon, Issei Hyodo, and that answer stopped Issei dead in his tracks, his movement coming to a halt immediately. Did he just hear that right? It can't be. His ears must be ringing. Yeah, that must be it. Was it even possible? Is he not supposed to be a Phenex, and Phenex household share the traits of an actual phoenix? No? Not to mention he literally is the strongest devil of all times. Then why was it that he was talking about dying? Even Diedrich was shocked at the sudden proclamation coming from the fried chicken. Was he being serious? Issei quickly picked up his pace and raced towards the older devil. Why, you're kidding, right? This is supposed to be a joke or something. Please say yes. Issei's mind going into panic mode. Naruto sighed heavily and pinched the bridge of his nose. It was time to tell the young dragon about his responsibilities, about the burdens that were about to befall him. The sooner he knows about it, the better. The best way to explain it is something like this: I am not a part of the natural order and thus, I have to be eliminated, in one way or another. Naruto tried his best to simplify it for the young one. I don't quite understand. I thought the supernatural itself were not a part of the natural order? Issei made his confusion known. Naruto chuckled at the boy's line of thought. He wasn't as stupid as people made him out to be, at least not in the philosophical area. I believe that there is a natural order even among the supernatural species. A devil as strong as I am is not supposed to exist. According to my theory, Searsex and Ajuka are what I would like to call the upper limit of devil kind. My powers go way beyond that of those two, so far beyond that it's not even comparable anymore. There was a time when there were others like me, very powerful people, but they too died, rather young I might add, so, you see, in the end, natural order always wins. Naruto told the pawn of Rias Gremory, a nostalgic smile on his face as he gazed towards the afternoon sky, flashes of memories coming to his mind. Now, Naruto wasn't exactly the type to believe in fate or predestination and stuff, but being around people like Shiva and Erika who were able to see and predict the future, quite correctly one might add, he was half trusting of those things. For the moment, Issei kept his head down. Was it out of respect or was it because he felt sad for the guy? Only he knew. But it sure as hell struck a chord inside him. This person knew full well that he was going to die and yet he was fighting to keep others safe, keep everyone safe. Is this the reason why he was known as the strongest devil to ever live? Back when I was young, I too wanted to be the strongest. And in order to do that, I cancelled out everything else in my life. My family, my emotions, my friends, everything. Then came a time when I felt next to nothing, no fear, no tension, no happiness, no nothing, in my pursuit to be the strongest. I lost everything that mattered to me, and the amazing thing is that even though I became the strongest, I had no impact on the society as whatsoever. My powers amounted to nothing, all because I had no conviction, because I stood up for nothing, neither for the good nor for the bad. I was nothing more than a hollow person who just happened to have great power inside of him. In other words, a total failure. Naruto paused for a few seconds, his eye moving towards his hand as a pitch-black bracelet flashed around his wrist before disappearing. Then comes this person, this amazing and beautiful person, and she says that she wants to stay by my side. I tried my best to shake her off but she wouldn't budge. I always wondered why she stuck around. I had like zero personality. Zero characteristics and a trashy attitude to boot. Aside from my powers, I literally had nothing going on for me. Then one day, she told me that she was going to die. I ignored her and guess what? She did die just like she foretold, and so did a whole lot of others around me. And they all died with smiles etched on their faces. Wanna know why? Because they died fighting for what they stood up for what they believed in. And finally, it dawned upon me that what was the point of being the strongest when you can't even protect the ones that are close to you, when you can't even keep your loved ones safe. All in all, it meant that even though I was the strongest power-wise, I was the weakest everything else-wise. Hey, it's all right. I promise you that someday we'll meet again, rang a beautiful voice inside Naruto's mind. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath to calm himself down, the action going unnoticed by the young one next to him. Issei for his part kept quiet. He knew better than to say anything in situations like these, and although he may not be the sharpest knife in the drawer, he could tell by the remorseful tone of the elder devil that he was in pain, a lot of pain. Diedrich felt a weird pain in his head as he heard the blonde mention that person. He tried to recall if the Phenex ever traveled with someone else back in the old days, but nothing came to his mind. He felt like he was forgetting something important, but no matter how hard he tried, he was getting a blank in that area. Could it be that it was related to this person that the Phenex was talking about? How suspicious. Point is, Issei Hyodo, that do not make the same mistakes that I did. You want to get stronger, good, but don't let what you have go to waste. Do not lose your own self in trying to be the best, and it is completely fine to rely on your friends every now and then, no matter how powerful you are. I consider myself lucky that I had such wonderful people around me. Well, maybe except for Rizavam, you know. He is the bad guy. Anyway, my people never gave up on me, and now, I am going to do the same for them by fulfilling my duty towards them. Do you understand what I am trying to say, Red Dragon Emperor? Naruto finished his pep talk and pointed the question towards the silent half-devil. Sir, yes sir, Issei shouted and did the attack on Titan military pose, which made Naruto snicker inwardly. Another point is that when I am gone, if I am gone, someone else will have to take up the role of the protector. Naruto turned his head towards Issei to let him know what he was trying to imply. Yo, you mean me, but I am not, I mean I can't, I am not powerful enough to be anything, let alone the protector. Issei managed to finish his sentence, while he did feel an enormous amount of pride in knowing that one of the strongest beings in existence, if not the strongest, was putting his trust in him. He knew full well that he was nowhere near the level that was required for someone who was supposed to be the protector. Not yet, Issei Hyodo, not yet. You and Valley are by far the best options, to whom I can entrust the job of being the protector, and I know you think Valley is a spoiled brat or maybe even a bad guy, but trust me, he isn't, and you'll see that for yourself soon enough, the Phenex heir informed the younger devil. But why us? Issei understood the fact that both him and Valley contained one of the best sacred gears out there, but there were others too who held the top-tier sacred gears like the true Longinus or Zenith Tempest, and according to Rias, they were even more powerful than his or Valis gear. There are a lot of beings around the world that are hundreds of times more powerful than you or Valley, to whom I can pass on the mantle, and I could always ask Searzex and the others to do this, but they are bound by traditions, rules, and laws. Even if they want to move around freely, they simply can't, not without giving up their titles. Why do you think I did not take up the mantle of Lucifer for myself? As a protector, you have the responsibility of the whole world and not just one pantheon. Another thing is that both you and Valley don't fit into the natural order of the humans or the natural order of devils, supernatural, or even the dragons, and as such, I believe that both of you can become a whole lot stronger than either Searzex and Ajuka, who I mentioned are the upper limit of the devils. Here is another fun fact: before they were sealed, the dragons that you hold inside of you were considered to be one of the strongest beings in existence, and I dare say that they were in the top 5 rather than the lower 5, isn't that right, Diedrich? HMPH, that is indeed correct. Had it not been for us being sealed, we might as well have ascended to even greater heights. Who knows? Diedrich commented from the inside. What the hell? Why didn't you tell me about this before? I thought we were partners. Issei yelled at the green gem that was visible on the back of his palm. It's simple, you never asked, came the smart-ass reply of Diedrich. Issei could only look at his gear with blank eyes. Was that supposed to be the Welsh dragon's attempt at humor? Because he wasn't fucking impressed. As I was saying, due to you and Valley being 1/3 devil, 1/3 human and 1/3 dragon, you are free to break the limits without suffering any sort of repercussions, and like they say, go beyond. Naruto left the phrase hanging, waiting for the Red Dragon Emperor to complete it. Plus ULTRAAA. Issei pumped his gauntlet-covered fist into the air. Even though he knew that a whole lot of responsibilities were about to befall him, he was feeling strangely confident, and it was all thanks to the person walking next to him. And the last point of this whole talk is that when you confront the Chaos Brigade next time, Naruto pointed his fist towards the younger devil and continued, show them no mercy because they want either. Issei stared at the fist in front of him with shining eyes. Shakily he raised his gauntlet-covered fist and did the famous fist bump with the strongest devil in existence, a moment worth remembering for the rest of his life. Seeing that they were about to reach his house in a few minutes, Issei decided to ask one last question that was on the back of his mind. Not to sound rude or insensitive, but, does anyone else knows about your untimely demise? Issei asked in an unsure manner. It is all right to say death, and yes, my mother does. Took me quite some time to convince her, but yeah, she knows, and I suspect that my father does too. And one more person I suppose, but that's about it, Naruto told Issei truthfully. Issei gulped hard, amazed and terrified of how accepting the person was of his own death, but then again, death was not a multiple-choice question anyway, might as well go down doing the right thing. On the other hand, Issei couldn't even begin to wonder how hard it would have been for Mrs. Phenex, or how sad the matriarch of the Phenex family would have been hearing about this, from her own son no less. Was sad the right word to use for situations like these? Not even close. The only way to describe that moment would be to call it the most heartbreaking, heart-wrenching moment of Mrs. Phenix's life. He'd rather not think about it, it was better that way, but it sure as hell spoke volumes about Mrs. Phenix's strong and tough character. Might as well put her in the list of top 10 strongest anime characters ever. Though he did feel a shiver run down his spine as he tried to put himself in Mr. Naruto's shoes. Will he ever be able to replace this person as the protector? Will he ever measure up to the person walking beside him? Was it even possible for him to do so? Shaking his head frantically, he smacked his cheeks multiple times. It was not a question of whether he can or cannot, he will do it. If the strongest devil in existence was putting his faith in him, then there was no reason for him to back down either. His partner seemed to be in agreement with it. He is going to do it, for his loved ones and everyone else, no two ways about it. With conviction shining in his eyes, he finally looked straight into the lone eye of the elder devil. I will do it, sir. What do you think, Kurama? Naruto telepathically conversed with the fox inside him. He's turning out to be a rather impressive individual, I'll give him that, but only time will tell if he actually is a worthy one, though that look, it reminds me of a certain someone when he was younger and I like it. Kurama gave his opinion about the Red Dragon Emperor. Naruto patted the stiff brunette on the shoulder. Take it easy, kiddo, not like I am going to die this very instant. I ain't going nowhere until my job is done or until you guys are well prepared to take on the role. Plus, it's just a theory, you know, it may or may not be true, so, no need to worry about it, not to mention I am the protagonist here, not you. There is nothing easy or not worrying about whatever you just told me. And what do you mean by protagonist? Issei thought to himself as he gave the elder devil a dull look. Finally, they reached their destination, i.e., the Hyodo residence. Well, that was quite the long walk, Naruto said to no one in particular. Issei was still getting used to calling the massive mansion standing in between fairly average houses his home. He surmised that everyone else would be out doing their jobs given it was only 4 in the afternoon. In the meantime, he decided to invite the elder Phenex inside. Opening the door of his house, Issei shouted for his parents to come to the entrance quickly. Mom, Dad, we have a guest. It didn't take long for both the mentioned people to appear before Naruto. Mom, Dad, this is my physical education teacher, Mr. Naruto Phenex, Issei told his parents, who were staring intently at the one-eyed blonde in front of them. Pleased to meet you, sensei. My name is Goru Hyodo and this is my wife Miki Hyodo. Mr. Hyodo pointed towards the brown-haired woman who gave Naruto a polite smile and were the parents of this perverted kid. Please forgive him for whatever he did. The older Hyodo bowed his head and forced Issei to do the same. Mrs. Hyodo following the lead of her husband quickly. Getting out of the hold, Issei stared at his father in an incredulous way. Hey, I didn't even do anything. Just because a teacher was here doesn't exactly mean that he is here to complain. I thought he was here to talk about your misbehavior at school. Mrs. Hyodo blinked in her son's direction. Why else would a teacher come to their house? Naruto watched the parent and son bicker from the sidelines, his presence completely forgotten. It reminded him of his quarrels with his mother, only they were hundreds of times more violent than this and were called spars. He cleared his throat to make them aware of his existence. Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Hyodo. Naruto shook hands with both the parents, and in that very moment, he applied a bit of his Phenex power and channeled it through their bodies. A thin sheet of gold outlining their body for a few seconds before vanishing into thin air. Both the elder Hyodos felt a sudden surge of energy coursing throughout their system. It reminded them of their younger days, this ardor and zeal. It was something that they used to have back when they were newly married. Odo-san, I feel amazing all of a sudden, it's like I am young once again, Mrs. Hyodo exclaimed in an excited fashion. Same here, Okawa-san. Should we go and try it out in the new bedroom of the second floor? Mr. Hyodo grasped his wife's hand and brought it close to his heart. Mrs. Hyodo gave a quick nod before realizing that there was person standing in front of them. Odo-san, please behave, we have a guest to take care of, Mrs. Hyodo admonished her husband in a bashful tone. Both her and her husband's face flushed red. Issei could only face palm because to his parents' openness. Please don't mind me, I have other places to be. It was nice meeting you both, till next time then. Naruto gave a two-fingered salute and started walking out of the door. I'll see him out, Issei told his parents, who were too busy staring into each other's eyes. Closing the door behind him, Issei quickly made his way towards the silver-blonde devil who was almost out of the gate. What did you do to them, Mr. Naruto? Issei asked in regards to the sudden change in his parents' appearance and behavior. They looked a lot younger than they did previously. I gave them an increased lifespan and refined their health. Pretty sure you don't want to see them gone anytime soon, yes? Naruto noticed that his parents were quite old, especially for someone whose lone child was only 15 years old. There were only a few reasons that he could think of and had rather not talk about it. He could have looked into their memories but he chose not to. He had vowed not to use his powers on humans, unless of course, they were too despicable to be left alone, and the Hyodos were definitely not one of them. Seeing that it was time for him to take his leave, Naruto decided to give one final piece of advice to the youngling in front of him. Take good care of you parents Issei Hyodo. They only happen once in a lifetime, and keep whatever I told you to yourself, yeah? Hi, sir, don't worry about it, and thank you for everything. Issei gave a militaristic salute to the elder blonde. Naruto waved his hand behind his back, bidding the young boy goodbye. Even if the kid told anyone about it, nobody was going to believe him anyway, so, no worries there. Issei watched the retreating back of the strongest devil with the highest form of respect. Seeing that he was out of earshot, Issei bowed his head and spoke to himself in a determined tone. Thank you, Mr. Naruto. I will not disappoint, I promise. It seems like he found what he wanted to be like in the future. Let's go, Diedrich. Time to get serious, the brunette said to his partner out of the blue. What? No breasts, no sexy time. Whatever happened to being the harem king? Diedrich questioned, seeing the sudden change in his holder's character. Oh, I will be the harem king all right, but this time, we are going to do things the right way and in proper order. I am feeling all pumped up. Let's bust some asses, a smirk forming on his face, resolution clear in his eyes. You think you can handle my power? Ha 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 ha, you better know what you are talking about, but yeah, let's do it, the Welsh dragon stated from the inside. Era, eyes, what are you doing outside talking to yourself? Issei froze in his place as he felt two large mounds pressing onto his back and a wet appendage licking his right ear sensually. He immediately knew who it was. The infamous Era and the ear licking. It has to be Akeno-senpai. Akeno-senpai, you are done with your clients? Issei asked his senior. Yes, I only had a few today. Shall we go inside and get some food ready, before others come back? Akeno gently caressed the cheeks of her precious kohai. Hi, after that I have to start my practice, Issei replied. You have been training a lot lately, is there something you are not telling us? Akeno got extremely close to Issei's face, making the boy go red in the face. Quickly backing away a little bit, Issei scratched the back of his head and gave a weak chuckle. Not at all, senpai. I just want to get stronger as quickly as I can, so that I can keep everyone safe. My, such vigor, it is making me all wet. I might just have to gobble you up. Akeno's face now the same shade as Ria's hair. Akeno-san. How about we go inside first? Issei stuttered out. Having this sort of conversation right in the middle of the road was definitely not a good idea. Era, you want to go inside first? How bold of you, Aiz-kun. Akeno licked her fingers erotically. Ah, just get in the house, damn it. Issei quickly dragged the horny senpai inside the house. Meanwhile, Diedrich could only laugh at his holder's predicament. Middle of nowhere him. It seems like Naruto-kun has finally returned home. Welcome back, my cute little killing machine. A silver-haired man sitting in a dimly lit room raised a glass in remembrance of his greatest student, ex-student, a twisted smile present on his face. This could be bad, master. It can make things difficult for us, said another silver-haired man who was sitting across his master. Unlike the previous one, this one's hair were done in a braid style. These two were none other than Rizavum Levon Lucifer and Euclid Lucifuge. Rizavum was the son of original Lucifer and the grandfather of Valley Lucifer, while Euclid was the younger brother of Graphia Lucifuge. You worry too much, Euclid-kun. Our plan is simply foolproof. After all, we have got the strongest being in existence on our side, no? Rizavum explained to his underling before casually taking a sip of whatever beverage was in the glass. I am still not confident about it. I mean, we don't even know if it will work in our favor or not. Euclid voiced his concerns about the matter. Getting up from his seat, Rizavum walked towards the lone window of the room, his gaze fixated on the clear sky outside. Like I said, Euclid-kun, you worry too much. No matter how much one tries to run away from her past, from her own self. Thanks for watching.